Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together.
Good morning, everyone. How you feeling out there? We're going to need more than that, baby. We got a long day. What's up? How you feeling, chess people? You good? My man? Feeling all right? Back of the house, light it up. Balcony. Nobody. All right. All right. Maybe they're running late. Traffic was bad. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2. We appreciate you being here. Here's my buddy Yevgeny. Give it up for him. He flew all the way over here from Turkey.
Thank you very much.
Grandmaster. I have an account on chess.com. That's as far as I've gotten, but I'm happy to be here. We had a great day yesterday. We're super excited for day number 2. We are, to let you guys know that there is a masterclass beginning right now. It's called Inclusive Chess Environments. That's over in the workshop area. It's led by Pep Suarez, an interactive session that takes place from 11 to 12:15 and focuses on effective strategies for teaching chess in neurodiverse and multilingual learning environments. So that's happening 11 to 12:15 today. But first off, in the auditorium, our first presentation is a TED Talk style entitled The Power of Chess of Changing Lives.
So over the next 1 hour and a half, you will hear inspiring stories demonstrating how chess education can be a catalyst for intellectual growth, social development among low-income youth. The session will highlight real cases and impactful results showing how the game of chess empowers young people to build critical thinking skills, resilience, confidence, opening doors to new opportunities and brighter futures.
Conducting these TED Talks today, we have 3 amazing speakers. They will all present one after the next. The first one is the president and CEO of Chess in the Schools, Jenny Ingbar, everybody. Hello, Jenny. We had music cues yesterday. Where's the DJ? Let's do it. Let's get a vibe in here.
Where is the little?
You want to come up? Oh, there we go. Yeah. There it is. After Jenny, we will enjoy from the litigation associate, chess advocate, and education equality activist, Rochelle Ballantine, everyone. Rochelle. And batting cleanup, we have the Senior Vice President, Account Management and Business Development at PIMCO or PIMCO, Mr. Quadro Achempong, everybody. TED Talk speakers, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So, we're on the 3rd floor of a public school in the South Bronx. In a classroom where the paint is peeling and the desks wobble just slightly. Something extraordinary is happening. It's Thursday morning, chess time. 20 desks are pushed together in pairs, each topped with a brand new chessboard and a Ziploc bag that had been filled with 32 pieces. The desktops are uneven. The back-to-back seats feel crowded together, but none of it matters. At one of those desks is a little girl, Ava. Her hands are still, her eyes are not. She's leaning in, studying the board, completely unaware of the traffic outside, the noise in the hallway, or even her teacher nearby. She's locked in, completely present. Oop. Hovering near the back of the room is Mr. Garcia, the chess instructor. He doesn't say much. He just moves from board to board, like a gardener checking on his seedlings, quietly, patiently, nurturing thought. He stops behind Ava's desk. She doesn't notice. She's about to make a move she would not have seen a week ago. Her hand lifts, her rook slides across the board, and she says, barely louder than a whisper, check. It's a quiet moment, but something inside her stirs. She's learning to plan, to think, to trust herself. And that's how it begins. Because in this classroom, chess is not just a game. It's a mirror, a ladder, a doorway, and Ava has just stepped through. Fast forward 3 years, Ava's still playing, still learning. She's joined the after-school chess club. She's taught her little brother how to play. She's traveled to her first tournament in another borough, her first time leaving the Bronx. She didn't win that day, but she shook hands with every opponent and came home ready to learn. Her confidence is growing piece by piece and move by move. Ava's not alone. For nearly 40 years, Chess in the Schools has been planting seeds like hers all across New York City, reaching over 500,000 students in its history. In the last year, over 4,000 students were part of our in-school program, learning how to play chess during the school day. Almost a quarter of those kids stayed for after-school club because they didn't want to stop. We also have a digital program where another 4,000 plus have been learning how to play chess. Each of these programs is exclusively situated in communities where the students can benefit most. Over 85% of our kids live in poverty. In schools where opportunity is scarce, chess has become a rare and vital constant. A game that listens, a game that teaches, a game that waits. Now, let's go to a different classroom with Mr. Garcia. The way our programs work, Mr. Garcia is all over the place. And any given week during the school year, he's in 5 different schools. During the summer, he goes to one. He's running a camp, but he's not alone. There's someone else. Her name is Maya. She's just graduated from high school and will start college in the fall studying engineering. Once, she sat at a desk just like the one where Ava had sat. Similar to Ava, she began her chess journey with uncertainty, but also potential. She felt the same nervous breath before moving her first pawn. Maya found chess in the 3rd grade during our school program. Back then, she was quiet, unsure. She also whispered her moves. But the game gave her space to grow. Over time, she found her footing on the board, in the classroom, and soon will do the same on a college campus. Now she's back, leading camps, mentoring children, and inspiring girls. Walking through the door she once needed someone to open for her, and holding it open for the next generation. That's the magic of this work. It's not just about teaching a child how to play. It's about helping them become the kind of person who teaches and motivates others. Our college-bound program supports students like Maya's, high schoolers and undergraduates, nearly all the first in their families to pursue college. Through chess, they find not just skill, but identity, not just confidence, but community. Our program rests on 3 pillars. Leadership, because we're not just teaching students how to make strong moves on the board, we're preparing them to lead beyond the board. Through chess, students learn to think ahead, take responsibility, and rise with integrity. Skills that they carry into their schools, families, and communities, as well as their futures. College-going culture, because every college acceptance is more than a win for a student. It's a signal to their peers, their siblings, and their communities that bigger dreams are within reach. Like chess, college success comes from strategy, discipline, and knowing that every move matters. Finally, we have a sense of belonging, because young people thrive when they know they're part of something bigger. In chess, every player has a place and a role. In our program, students are seen, valued, and uplifted. So they stay engaged. They grow in their confidence, and they believe they belong in every room, on any campus, and at any table. While these pillars have been framed analogously to chess, they're critical elements for success for youth, not just on their journey into college, but throughout their lives. Our college-bound students get work experience at the 25 free citywide tournaments that we host each year. And when you walk into the school cafeterias where these high school students, like Christian, are working, and where hundreds of students ages 4 to 18 are competing, you see something powerful. Kids from every borough of New York City, every background, sitting across from one another in absolute focus. The room is silent, but it's filled with energy, brilliance, belonging. Chess does not care where you're from, how much money your parents make, or what language you speak. It only asks, can you think ahead? Can you adapt? Can you learn from your mistakes? And our students do every single day. They lose and learn. They win and stay humble. They discover that their minds are strong and their voices matter. That's why chess in the schools still exists. That's why we're still growing, still playing the long game. Because when Ava grows up, we want her to do what Maya's doing now. Come back, lead, remind the next little girl that she too belongs in this game and anywhere she wants to go beyond it. In a city that moves too fast, where young people are often overlooked and underestimated, chess slows things down. It teaches them to breathe, to trust the next move, even if they're not yet sure what it is. And that's why it works. That's why it matters. That's why we're still here. Because on the 3rd floor of a public school in the Bronx, a little girl just said, check. And she's only getting started. Now, I have to tell you, I am joined here by 2 alumni of our program. And nothing could make me prouder of the work that we do in a 40-year history than to bring to you 2 individuals that have worked with us, grown through chess, and are continuing to come back and show up, not just for our organization, but for the future, for their communities, for the kids that are following in their footsteps. And so with that, I'm going to turn over the mic to Rochelle, and you're going to hear 2 really incredible stories. Thank you so much. Oh, 1, 2.
Oh, hi everyone. Oh.
She's going to click through for you, your notes.
My notes? Okay, but what about the presentation?
Both of them will take you. Stop talking.
Okay, AV team, we're good? Okay, we're just gonna go for it. Hi everyone. So my name is Rochelle Ballantyne, and it's such a privilege to be here with you today. A little about me. I've graduated from some of the most prestigious universities in the country. I've traveled all over the world, both teaching chess and representing the US at chess tournaments. And as Jenny mentioned, I'm a proud of chess in the schools. All that I've accomplished, I recognize that I've done without any wealth or influence. And every now and then I pause and I ask myself, how did I get here? How did a low-income Black girl from a single-parent household in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, end up playing chess masters at 12? How did I go from arguing with my siblings over the remote to becoming a lawyer at one of the top law firms in the country? Well, not by myself. I had a lot of help, and that help came from the strongest force that I know, Black women. Through them, my life is a testament to the transformative power that comes from a collective investment in education, the necessity of equity, and the urgency of inclusion. These are not just values, but unwavering pillars of growth and possibility. Committing to these principles have carried me further than I could have ever gone by my grit and talent alone. Okay. Sorry, hold on. I'm confused. So I just click? Okay. It's not working. Okay, next one. Just go to the next slide. Okay, yes, it's just stay right there. But my story starts with one Black woman in particular, my grandmother, and that's her in the middle. She was a teacher in Trinidad, and one thing she did not play about was education. To her, education wasn't just important, it was everything. The ultimate equalizer, the one thing no one could take from you. It was a passport to anywhere you could imagine. Growing up, I didn't fully grasp that. To me, education was just about getting good grades and going to school every day and doing what a good kid was supposed to do right by their family. It felt like a duty, something expected, not yet something I owned. But what I couldn't see was that by instilling with me an appetite to learn, my grandmother was ushering a new vision into me. I was beginning to see beyond my immediate reality. My education was my granny's opening move. This move created the space for even greater moves. Her next move was actually teaching me how to play chess. In chess, my granny demanded excellence. Whenever we played, she was intense and loud and assertive. She wouldn't even say checkmate. I would just hear this loud, assertive thud, and I knew the game was over. Continuously losing to my grandmother taught me that at least one trait found in all Brathwaite women was also passed down to me: pettiness. You know when Michelle Obama famously said, "When they go low, we go high"? I didn't go high. I went to my elementary school chess club and joined the team for the sole purpose of beating my grandmother. The combined brain power of 7 third graders still wasn't enough. Eventually, though, the pounding sound grew slower and slower until it was just a long silence. And then she let out a huff and shook my hand, and she never played with me again. I think it was because she knew that there was nothing else she could teach me. But before she retired her queen, she left me with an aspiration. She said to me, "You know, Rochelle, there's never been an African-American female chess master, and you could be the first." I couldn't even fathom the idea. Suddenly, I was the best chess player in my junior high school, first my house, then my elementary school, but I had no idea how to actually become a chess master. At 8 years old, I was the only Black girl playing at my level. There wasn't a clearly defined path laid out for someone like me. But even without help, I had a compass. Chess became the vehicle my mom and granny used to teach me about the world, and more importantly, about myself. Because the rules are different when you're low income, a person of color, and a girl. It's the same game, but I had to learn to play it a bit differently. I was raised to see obstacles not as dead ends, but as detours, paths that still led forward. I was raised to know that I wasn't in this alone. I had family, friends, coaches, and even strangers who poured into me, who didn't just help me survive, but thrive. My granny gave me the foundation, but it was my mom who built the structure. When I didn't know what the next step looked like, my mom found one. Unlike my granny, my mom did not know how to play chess. But that didn't stop her. She was the one who took me to my very first chess in the school's tournament. Chess felt like home pretty quickly because I was not only surrounded by new faces, new friends, but people who looked like me, who came from where I came from, and grew up similar to how I did. But this wasn't my experience at all tournaments, unfortunately. When I traveled for chess, boys would make snide comments about playing a girl. Adults would ask me if I was lost at tournaments, or complain about how my clothes distracted male opponents. I had to worry that my natural hair growing out of my head wasn't proper. Toni Morrison, the prolific African-American novelist, once explained that the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. All these distractions were manifestations of the game, an environment I quickly learned would attempt to keep me from being the best chess player I could be. This is why I said I'm proud from the outset. I had to be. I wasn't ever going to stop being Black, so my pride became a foundation, giving me the strength to push myself in the face of discomfort and adversity. Still, where my granny demanded excellence, my mother demanded the world to make its way for me. And when it didn't, she found another way. Although my mom didn't know how to play chess, she made sure I had the space, the discipline, and the belief that I could be the best. But making sure I had these resources was a community effort. It started with taking me to play chess at a Wendy's in Brooklyn on a Wednesday afternoon because she heard from someone somewhere that locals gather there sometimes to play chess, occasionally. Then it was making friends with kind parents who'd watch me when she couldn't come to tournaments. My mom knew there were going to be gaps she couldn't fill by herself, so she moved heaven and earth to make sure that they were filled. And people rallied behind her and behind me to ensure that they were filled. That was my introduction to competitive chess, care and community, with some discrimination sprinkled in, but we could just focus on the first two adjectives. The girl Jenny described in her opening remarks is an iteration of my own journey. Chess in the Schools has been a constant presence in my life, beginning in 3rd grade and continuing to this very moment as I stand before you, now as an alumna. When I joined the college-bound program in high school, Chess in the Schools didn't just give me my first job as a tournament director, they invested in my future. They offered resources that supported both my chess ambitions and my academic goals, pairing me with a college advisor who helped me navigate financial aid, scholarships, and personal statements. When we went to nationals, CIS took us to visit colleges in the surrounding area. Chess in the Schools further instilled in me that chess is more than just a game, it's a gateway. All the while, this journey, my wins and my losses, was captured in the 2012 documentary, Brooklyn Castle. The film followed 5 students, including me, and told the story of a junior high school chess team that, despite living below the poverty line, managed to win more national championships than any other in the country. When Brooklyn Castle premiered, I had no idea the impact it would have. It did more than showcase our personal triumphs. It told a deeper story about the failures of our education system and how budget cuts threaten the programs that help students thrive. Chess and after-school programs like it give kids space to grow beyond the classrooms. But Brooklyn Castle did more than just tell our stories. It exposed the larger truth about the education system. Along with being able to uplift that message through my own story, I was afforded the opportunity to inspire young people of color from inner city neighborhoods and show them how chess can change their trajectory as well. A blessing of which I'm still incredibly honored to be able to continue doing. Chess has given me a voice I don't take for granted. As I was invited to speak at more schools and events, people continuously told me how lucky I was to make it out of the hood. That never really sat well with me because, for one, I'm a really proud Brooklyn girly. You can say what you want about Brooklyn and preferably not around me, but I never dreamt of escaping it. Instead, I wanted to understand the mechanisms in place that reinforce depression, poverty, and a lack of actual mobility. For many people in my community, the doors that had opened for me were not just closed, but had stayed locked, even though the people who I grew up with were just as smart and capable. My love for my neighborhood runs deep. Success isn't just about leaving your circumstances, it's about making them better. What my community lacked, and what Brooklyn Castle and Chess in the Schools illustrate, is the power of opportunity and resources. This film and this program showed me, ironically through my own life, that every child deserves the chance to thrive, and every child can thrive if we have the wherewithal to ensure it. I recently went to an event in DC. Previous slide. Yes, okay. I recently went to an event in DC where I gave pointers to community members on improving their chess play. I was helping one girl and she seemed excited by what she was learning. And the following day, her father called me and told me that she wanted to be just like me when she grew up. A professional chess player, not a lawyer. I can't fully explain what a call like that meant for me, not just knowing that she's interested in pursuing a game that I love, but knowing that she won't be the only one when she plays in tournaments. Because my granny didn't let me win at chess, because I was able to star in a documentary, I was able to provide a reality for those who come after me, for other Black girls. That moment wasn't just meaningful, it was a movement. It was visibility made real. I'm not the first African-American female chess master. That honor goes to Shama Yisrael. But I got to be the first chess player this young girl could see herself in, and she might become the next chess master, or she might inspire someone else. Either way, that ripple has begun. That is the power of inclusion. It brings the best of us together, and together, we have a greater chance of creating sustainable, impactful change. And thankfully, it's not just an idea. I've seen it in action. There are people and organizations already doing this work. The United States Chess Federation started having a girls' room at their national events to provide a space for girls chess players to connect and just be. Robin Ranson, the founder and director of Chess Girls DC, an all girls, predominantly girls of color, chess team. Justice Williams, who was featured in Brooklyn Castle, is the director of Black Squares, an organization in St. Louis dedicated to bringing chess into Black culture and Black culture into chess. I'm a proud board member of the Gift of Chess, an organization whose goal is to get a chessboard in the hands of every child worldwide. These are just a few of the amazing organizations doing incredible work. But these organizations highlight the importance of chess and activities like it serving as a path to and through college. It serves as a reminder that diversity, equity, and inclusion is more than just a promise, but an action. Right now, our society, unfortunately, doesn't ensure equal opportunities for everyone. So additional resources are needed to allow people to maximize their abilities and achieve the success they would have otherwise missed. In your roles as leaders, you already understand this. You don't fixate on a single move. You have to see the whole board, to think 5 steps ahead while staying rooted in your eventual success, to know when to sacrifice for the long game, and to recognize that your greatest asset isn't always the strongest piece. It's the one that creates the possibility for a variety of different but winning moves. Chess also taught me that it's not just about power, it's about patience, perspective, and people. At those tournaments, I sat across from kids and adults whose lives looked nothing like mine, folks from all over the world. And we all spoke the same language across the board. It was there that I first learned how to see the world through someone else's eyes. Chess taught me that every person, like every piece, has value, and every story deserves to be heard. That exposure has shaped me into a better lawyer, a better listener, a better advocate. Because real advocacy doesn't start with arguments, it starts with understanding. What makes a great leader is relying on more than the confidence of the right move. It's knowing how to listen, how to adapt, and how to bring others with you. Chess is where I began to truly understand what representation, and the lack of, looks like at scale. That's where the personal became political for me. And it's also where I realized that real equity doesn't happen by accident. It happens by design. Chess taught me how to navigate a board that wasn't built for me, and that's what so many professionals from marginalized backgrounds do every day. But what if we didn't have to play a pill? In law and in life, I've taken hits, I faced rejection, but instead of folding, I unlearned the lie that tied my self-worth with achievements, accolades, and titles. Instead, I reviewed the board, I studied the game more deeply, and I came back stronger. Failure, when you lean into it, is just strategy and progress. I reminded myself that I've always been placed in an environment to learn what I need to grow how I need to, and meet people along the way to help me with that growth. Oh, AB. Oh, this is so awkward. I felt like I was on a roll. Oh.
I mean, first of all, you were totally on a roll. Big hand for Rochelle while she waits for technical issues. You were crushing. Just waiting for tech to catch up. It happens, you know, unpredictable moments, but very impressive speech. And We're loving the whole thing. We can't wait to hear what's next, absolutely.
Okay, if you guys say this is
Apparently,
I guess to end, I will just share this slide. And this, oh, wait, go back, sorry. So this was from the girls club at the USCF national tournament, and we asked the girls who were participating at nationals to leave a post-it as to why the girls club was important to them. And I just wanted to share this with you all because I think it's just emulates the importance of having spaces that are designed for not the norm of people who play chess, and making sure that they also feel like they deserve to be there and included, and that chess can be a supportive space for them. So yeah, the girls club. And then if we go to the next slide, next one after that one. Oh, that's the last one. Wait, sorry, go 2 back. Yes, this one. Okay, so all the way to the left, to the left, that's my kid sister. And it was superhero day at her school, and she decided to bring a picture of her big sister to post on the little board. And yeah, I think, like my speech said, I am really grateful for this voice that I've been given and the capacity and ability to inspire others. And I hope that you all, as your role, continue to do so and help create supportive, inclusive spaces in chess. Thank you.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today? I can't hear you. How's everyone doing today? Give a round of applause for our first 2 speakers from Chess in the Schools. They were great. Now, as you can imagine, it's very tough to follow those 2 acts, but I will do my best. My name is Kwadjo, or Kwad Achampong. A little bit about me. I'm a senior vice president at Pacific Investment Management Company, PIMCO. We manage about $2.4 trillion globally in fixed income, real estate, hedge funds, and alternative credit. I've gone to some of the best schools in the world, graduated from Duke University, got my MBA from the University of Chicago with a concentration in finance. I also attended Andover. None of these things would have been possible if Chess in the Schools wasn't around. And it all starts at age 6 with an immigrant from the Bronx in Ghana, born to a single parent mom and a sister on that front, and was very insecure and shy, trying to figure out American culture when my mom and my father at the time did not really know much about American culture on that front. And my father actually left our family when I was 4 on that front. So trying to figure that out, it was very hard to understand where I belonged. Didn't look like everyone else. I was darker, and ironically got made fun of by people who looked like me, which was very weird. But in came Chess in the Schools, which was an organization that showed me that it didn't matter what you looked like. If you put your mind to what matters, so many more possibilities are possible. And it provided some very important pieces and tools that's needed to be successful in life. It provided a structure, it provided a platform, and it also, last but not least, provided family. So my story is not too dissimilar from Michelle in the sense that I owe a lot of my success to Black women. My mom did not have a college degree. She had a high school degree and created her own business from our South Bronx 1-bedroom apartment being a hairstylist. So I usually woke up every morning at 7 a.m. to the sound of hair blow dryers blowing and music playing on that front. And my mom did that every day, 7 days a week for 30 years. And so when it came time to think about hard work, I had no better example than my mom. Her job was in the hair salon, my job was education. Because my mom never had the opportunities growing up in Ghana to pursue those education opportunities. Back in Ghana, she often had to stay at home for parts of the semester helping with the farm. But she would come halfway through the semester and still finish near the top of her class. So bringing home an A- was out of the question. So I learned about chess through my older sister. We went to Public School 70, which was in the district at the time, in the 90s, the worst performing district in the United States. We were fortunate enough, by the grace of God, to have one of the first schools be CES 70 that chess in the schools went to. And so in terms of structure and being born in the South Bronx, which was under the poverty line, drug-ridden, gang-infested on that front, chess in the schools provided a structure to circumvent all of that. So when I was 7 years old, I would wake up in the morning, I would iron my own clothes, because my mom was like, you have to be independent and do your clothes and make your own food, otherwise no woman's gonna marry you. So I did all those things. And I would get to school along with other children an hour and a half before school started. And we would study the greats, Paul Morphy, Wilhelm Steinitz, Jose Capablanca, trying to figure out how they made those moves, and so we can then incorporate those into our own style of play. That would be a theme that would follow me throughout life and would be a tool that we would use that I would use to become successful. And so chess gave us an opportunity to focus on a goal. We would try to win our district championships, and then ultimately we would actually go over to try to win cities and states on that front. It gave us an opportunity to figure out life beyond the miles and the blocks of the South Bronx. And so for me, it taught me resilience. For the first 4 years, I was not good at chess. I never really won any games. My mom would take me to the Manhattan Chess Club, and I was no better than 800 for 4 years. But I had a family, I had a group of friends that we would look and play with each other and try to get better. And then when fifth grade came, things changed. It's when I went to my first nationals. And I had the chess tournament of my life. I went 6.5 and half, didn't lose a game. And that let me know that if I continued to resolve, that so much more would be possible, and that life is not linear, and sometimes you have a big break. It also taught me that I had to fight for the things that I wanted. And so as I said before, we went to nationals, but we could not afford that. So what we had to do was sell chocolate bars. And so I would sell chocolate bars to my mom's clients, and of course they bought it because I was a short and cute kid. But I also sold to the bodegas, the pharmacies. I was actually one of the first kids that were actually selling chocolate bars on train stations. And each time I had to size up my person and refine my pitch. It's not surprising that I actually am in business development, because that's where I got my first start. Through chess, through advocating for myself, and convincing people to be a part of this mission that we were trying to accomplish. We ultimately didn't win, but we didn't stop over there. When we went to middle school, we did not have a chess team. And I had 4 of my friends who were also on the chess team in elementary school. But we said, you know what? We didn't have chess in the schools there. We didn't have, a big team. We're still gonna go to state championships. And so I had my friend's mother take us to upstate New York, and we competed over the weekend with little resources and the smallest team. And we finished 2nd in the state. Well, that sent a message to chess in the schools, and they mobilized a full team. And so to let us know that from a small venture, so much is possible if you have the resolve and don't take no for an answer. And then from a family perspective, had a small family. It instilled a culture of looking out for one another. So I was friends with these people from the age of 8. We would go over to each other's houses. We would study with each other, play with each other, put our 10,000 hours in. And we were also from diverse backgrounds. One of my best friends was from Jamaica. He had a Jamaican mom and father. And so we would be playing chess, listening to music, eating delicious Caribbean food. And then I had another friend who was from Puerto Rico, and we would do the same thing. I would hear salsa, bachata, they would teach me Spanish, and then also we would play with one another. And I am still friends with these people to this day. These are 35-year-old friendships on that front. Chess taught us also to cheer for one another. It's not just about you winning, but it's about your people around you that are winning. And so because their parents treated me like their children, they were my brothers and my sisters. And so there was one time when we were in 5th grade competing for the state championships, I had the sense that we always faltered in the later rounds. I pulled my team together and made a speech and said, listen, this is the opportunity where we need to focus. We cannot stutter at this point because we are on the precipice of creating history. And what do I mean by history? It's similar in the sense that when we went into the tournament halls, in private schools, in different states, in different cities, we barely saw people who looked like us. Therefore, eyes were always on us. We didn't dress like one another either. We were in baggy clothes because that was the style in the inner city, and we stood out. But we knew that we weren't just playing for our team, we were playing for every single African American, Hispanic, Indian, West Indian on that front who would come after us. And if we won, we would make the door that much open for those people. And that's the message that I was imparting as a young student. I had a political sense and a keen sense that it was just bigger than us on that front. And so that would all culminate in 1998, where our team was one of the strongest teams in the country. We went to we went to Phoenix, Arizona, and we won the National Middle School Chess Championship. I wasn't the best player on my team, but I was the captain. And it gave me an opportunity to mobilize and motivate folks to a greater goal on that front. And that would be the platform that I would use to build my life on, because how many people win national championships in their life? Not many. From then on, we would go to Russia later that summer and represent the United States in the World Summer Youth Games. We actually went over to play Anatoly Karpov's school and demolished those kids. And so that let us know that, listen, look, chess is a platform. It's bigger than us. And we should be confident stepping into every single room that we go into. Now, if you think about it, an inner city Ghanaian American kid playing chess looks different. Also did well in school. We mobilized each other to do well in school because at the same time we were a team. And I had a great mother who said, you know what, you should have opportunities. And so I don't know how she did it, but she asked me to apply to boarding schools. And because I was doing well in school, I had these chess accolades, and I was on top of the world. My life actually peaked when I was 12. It was kind of crazy on my front. But I got the opportunity to get a full scholarship to go to Phillips Academy at Andover, one of the oldest academies in the United States. And it's not enough to have enough money to go to Andover. You have to be different. And chess in the schools gave me that platform. Lo and behold, I'm back in another environment where not many students look like me. I'm socioeconomically disadvantaged. I'm a minority. But I had that one thing that most people didn't have. I was a champion. I could look people in the eyes and say, have you ever won a championship? No. Have you ever been to Russia? No. Well then, there you have it. I belong here. And in chess, you have to figure out what your style is. You can be a positional chess player, an aggressive one, or defensive one. But I knew that if I played the same game as all the other students, probably not going to win on that front. And so chess taught me to be very observant, how to understand the rules and color inside the rules and outside the rules. And so I went over there and learned from every single student on that front, from their lifestyles. I treated people like books, because in chess, all we did was study from books, play the moves, and try to actually incorporate those moves and styles into your way of play. Now, why am I saying this? Because chess gave me the platform, the confidence to say, listen, I am a leader. And so I actually went in high school and actually competed for student body president, and I ran and became vice president of the school without hanging up a single flyer, because I knew the rules of the game. I borrowed from all the platforms that I learned in chess and extrapolated that into Andover, and that was actually very good. And so chess also gave me my job in finance. My first job, Rochelle said she was a tournament instructor. My first job was in Washington Square Park. So every weekend, me and my friends would go to Washington Square Park and we would play for money. I'd go there with $30. We'd play for $3 a game, and we would play speed chess. And so I'm learning risk management on that front, because I don't want to go broke. If someone's beating me, I have to know when I get up on that front. And that's how I would make my money starting out. And then I would go to tournaments for money, and then we would play for money going forward. Well, when I got to Duke University, I found finance and was able to get an internship at Goldman Sachs on the sales and trading desk. And so there's a story one time towards the end of the internship. I'm sitting next to the head trader of this large equity investment bank on that front. And he says, listen, you want to be a trader? I said, yeah. He says, well, why do you want to be a trader? I said, because I'm a good chess player. He says, you think you can be a good trader because you play chess? I'm like, yeah. He's like, why? Because in chess, you have to pay attention to time. You have to pay attention to risk. You have to do pattern recognition. You have to be able to see the board. And you have to make all your moves before the time is over. Otherwise, you lose the game. Well, it's no different from trading. In trading, you have to do technical analysis, pattern recognition. You have to process information very quickly. You have to size up the environment of trading. And you have to get all your trades in by 4 o'clock, or otherwise you're gonna have problems with your clients. Well, that story landed me my first job, and I became a trader at Goldman Sachs. All of these lessons I'm learning from chess in the schools and the environment, because it's not just about what you're doing in front of you, it's really about being prospective, thinking ahead, being patient, seizing opportunities. These are all the things and opportunities provided from chess games going forward. And then I asked myself, why am I so lucky? Because there's not that many people that actually accomplished as much as I did outside of my chess community. And that told me the only reason why I was given all of this opportunity is to be able to pay it forward. And so the way I pay it forward is I'm proud to say that I'm actually a director of chess in the schools. And my job is to make sure that not only these generations have opportunities to play chess and reap these opportunities, but more generations for years to come. And we try to do that going forward as well with other alums going forward. My teammates who I'm friends with for the last 30 years, they've gone on to be patent lawyers at IBM. They've gone on to be directors of some of the largest charter network chess programs in the globe. They've gone on to run restaurants. They've gone on to be teachers. They've actually gone on to actually work at supranational organizations like the World Bank. And so when we think about chess and we think about the power of the game, it's the power to change lives, because it provides a platform for confidence. It provides family for broken homes, mentors, father figures, mother figures, people that actually can go ahead and protect you, because in life we know that life can be derailed by one event. And so the power of collective action and paying attention to one another can help people avoid the risks on that front. Magnus Carlsen often says that in chess, it's not often the moves you make that are important, but the moves you don't make. And when you have a network like Chess in the Schools, a platform of kids to iterate with, and also mentors, mentees, father figures, family figures, it helps you avoid some of the pitfalls that fall victim for a lot of people who are born to impoverished, crime-ridden communities. And so I'm proud to be able to speak here today to show you the power of chess beyond the game on that fort, because it's so important. When you think about teaching kids the moves, teaching kids about opportunities, and teaching kids about historical games, they can use that as a platform and structure to be able to accomplish opportunities greater than themselves. And so I want to say thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you guys. This has been fantastic, and I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing story. And our next speaker, Ugandan chess coach, mentor to the legendary Queen of Katwe, Fiona Mutesi, and an executive at Sports Outreach, Robert Katende.
Can I use your mic for a second? The audio guy is backstage. Thank you. Are you the only one talking? Sorry. It's okay. Audio guy's not there. I did.
Yes, good morning.
It was the same one.
Thank you so much for the invite for me to be here for this summit. I want to appreciate you for that. I'm here as a representative for so many development practitioners out there who have chosen to take on the philosophy of using chess for social change. And actually, I know FIDE, this year the theme is Chess for Social Change. And this is the work I've been doing for over 2 decades back in Uganda. And from Uganda, where I started from, I've been able to stretch to even other countries within Africa. And even when I was serving at, I remember 2012, when I was serving as the General Secretary for the Social Action Commission, FIDE, we had to really keep moving around the globe to share the philosophy. The work I've been doing has been very, very remarkable, and the theme for this particular session is the power of change, of chess to change lives. I've personally witnessed so many lives that have been impacted through chess, and I'm a living example because I've seen this happen over the years. I want to share a little story of this young man here, Ivan. All these actually, I call them chess legends for now in Uganda. But I wanted to focus more on Ivan, who was in the slums of Katwe in the early 2000s, just moving in the slums, nothing to do, no chance to go for any education, because in Uganda you have to pay to be in school. So when he was moving one time, he landed on a chess program where we were serving meals. His interest was to have a meal because he was always figuring out on how to survive each day. So when he came along, we were able to serve him food, and then he kept around for another cup of porridge. So we told him, would you like to learn how to play chess? At first he was a little bit skeptical, but because of the food, he had to come back the following day. So as days went by, he started learning the basics, and he picked interest in the chess. And then, a few months later, we got an opportunity to go into the national competitions, actually almost close to a year. And Ivan emerged the champion under 15, which was remarkable. A year later, he got an opportunity through chess to get to school. So through the chess program, he was supported and is being able to become an engineer. He's the same guy here at his graduation. All because of chess. He played for his primary school, he played for his secondary school, and then university as well. Actually, he performed so well that he was able to score a scholarship to join college, where he became an engineer and is now serving as an engineer in Uganda. Some of you are familiar with the Queen of Katwe movie. These three people here, this is Fiona, Motesi, this is Benjamin, this is Ivan. These three all represented Uganda in 2009. They went for the first tournament of their life and flying out of the country to Sudan. And they won Uganda a big trophy. Now, as I speak today, Fiona has been able to graduate. She's actually right now a business consultant working from Canada through chess. And she's a consultant with Deloitte company. Benjamin, thanks to the previous presenter, Benjamin right now is at Duke University. He has started his journey to become a neurosurgeon. Those of you who remember the movie Queen of Katwe, this is the young man who could snap whenever he wins these chess games. So he's the real character behind that story. So we've been able to do this work and thousands of children in the program. You should also remember that Uganda is one of the topmost countries with the youngest population. Actually, 68%, 68.7 to be exact, of our population is all below 25 years. Now, this can be an advantage and a disadvantage, but it's a disadvantage because to access quality education in Uganda, you need to have money to pay for it. And many of them don't have an opportunity to go to school. But chess has been the leeway out for them, most of them. And as you see, these are some of our national tournaments. All these kids are part of the program. 20 years later, we are now serving in 47 centers, having over 4,000 children enrolled in our program on a daily basis. We do a feeding program. We've introduced other skills-based programs and using chess as a tool for transformation. In 2010, still I will try to relate back to the Queen of Katwe movie. When I went to Russia and Khmelnytskyi for the Olympiad, I took Fiona, she was 14 years then, and this is the first time I got to see a disabled chess team playing. It really took me by surprise. I said, wait a minute. Many times in my country, the disabled kids are never given a platform. They are always hidden, and many times people don't want even to reveal that they have anyone disabled. So when I went back, I started a strategy of introducing chess in Uganda, and that's how 4 years later, I connected to Grandmaster Luther Thomas, and he came to Uganda, and we were able to launch the chess program for the disabled. But I decided not to call it the Disabled Chess Program, simply because of this. When you look at this young man, John, he's also in the tournament. His limbs are so weak, he cannot even lift anything, but he's able to play the chess game and to compete favorably with other able-bodied individuals. So I realized that as much as some of the children are using their feet, others using their mouth to move the pieces, they were doing the same things we can also do using the hands, but they were doing it differently. So I chose to use the word differently abled, so that I can try to reduce on the stigma attached to disability. And this young man has been able to advance. He was able to represent Uganda, even internationally. So if you see here, this is John, the one who uses his feet or his mouth to play. I will talk later. This is Waswa. These are all kids, and here we're in New Jersey. They've been able to represent Uganda 3 times, 2017, 2018, and 2019, in the World Junior Chess Tournament for the Disabled. And actually in 2019, they got a silver medal. On top of that, his first time to fly out of the country, it was a little bit surprising. I raised the resources trying to get the money for them to travel. It was very hard to realize. By the time I got the money, the air tickets for the economy class were all sold. So he had no chance to travel. I shared with some of my friends that I had gotten the money, but unfortunately the plane is full. I can't even be able to take him on the plane. The only available seats are in the business class. So we had to raise the stake. And then he ended up traveling business so that he can go and represent his country. And this has neutralized the stigma that to date, we have 53 children who are playing in the differently abled chess program. And we are also having a full team playing in the Ugandan National Chess League. And we call the differently abled chess team. This is Wasra. Through chess, who had been abandoned by his family. I remember even when I started processing his travel document to get him abroad, everyone could not believe whether it was real until when he had to come back in the country with a trophy, as you see him holding it. So he was able to get back to school, and he has become a graphics engineer. Right now he's actually doing that. And he's also a chess instructor. As you see him here, he also teaches chess and is paid for that. So chess has totally changed his life completely. And we've been able to do all this because of the generosity and the support of fellow other people. One of my strong supporters is Chess for Life, that is Master Elliot, who actually also did recommend me to be here. And I'm glad that I think he's also going to be here today and representing. Through chess, this is the whole journey. This is the slums of Katwe. This is all how it starts. You just bring the chessboard in the community. They are all drawn to come and see what it all is. And then from here, we can draw them back to the academy where they get to have a more structured teaching. And then we set them on a transformational life trajectory where we start to awaken the sleeping genius in each one of them and trying to help them discover the abilities they have beyond the chessboard. One time someone was asking me, Robert, you've been doing chess for a while. How many grandmasters have you produced? I felt a little bit ashamed because I've not produced any. My highest title, I think, is a FIDE master. I told him, wait a minute, I only have a FIDE master, but I've been able to produce thousands of life champions because that's our philosophy. As much as we want to get those who are good in chess, our focus is to produce more and more of life champions. Most of these kids are the pioneers in their circumstances. They are breaking the vicious cycle of illiteracy and poverty for not only themselves, but for their entire family. And it's been remarkable to see them, most of them graduating for the first time. Every year, we celebrate in December for all those who have graduated in that year. Today, as I speak, we have 48 who are in university. And in this December, we are going to celebrate 8 who are also graduating. We have now engineers, we have doctors, we have accountants, we have lab technicians, computing experts, just because chess has been able to get them out of where they were to everywhere. Part of this is the journey we've been able to walk. This is some of the literature. I remember when this book came out, Queen of Katwe. As you know, most chess lovers, they always want to get new variations. What are these? And then they got the book, they realized the philosophy was totally different because what I was trying to focus on, yes, it's good because chess has a lot to offer. And this is just more of teaching beyond, because chess has a lot more to offer beyond the chessboard, beyond winning a championship, and enabling you, imparting those soft skills you need to face the world we are living today with, it, which is so competitive and so diverse. So chess equips you in doing all this. That's why it is a very powerful tool, especially when it comes to life transformation. And this all depends on the leaders, on the coaches and instructors. Right now, we offer classes on how to integrate life concepts into a chess program. so that people can understand on how these two can work. Some of these books can help. I brought some copies for some of you who want to take and see the impact of chess at work. It's A Night Without a Castle. And then we have Queen of Katwe. We also have A Pony's Journey. I know Marcel must have brought some of those books. Of course, these will not give you opening styles of chess, but they will give you how you can be able to integrate the life lessons into a chess program, and then enable your leaders or your learners to thrive in this competitive world we live in today. This is my philosophy, that hope leads to resilience, resilience leads to breakthrough, and whenever you're able to break through, go back and impact lives. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep it going for Mr. Robert Contende. All right, folks, let's keep this TED Talk thing rolling. Your next two speakers, we have the co-founder and executive director of the Renaissance Knights Chess Foundation, Mr. David Hazer, everyone. David, coming up. Along with the manager of academic competitions for Chicago Public Schools, Miss Alicia Taylor, everyone. Alicia Taylor. Fist bumps all day.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to start off with a short video and then go into our presentation.
They used to tell me, I hope you learn to make it on your own. And if you love yourself, just know you'll never be alone. I hope that you get everything you want and that you chose. I hope that it's the realest thing that you ever know. Hope you get the pretty girls that's pretty at everything. $1 million cribs, having $1 million dreams. And when you get it all, just remember one thing. Remember one thing. That one man could change the world. That one man could change the world. All I wanted was $100 million and a bad chick. Imagine this a month, some nights it felt like that I had it. Back on the mattress, staring at the ceiling, try to connect the dots, but it's all making those attachments. I'm talking dreaming so hard, some nights it felt like draft day. You know, my stepbrother used to flip them bags outside the crib like it was trash day. No Kim K, but he bagged, yeah. But when you get it fast money, slow down, don't crash. With all the drive in the world, swear you still need gas. Look.
All right, that's our little overlook of our summer programming, where we try and incorporate a lot of different things into the program beyond chess, a lot of experience. Kind of waiting for our presentation to come up. Okay. And okay. We turned it on.
Okay, thank you.
There. Okay. Up, we're a little far ahead. Let's back up. Okay. Imagine a classroom on the west side of Chicago. A high school student is sitting across from a uniformed police officer. They're laughing, they're talking, and for a moment, their differences have disappeared on 64 squares, or 64 black and white squares. All right, that happened at one of our programs recently. We started our Cops and Kids program as a summer program. It's turned into a citywide initiative. The slides are kind of out of order, a little bit.
Chicago, like many large cities, has neighborhoods where students face a lot of challenges. Underfunded schools, poverty, violence. and limited access to enrichment opportunities. But we here at Chicago Public Schools, we do not focus on lack. We focus on what the students can do. And what they need isn't more worksheets or test prep. They need connection, community, engagement, challenge, joy. They need the same opportunities as students in wealthier districts, and that's where chess comes in.
All right. Chess teaches us critical thinking skills, problem solving, resilience, and strategic planning, all skills that matter both in the classroom and outside the classroom. Chess doesn't care about your reading level. It doesn't care about your accent or your income. Everyone starts with the same pieces. It's a game, but it's also a metaphor. Think before you move. Learn from your mistakes. Stay calm under pressure. Respect your opponents.
In 2007, David and his wife Sheila, co-founders of the Renaissance Knights Chess Foundation, partnered with Chicago Public Schools to create the academic chess program. What began in a few schools has grown into the largest district-run chess program in the country. Here's what we look like today. We have over 125 after-school clubs, 2,500 plus students annually participating in our programs. We have weekly coaching for our instructors, coaches, teachers, monthly tournaments. We offer a 3-week summer camp, well, multiple summer camps for our programs. We have a partnership with Chicago Police Department and other programs, external partners. It's a fully integrated citywide strategy, deliberate, inclusive, and scalable.
All right, let me tell you about Aaron, an 8th grade student in Daly School on the south side of Chicago. Before chess, Aaron was a bright student with limited opportunities. Like many schools in underserved communities, they didn't have after-school enrichment programs. They lacked resources. But when he discovered chess, everything began to shift. He found a space where his intelligence could shine, his confidence could grow, and his leadership could take root. Through chess, Aaron developed discipline, focus, and a strong sense of purpose. He now competes at a high level, and just as importantly, he gives back. Aaron has become a mentor to younger students at his school, proving that leadership isn't about age, it's about impact. Chess gave him the platform. He's using it to give back to others. Then there's Lizzie and Maggie, 2 high school students who didn't just realize their voice through chess, they used them to change the game for others. All right. Okay. In a school system where almost entirely absent, girls were entirely absent from competitive chess, Lizzie and Maggie stood out not only as players, but as pioneers. Chess gave them the confidence to lead, the resilience to compete, and the vision to do more. They started a program to help other high school students, female students, give back and teach chess to younger kids at the elementary schools across the city. Through that platform, they expanded access, built a community, and sparked a movement of mentorship. Today, Maggie is a junior at Rice University. Lizzie just graduated from Harvard University. But long before those college acceptances, chess taught them how to think critically, persistent through setbacks, and believe in their own potential. The game changed their lives, and they in turn changed lives through chess. But not every student comes to chess from a place of stability. At Recently, the chess coach at the CCA Academy, one of our alternative high schools in one of the most violent neighborhoods in the city of Chicago, mentioned to us. He said, my students suffer from PTSD. They're afraid to step out of their own neighborhoods. These kids aren't just carrying their backpacks, they're carrying trauma. For students, chess is more than a mental exercise. It's a form of healing, a way to process pain, regain control, and find peace, if only for the length of a game. It's one of the few places where they are seen for their potentials and not their circumstances. This is why our work matters. Chess has the power to transform lives, whether by helping students discover their own voice, building leadership, overcoming trauma, or realizing their academic dreams. In a city where opportunity isn't equally distributed, chess becomes the great equalizer. Chess doesn't build walls, it builds bridges. And this is the power of chess to change lives.
We didn't stop at the board. We've integrated technology into our online tournaments, especially during COVID. We use data systems to track program attendance, demographics, and ultimately our impact. We partner with groups like the Kasparov Chess Foundation, US Chess, and now even UFC. We have a program next week where we have UFC fighters coming in to talk to our students about their careers and also to play chess with them. We also take college students on educational trips. We take them to local colleges, to national tournaments, and even international events. For some, it's their first time outside of the neighborhood. And for many, it's their first time on a plane. Chess becomes more than a game. It becomes a passport to possibility.
Now, here's what we've learned. You don't need $1 million curriculum to change lives. You just need a chessboard, a community that believes in the kids, and a vision that says the kids matter.
You have.
Okay. The clicker's moving a little too fast, or sometimes.
I know.
Okay. Sometimes it's a child. We're missing one line, but kind of my close here. What was it? Trying to think. Go off cuff here. All right. Chess itself, a lot of times we talk about transformation and all that. It's not a big bang. Transformation doesn't happen one big bang. Sometimes it's something as small, as slight as a child sitting at a chessboard, thinking quietly to themselves and figuring things out and coming to the conclusion, maybe my next move matters.
You know, it's funny in chess. Every piece moves differently, just like you and me. But it's only when we learn to use those pieces together that we realize that we're all in this together. And that's when you can finally say, checkmate. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, round of applause for the TED Talk section of the day. Well done, everyone.
Well, in chess, when you play a new move maybe you guys know, when you play a new move in the opening, what it's called? A novelty, right? So it wasn't the case yesterday, but today we've prepared a novelty for you. There will be a coffee break, which starts, I believe, like the coffee should be there already. We have to somewhat reorganize the stage for the next speakers, and therefore we will continue.
Yep, we're supposed to come back at about 11:45. So take a little walk, get a little coffee, a little tea, And we'll see you back here around 11:45. Thanks, everybody.
Right. If you're good on the coffee, though, you can stay with us because I believe we'll have a little conversation.
We can do that also. We can hang out and talk about all things chess if anyone wants to. Or if anyone has any questions, we could field that as well. Or if you're like, man, I just want to walk around, that's good also.
So, from what we had so far, what was your favorite panel?
My favorite panel? Oh my gosh. I think I liked the future of chess when it includes a lot of the technology that's coming up, and I think it allows a lot of greater access to people that may not have historically had access to the game. So I think that's pretty intriguing for the future of chess.
Right, because there was, I think during the few panels yesterday, they've mentioned how chess is cheap and affordable, and it used to be the case. If you compare, you need, I don't know, a soccer pitch or basketball even, or you need just a board and the pieces. But nowadays, with all the computers, technology attached to chess, it's not so cheap anymore.
Yeah, that's sort of, actually I had that conversation last night with my kids when I heard someone say that it's really expensive to play chess. I was like, what? Then you just roll it out and you have the pieces and you go. But then, like saying, when it comes to some of the training, the technology, you may have to hire a coach, travel to another country, enter. I assume there's fees to enter the tournaments, so it can be kind of economically exclusive.
Yeah, but that's probably the case with any high-level sports, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to invest if you believe that you can become good at it.
For sure.
However, for Chess for educational programs, I was thinking if we figure out, and apparently the guys are figuring out, how to teach people chess with like modern technology, computers and so on, then it all of a sudden becomes free. Because in 20 years, 30 years, it's very hard to imagine a school without computers, without...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some great free education courses, like Khan Academy, for example, has kind of revolutionized access to education from various standpoints. I know, the algebra, English, whatever you want is on Khan Academy for free. There's got to be some chess free platforms like that, but you still have to have the computer, the internet, and we take that for granted in certain parts of the world. Some people are still trying to access it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when access is broader around the world, and what players will come forward and who will be the champions.
Yeah, but to be fair, like what computers, what internet done, it's absolutely leveled the playing field for what country you're from. Like you have access to any chess knowledge available, just like that, right? And this is how, anywhere, absolutely anywhere, you press a couple of buttons and then you're listening to online lectures or like getting to read a book and so on. Because I believe yesterday someone mentioned the notorious Russian school of chess, or Soviet school of chess, and in a way, I'm the product of, I was learning when I was, it was still Soviet Union, theoretically, when I went to my first chess club.
Yeah.
Very nice. Right, so where I was going with it is there wasn't much, like if like full disclosure, there wasn't much of a Soviet chess school per se. It was just a system that whenever you express interest, you have like a little chess club at your school. You're the best at the school, you go to your, chess club in your district, in your city level, and so on and so on. So it was very refined, very well structured, like competition and learning
but wouldn't you say too that like the idea of playing chess has come a long way from like nerds that play chess to like cool kids that play chess, so to speak, and it's taken on a reputation of like just smart people who want to compete, and it's not limited to just those dorks in the corner. It's like it's popular, it's hot, it's online, it's on Twitch. There's millions and millions and millions of followers for some chess players now. So That's been an interesting turn of events where it's gone from sort of dark shadows to center stage, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I've noticed this I believe in 2021, when I was living back in Moscow back then, like in Moscow, Russia, and you would go to some chess cafes or something, and instead of, you play chess, it was, wow, you play chess. So it was this shift, the paradigm shift.
Interesting.
Oh, wow, so that's cool, you play chess.
Interesting, because there's also a rise in, like, my kids are all Gen Z, and if anyone here has Gen Z kids, getting them to go outside is a feat in itself. So there's also a rise in a lot of board games, Dungeons and Dragons, not that we're here to talk about Dungeons and Dragons, but it's an obsession among Gen Z, where, again, when I was a kid, it was the same kids that played chess also played D&D, and you were like this huge nerd. You were considered, uncool if you were playing Dungeons. But now it's popular. My kids will have D&D parties with like 15 kids, and they'll play for like 8 hours. It's madness.
Imaginary game, that is, right? You don't even have like a physical...
Yeah, but whatever. They're exercising their brains. They're talking to other kids. I'm for it. But it's sort of... some of this rise in chess popularity is not only some of the cool grandmasters and champions that we're seeing online, as social media has obviously changed the entire globe, but some of it also might be a bit of a more stationary generation that really enjoys sit and play versus swimming pools and playgrounds and baseball fields, etc.
Right. Well, and the thing with chess, I believe, like us, my generation, it was the only strategy game available, so to speak. You wouldn't have any video games or something. Then the video games come along, and people like to ride dragons or whatever, command the bears. And now, it's been a couple of years ago, I'm going to St. Louis Chess Club, and I'm on a flight from Chicago, and behind me, a mom with a couple of kids, and I don't know, 8-year-old, 9-year-old kids. And they see the screens, and they say, cool, we can play chess with each other. And man, that tablet, it had a lot of other games.
Right.
And yet, they were, oh, cool, we can play chess on a flight.
It is a fantastic game. I've taught all my kids to play it, wishing that I had a prodigy in the mix, but I did not. They are all about my level, unfortunately. If any of you are unaware, Yevgeny is a grandmaster, was made grandmaster back in 2002. My understanding is I did read his Wikipedia page last night, because when I met him yesterday, I was like, what a cool guy. Like, I've never met a grandmaster before, to be honest with you guys. And so in my mind, I was like, they must be socially dysfunctional people. There's no way they can just be regular people. And now I've met, several at this conference, and everyone's been amazing. Yevgeny is so funny, so personable, and I'm just very impressed with like the study of the mind of how you can play chess at that level is phenomenal to me, and he's just a very impressive guy. My understanding, back in 2002, there were less than 200 or less than 150 grandmasters in the world.
Yeah, it was a little bit different.
Different times, and now there's more than 2,000 or so, I think you said. Right. So a very impressive feat even then. Maybe from maybe just my personal interest, what's the journey like? I mean, you said you started playing 4, 5, 6 years old?
Well, in my case, I believe it's a lot of anecdotes like that like a young kid watching his either parents, or in my case, it was my granddad and uncle playing chess, and I was, I guess, 5, maybe a bit younger than 5, and I kept asking, and I was very annoying, so they bought me a toy chess set with like the little soldiers, and what I would do, I would play without the board, obviously.
But you really wanted to do it.
Align them into ranks, orders, and so on. I was just like playing with myself, without the board. That's an army, it's an army. Yeah. And then watching them play, I figured out something, I kept asking, and then they said, okay, too much, you go to a chess club. It's enough.
But you really wanted to do it. It wasn't like they were pressuring you to
there
play.
wasn't such thing. There was not such thing. And interestingly, and I believe it's like with a lot of kids, you express interests in many, many fields. And in my case, chess is the only thing that stuck, because I tried like music, I tried obviously
So you
like
tried other things.
soccer, football, karate, this, that, billiards, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And
With
then chess was like, whenever it would be a choice, if something is getting like serious, and you understand, if I will continue doing it seriously, I'll have to dent into my kind of chess dedicated time, and this is no, this is not happening. I still wanna learn the knight of and so on.
I have one more question, and then maybe we'll all take a break, and you and I'll grab a coffee before we come back at 11:45. One thing that's really interesting to me, those of you that play chess at a very high level, is these mental games where you'll literally play in your mind. Like online, we see these people who are blindfolded, and they'll just say the moves. What is that? Is anyone here able to do that? You can do it? And he said yes, and it's not that hard. Well, yeah, but that's the part that gets me, is the remembering. I mean, I can tell you, king's pawn 4. Okay, good. I've got that in my head. But as soon as you tell me your move, I got to be, okay. I mean, I have to super focus on every single move. But some of these folks are playing 10 games at a time mentally. Another level, yeah. But, so do you do it mentally?
You've mentioned some people playing 10 games at a time.
Well, not those guys, but are you able to play?
Well, I have to confess I did.
You did? You played 10 at a time?
The maximum I've done was 15, but it is hard and you have to concentrate. But 10 I've done on display. In Reykjavik Open, I believe 2009, we've played in Reykjavik City Council, me against 10 players.
So when you're doing 10 at a time, do they remind you, then they go back, okay, game 1. Do you have to mentally envision game 1? Or do they go, here's where we're at?
It's hard to tell how it happens, but it just happens. Yeah, so obviously they just don't go random. They say, game 1, we played this. Game 2, we played this.
But I mean,
and
on the second...
you remember like part of the pattern and then the move, and you kind of reconstruct what happens.
But I mean, when you get to game 10, right? You made your move, and let's say you're 5 moves in, and then they go, okay, you're back to game 1. Do they remind you, in game 1, you're in these positions? Or do you just have to remember?
No, they say, I'm back to game 1, and only thing that I get, in game 1, your opponent played whatever,
that last
H7,
move.
H6. Right, and I have to recall, well, does he attack my G5 bishop? Is my bishop on G5?
Wow.
I know. No, that was in the other game.
And sir, you can do the same thing in one game. Oh, sorry. You can do the same. You've played mental games.
Yeah, I've played blindfold chess with friends, like just for fun.
That must blow their minds. I mean, your friends...
Maybe. Another friend who's also a chess player, and we just see how far we can get.
Who tracks it? You guys are playing mentally. Is someone's making notes to say, here's what they did? Oh, man. I wish we could do that. I bet you're a great chess player. Guys, you're playing mental... Okay.
You can get pretty far because the first 6 to 10 moves are
just built in.
So then you've already, you've chunked part.
Yeah. You have an open. I played. I mentioned yesterday. I played Evgeny in a game yesterday, and he was pretty embarrassed. It took him 3 minutes to beat me. So I thought it would take him more like 1 or 2, but unfortunately, it took him 3 minutes. Pretty sad day for you, huh?
Yeah. I had no. But remember, I said, I will play this move. It's not my quickest way to win. But I played out of respect, assuming that you are a strong player.
He was playing mind games with me. He was just dangling bits of food in front of me to bring me down the hall and then smash me, which was awesome. I loved it. All right, let's take a little break. Let them set the stage completely. And we'll be back here in about 7 minutes. DJ, hit it. Well, we're back. It's 11:45. Time for panel 2. Who's cranked up in this auditorium? Let's go, Norway. What's up? We good? My man. Mental chess? Good? Back of the house? Fired up? Front row? Looking good. All right, baby. Baby, it's chess day. Let's go, guys. This is why we're here. Let's get cranked up. Panel number 2. Once again, we want to welcome everybody that's joining online out there in the cloud somewhere. Thank you for being here with my co-host, Yevgeny. We've been here. This is day 2. Having a great time. How you feeling, buddy?
Well, I'm still waiting for this coffee break to finish. To be honest, right? The front row looks packed.
Yeah, we would love folks to join
anyway,
us
but
up
we
here.
have to stay on schedule, and we will be starting our second panel session today, which is strategic partnerships, sponsorship and marketing at the crossroad of chess and education.
As chess cements its role in modern education, brands and organizations are discovering a unique opportunity to align themselves with a movement that champions intellect, discipline, and youth development. The session explores how sponsorships and marketing can fuel the growth of school chess programs while delivering meaningful value to partners.
Right, and as a moderator for this session, we invite on stage the founder of Storytime Chess, founder of Learn Through Stories, Tyler Schwartz.
Joining the panel, the head of communications of ICPC, Lydia Prestrovskia.
Joining the panel, Executive Director of FIDE, Victor Bologan.
And the Vice President of Norwegian Chess Federation, Candidate Master John Christian Haar, everyone.
Our next participant is entrepreneur, musician, and ex-CEO of Chessable. Please welcome Geert van der Velde.
And your final panelist today is the Director of Enterprise Strategy at ChessKid.com, President of Southern Arizona Chess Association, ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Martinez. Very good, thank you. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you everyone for coming. My name is Tyler Schwartz. I'm the former head of media for LeeChess.org, and I'm founder of a company called Storytime Chess, a board game that, believe it or not, teaches chess to children starting at 3 years old. Very proud of that. We have over 20 international awards, including People's Choice for Toy of the Year. I'd like to thank FIDE for having me here today. Today we are talking about strategic partnerships for chess. This is connecting some of the biggest chess organizations and clubs with the top companies in the world. I'm very proud and honored to be moderating this esteemed panel, and I'd love to get the conversation started. Our first speaker is a computer science graduate from ITMO University and a longtime organizer of programming competitions. She's the head of communications for the International Collegiate Programming Contest. This is Lydia Prestrovskia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Even though I will be talking about programming competitions, in my opinion, the people that participate in them are also very similar to the wonderful chess players in the world. We've had some success in working together with plenty of partners, sponsors, and co-organizers. And I wish all of our experience comes in handy for everyone interested in chess, either professional or recreational one. If you have never seen a programming competition, it is a lot like chess. Because in a room full of talented, say, high school kids just a week ago. 350 of them represented over 80 countries in teams of 4. They had to leave all their electronics behind, to not use their phones, to not have any external communication, and for 5 hours in a row be concentrated on problem solving, on pattern recognition, on making sure that they remember everything that they've studied for, to make sure that they can perform under pressure, that they come back from a maybe unsuccessful first hour of a competition, but still end up on top, showing top of their performance. Programming competitions are ultimately a mental sport. ICPC, just one of them. International Collegiate Programming Contest is focused on university students. Teams of 3 represent their alma mater or an academic organization that they study currently at, and then go through a grueling filter of multi-level competitions to be called the best of the best, to end up being on the top out of tens of thousands, up to 70,000 students competing in a single year from all over the world. It's a competition that makes sure that if you are interested in becoming better at something, you have all the resources that you need to actually achieve that success. And it is very much a team sport. We do strongly believe in teamwork, and all of these are qualities that I know are also very typical for chess players all around the world. I'm not implying that every chess player needs to go into software engineering, even though if you're interested, we are very welcome. But rather that those qualities are ultimately what attracts so many partners to our competitive programming projects and to chess as well. In general, what we feel like we do, and ICPC is a non-profit organization. It's a foundation that unites thousands of volunteers across the globe who all work for the general purpose of organizing those programming competitions. Is we are building trust. We are the place where we are able to guarantee that people compete fairly, that people compete in identical setting, that they're able to perform at the best of their ability, that they train for that purpose, and that they're able to show their best. And then we make sure that anytime down the line, regardless of whether it was just a high school kid and 10 years later he will be able to prove the achievement, or a new grad who just participated in our competitions last year, they have something to show for it. And this is ultimately what plenty of our partners are looking for. As well as, we are ultimately a team of storytellers. Our goal is to make sure that we shine the spotlight on the best and the brightest, but also through that spotlight distribute resources that are usually only available to the best and the brightest to the wider range of people. We are combining outreach with a sport, making sure that even if you would not achieve a top 10 in an international rating, you would still have plenty of opportunities and become part of the community. In that sense, every chess player values trust and fair play. And these are, again, the qualities that every employer and every company in the world wants their brand to be associated with. In general, we identify 3 categories of our core partners. I do not like using the word sponsorship because we're always striving for something better, for something more critical. And one of our core partners that I feel brought the excellent strength and, again, trust and authority to programming competitions all around the world are our academic partners. We are currently in the wonderful Episcopal School, and Episcopal High School was founded in 1839, which makes it older than a significant number of countries in the world. Universities and schools for generations have been the most reliable place to pass on the knowledge, the capstones that make sure that education and trust and intellectual activities are preserved through the years and are highly valued by everyone. So specifically in cooperation with schools, universities, academia, we achieved one of the biggest breakthroughs for competitive programming as well as other mind games. This would mean that if you ever are looking for a partner in crime, a wonderful host, a meaningful group of people that knows and values the same intellectual excellency that you may strive for, look for academia. Massachusetts Institute of Technology is a recent world champion, was founded some 42 years after the high school that we are currently in, and for hundreds of years have been the staple of computer science education, as well as a place where people enjoy playing chess and value chess as a way to improve individually and as a team. We obviously work with our endemic sponsors that are coming from international technology and engineering, as well as we encourage our own graduates, alumni we call them, to look for their future colleagues, co-founders, and employees and employers within our community. Why? Because we've built trust. This is a place where these people can connect to each other, and chess community is ultimately the largest community of like-minded people, and it is a unique opportunity as well. And then we work with general brands, because education and excellence and outreach are the positive ideas that everyone looks for now. And this is where our core marketing activities come from, a wonderful mix of making sure that no matter what area a sponsor or a partner is coming from, they are always looking for something good, for stories that they can tell with our help about things that are good in the world, about the fact that the next generation will be better than us, smarter, stronger. Our academic partners, and again, going back to Massachusetts Institute of Technology here, has been incredibly valuable in all of the activities throughout the world. ICPC is an international competition. We are organized in 8 global regions of the world. And clearly cultural differences are a big thing, and if you've ever participated or organized an international event, I'm sure that's something that you're very familiar with. But nobody knows their people better than universities of the world. If you ever are looking in a trust in a specific place, just look for one in academia. Look for like-minded people within the university, and plenty of university administration and leaders have played chess throughout their life, which is an instant connection because you right away share those critical values. You make sure that you speak the same language, a language of chess in that case. And then academic partners become something more. They are our anchors in a region, they are our physical hosts with incredible locations and a huge student body to support that. They organize their own independent events, they organize open training that allows academia to become a magnet for everyone in the city. Universities strive to attract the best high school students. They would be happy to host a high school competition. University is looking for the best students to join their PhD program, and then they are happy to host an event for university students of a younger age. It's such a natural progression that has nothing to do with computer science at the core, just has something to do with the academia and total search for talent and ambition within our younger generation. And then we rely heavily on university people. They are being our coaches, our students, our volunteers, just like today we see in the room our wonderful volunteers from Episcopal High School as well. And it allows us to make sure that we can always deliver the best possible quality with the warmest possible touch of people who know and they're passionate about the topic that they're helping to build. Universities have incredible expertise in plenty of areas, but also have incredible, ambitious young talent. And one of the mottos that we follow within ICPC is we are trying to uplift. We're looking for talent early, not only within our contestants and participants, but also within the people passionate about the topic. They become incredible leaders, community centers. They grow the next generations of schools and coaches and teachers. They attract more and more. It's the passion you are usually looking for. And we're trying to make sure that passionate people have all possible resources to succeed within the infrastructure of programming contests with us. And we do that through a community building experience. We're making sure that all of those people, even if they're not physically in the same location or in the same region, are still able to easily communicate with each other, but facilitate those horizontal connections so that wherever you are in the world, you can ask us, where is the local community that is interested in the same things that you do, either competitive programming or chess. And then we make sure that those horizontal connections are the most important thing that we reliably provide to our alumni. With over 33,000 of students yearly and a strict limit on the number of years of participation, it allows us to make sure that we have an ever-young community, which is also ultimately our biggest strength, and something that our sponsors, partners, co-organizers both contribute to and are incredibly happy to be part of. Competition was founded in 1970 as a local event, as a small local community in Texas A&M University. But then over the next 20 years grew incredibly into a true worldwide competition because we were able to build that trust, to establish a system that guarantees that whatever the performance that was shown by our contestants in the competition environment was completely fair. And that's precisely something that I strongly believe is shared between plenty of intellectual competitions and chess, clearly. And we are never satisfied with just sponsorships. We are always looking for long-term relationships, for meaningful partnerships, either through marketing or through direct sponsorship. It's just so straightforward for technical companies to look for their future employees in programming competition. That would be too easy. We're never satisfied with that. We're looking for people who share our vision, who value the community first and the recruitment process later. We're making sure that those companies are truly invested in a long-term game, in a long-term partnership or plans. We're making sure that we are first building a community within our students and only then move on. We're looking for partners who are interested in hosting events, not just giving money and taking the contact information. We're looking for our partners and companies who have grown out of our top contestants because they understand what that means. We're looking for companies that can provide resources and infrastructure. We're never satisfied with that transactional love. We're looking for something really long-term. And then we make sure that we also offer the same long-term connectivity and long-term competition for everyone within the contest. And we are so happy to see our younger contestants go through all the way from participants to coaches to partners to future hosts. And this is what guaranteed the longevity of programming competitions in this incredibly changeable world. And our alumni are incredibly diverse set of wonderful, talented people that know and share our values within the community. And we are trying to make sure that we can light a spotlight on them. We create content about competitions. We're allowing to put every spectator in a POV of our contestants. We're doing that through live broadcasting, photography, storytelling, the interesting sequence of events. Just like double elimination system always creates drama and interesting talking points, we're making sure that our multi-tier system of contests and multi-year system of participation allows us to have interesting and positive narrative around the competition, which plenty of our partners are following. And then it's not just a local story, it's something truly global. It's something where we're making sure that we're serving all the communities at large. We're not focused on just American computer science and AI industry. We are not just focused on the Bay Area. Our outreach programs cover all over the world, and we are trying to make sure that the spotlight that will light on the best of the best contestants every year also travels to the world and helps build stronger communities and empower local talent, no matter how available the resources are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lydia. And before we move on to our next speaker, I have a 7 and 10-year-old child, and I'd love to know, how early do people start their competitive programming careers?
I do believe that the earliest known success story has started at the age of roughly 6 years old, and this will not be any different from how any other grandmaster would answer the question, because parents were engineers and started showing us simpler problems at a very young age, either mathematical puzzles or chess puzzles as well. Surprisingly, parents of the highest rated competitive programmer in history is a chess player as well. But then it's not something that you need to start early, and this is our unique competitive advantage. One of the double world champions of our competition actually wrote his first line of code at the first year of university. So it's never too early, but it's never too late. Maybe you should join.
Great, thank you, Lydia. Our next speaker is a Moldovan chess grandmaster. He has won more than 70 international competitions. He's maintained a top rating exceeding 2,700. He is the author of 11 chess books. He's been a member of the Moldovan Parliament from 2019 to 2021. He's the executive director at FIDE, and his new company is called Chess ID. This, everyone, is Victor Bologan.
Thank you. Thank you, Tyler, for the introduction. And yes, so many roles in chess. Everything is about chess all my life. Since when I was 7, my father taught me how to play chess. And until now, when I'm 53, I never step back from chess. And I really enjoy it. Chess is very diverse. The roles I was engaged are maybe about 10, and I've always enjoyed it. So I want to share with you the idea, which is more or less a summary of all my life. It's the Chess ID project startup. Everything you can say about chess, you can say in 3 words: play, learn, connect. So chess is really about socializing. Chess is really a game to play, first of all, and definitely we all learn with chess. So I think we need to, how do you, the logic, okay, thank you. So that's the general description of chess, but always when you start something new, you try, beside the fact that you want to make your dreams happen through, also you like to solve some problem. So from this point of view, the problem of the modern chess, there are many good things, many good parts, but the main problem is the fragmentation of our society, of our ecosystem. We have plenty of online platforms, we have plenty of clubs, organizations, different businesses, individuals who do practice chess. But what is lacking, it's the unification of all these actors into one ecosystem, bringing them all under one umbrella. This is the real need of the modern chess society. Just getting back to the problem, just one small example. I have a friend, a student actually, who was looking for the information of where to play a tournament. And he had a major tournament in his own big city, and he could not find it online, so he had to run away for another country to play a tournament somewhere else, you know. So that's just a small example. Or back to Doha, we have people that they don't know where is the chess club and so on. So this fragmentation, this lack of information, it's definitely a problem. So talking now about the solution, how that would be really a solution for our situation. So for the chess enthusiasts, we can bring in one window access to the services. Already by now we have about 15 partners. Among them, you can name chess academies, vendors, chess service providers. So this will be one window access to all these services, so it will be much easier for the chess enthusiast to find what he needs, to find what he wants. And same for our partners, which is not only, let's say, commercial partners, but also can be club organization. They can find their interests. They will have direct access to all these chess ID holders. So that will make the chess life in general more organized and important, more accessible. So as I said, we have three categories of, let's say, chess people. So those are the enthusiasts. I mean, we can say we are all enthusiasts. But so for those, of course, as I said, the accessibility will be the key point. Also, the quality of the offered services will be also important, because we definitely are going to use analytics in this process, and every time we want to make a service, or we will always get a feedback, and always will improve our partners' offers. For businesses, again, they have this access to the bigger audience. It's always good for a business. And as in other businesses, it was always beneficial when you create this cross-interest platforms. So some person before, he was, for example, playing only on chess. Now he can play also on chess.com on somewhere else, because he has all these platforms aligned in one menu. So he can choose today this, tomorrow that. So that will be same for any other vendors, type of vendors. So that's also for businesses will be a very important benefit. So what we would offer to organizations, of course, the biggest organization, which I also represent here, it's FIDE. It's about engagement. So now you know that FIDE is composed of 201 national chess federations, and the total amount of FIDE ID players, it's less than 1 million. So that's not a big number comparing with the estimate, more or less, of 600 to 800 million players and chess-related persons worldwide. So that's why FIDE and any other chess organization club will get access on the different level, local, regional, continental, national, to these players through these tools which we will provide via Chess ID. Now let's talk to our today's subject, chess in education. I have a wide experience introducing chess into schools, different programs back in Moscow, Russia, Qatar, and many other countries as well. So I know what I'm talking about. So the idea is that we do teach kids to play chess. We do it in schools. Everybody's very happy. The ministers are happy. Teachers are happy. So I'm very fine with that. Let's do it. Continue it. I just want to help this process. Just to make a small addition to that. That at the end of the course or during the course, the student gets this lifelong certificate, this chess ID, this chess passport, that will serve him for the rest of his life. So why this is important? First of all, any moment when he wants to get back to chess, is always welcome. He has his own story. He holds all the previous achievements, previous data, previous statistics, previous even played games. He can always get back. Second, this is very beneficial for the institutions. So you have these records, how many chess players, kids, students, they went through the program. So then it's much easier to report how many of them became real chess players, how many of them just get very good, I don't know, life achievements thanks to that. But again, this number would really help this statistics for kind of digitalizing the chess education process. Now we have just founded a new International School Chess Federation. As we can see, it's very professional, very ambitious. And this project, for example, Chess ID, would be very helpful for these organizations to build up its own statistics, own networking. Because when you get a Chess ID, you have to submit few informations only. One of them is, of course, your name, your age, your email, which is already important, so you can always get contacted. And very important, the residence, the geographical location. Where are you? So you can know, for example, how many Chess ID holders we have in New York. So then with that, you can really work. So I think this Chess ID project, it's not only about general ecosystem, but specifically it can be very helpful for our efforts in chess and education. And we will definitely encourage to join us. The startup is on development stage now, but we definitely want to bring more features and functionalities to it. So we can see that one of the important elements of the Chess ID platform is the marketplace. We already mentioned that we will bring together all these service providers, starting from individuals, ending up with the big names like chess.com or ChessBase. So again, this access to the marketplace will definitely facilitate and help the interest of chess students, even parents more than students, to get what they want. Maybe a book, maybe a course, maybe an information about eventual tournament. Obviously, again, talking about the big databases, we can always use AI in order to optimize the educational process, the training, and the development of a chess player. Now talking in general about, let's get back to the general picture of Chess ID, of chess ecosystem. I checked this estimates what is the total amount of the chess market in the world, what is total market number, because we always have to talk about numbers. And the estimate it's about 3 billion, which is, I don't know, bad or it's a small or big, but it's more or less there. So with this market, at this stage, when the chess community is fragmented, it's already a good number. But we definitely creating this more organized tools, we can increase this number. And what is really need to be kind of developed, this to educate chess community to spend money in a better way, Yeah, I mean, I know I'm a chess player, and every chess player is a greedy person because he doesn't want to give his pieces, and he doesn't want also to give his money. I mean, that's normal. But if we propose a value, something valuable in exchange, of course, they will be happy. So there is many colleagues here who are will present their ideas, and some of them are commercial, some of them are non-profit, but definitely this education, it's about to be developed more. So I more or less, I will not go into this ideas of revenue model. It's very standard. It's about subscription. It's about marketing and marketplace transactions. So what I want to make a call for an action. It's very easy now to get a chess ID. Now it's very easy. You just go to chessid.com. You get your own chess ID. You can also apply as a partner. Either it's a club organization or it's a commercial partner. And we are only starting now, but already we have quite a high interest in that. And I'm happy to present here. I want to thank the organizers, the International School Chess Federation, the Episcopal School for this wonderful event, and I am ready for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. How is Chess ID not only going to make life better for chess players, the people in this room, the people at this conference, how is Chess ID going to grow the overall base of chess?
Yes, I mean, as I explained today, it's you will be more focused. I will give an example. For example, I have a friend who is playing like dozens, hundreds of games on the platform on chess.com, and he is like, I cannot improve. I lose rating. What's happening? I spend so much time on chess, and what's wrong with me? I say, so in this case, Chess ID will help. It will get an analysis of all his statistics, how much time he spends, what he's doing, what moves he's doing, at what time of the day he's playing. And he will give an advice, guy, look, you should maybe play less games, maybe you should read more books, you should balance a little bit, please buy here, go there, play an offline tournament, don't stay too much online. So that would be a good example of how Chess ID would help a concrete person to improve his chess experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, let's give one more big round of applause for Victor Bologan and Chess ID. Our next speaker co-founded Overspill Chess Club together with Magnus Carlsen, I've heard of him, and has served as the general secretary of the club since 2020. He's a Norwegian candidate master and has been vice president of the Norwegian Chess Federation since 2022. This, everyone, is John Christian Haar.
Thank you. Okay, so today I thought I was gonna try and explore a little bit how educational chess can become a compelling way for brands and institutions. So let's start off by talking, let's see, this is the wrong, the wrong slides, I believe. Okay, nonetheless. Let me talk a little bit about how we have done it in Norway to begin with. So in Norway we have a little over 10 years ago, we started with a project under the Norwegian Chess Federation called the School Chess Project. And the School Chess Project is a more or less separate entity of the Norwegian Chess Federation. We wanted to have a separate entity because this way it would be easier to secure funding from different brands, and very luckily we were able to secure funding from the DNB Savings Foundation, which is an NGO who likes to give money to things that are positive in society. So very much so. I mean, we have explored yesterday, today, how chess can be a really good case in education. And I think the numbers are showing in Norway that chess is really popular. It's growing a lot. But let's take a little step back and look at the broader picture. So for me, I think that chess is perceived in a negative way, then you will have problems with securing funding. So if chess is perceived in a negative way, then we have a brand problem. So is this the case today? I think the answer to that is yes and no. So chess has always been a very mysterious sport, let's say. Over the history of chess, we have seen magicians, we have seen, I think maybe you have heard of the Turk. That was this chess program or chess engine. I don't think it was a chess engine, but they traveled Europe during the 1700s, I believe. But chess has been perceived by the public as something very mysterious. Now, if we fast forward to the last 5 years, we have seen that chess has had an unprecedented growth in mainstream media coverage. So the reason for this are many, but let's start with, for example, in 2020, when the Netflix series Queen's Gambit came out, that had a huge impact in the culture. There has also been a lot of other coverage, obviously. We can mention the World Championships in 2023 when Ding Liren won, which was a very incredible World Championship, I have to say. And also in 2024, obviously, when Gukesh became the youngest ever world champion. Okay, let's see. Here we go. All right. But there has not always only been positive sides to chess, let's say. So a lot of media coverage has been chess drama and controversies. I think you all can recognize those. There has been cheating allegations. There has been a case of poisoning, I believe, in Russia. Many strange cases. But overall, I think that the coverage has been very positive for chess. Because we have also seen an unprecedented growth in cultural relevance for chess. I mean, with the chess.com, digital growth, and I think that we can say that smart is becoming the new sexy, more or less. So in my youth, when I started playing chess, chess players were often perceived as nerdy. I think that has changed a little bit, at least, that chess players are becoming more cool. I'm not sure if that's the case for everyone. And as a side note, I thought to mention the panel discussion yesterday that was leveling the game. They were discussing a little bit why there are so few women in chess compared to men. And personally, I think that it is harder for girls, maybe especially in middle school, from 8th to 10th grade, to to actually go for chess. Like, if you want to be a chess player, you have to focus solely on chess often, and when they can play soccer or handball with all their friends instead, they often tend to not become the chess players instead. I mean, chess is somewhat a hard, it's somewhat hard to be a chess player, I can say. All right. Now we have, in the world, we have YouTube, we have streamers. I can mention plenty, but for example, Gotham Chess, Hikaru Nakamura, Agadmator, ChessBase India are marketing the game in a very good way, I would say. They show chess to the public, and the public really notices. Right, so if we're gonna get chess into schools everywhere, we have to sell it properly. And then we have to use the richness of chess. We have to show, I think, the history, the quality, what it actually provides, and we have to gather research. We have to show that chess actually works, which I firmly believe that it does. So do you, I think. But we have to convince the administrators, the politicians, that chess is something that is worth going for. I've listened to many panel speakers on this yesterday especially, and something that we can be a lot better at is storytelling. Those people who are able to provide vivid stories, create a narrative, that's the people that are really fun listening to. And I think that clear communication, where we can identify a problem, find a solution, this is the way that we have to sell chess properly. I noticed my colleagues in Dansk Skoleskak, Danish school chess, who had a very nice leaf that they put out with 4 issues that they can solve. This is a very good example of easy, clear communication where they identify the problem and they also can provide a clear solution. So, very good for you. Now, for us to sell chess, I think we need, first of all, we need to be bold. Chess could, for all that I know, be one of the most influential tools for success of the future, for success of our students. I think it's an extremely good tool, and we need to be bold and say it out loud. And we need to take space. We need to be where the decision makers are. And we need to make a good first impression. If you come in, either if you're a national federation or a private company, either way, if you want to sell chess, you need a proper product. You need a structure, you need a plan, and you need to show them what you are going to do with chess and how it can improve. And then I have put in also here, all PR is good PR. Well, it's about turning PR into our advantage. I can mention the, probably all of you have heard about the Jeans Gate. Yeah, so Magnus wasn't following the rules, playing in jeans. Well, what did they do afterwards? Well, they took the jeans and they auctioned it away for a huge amount of money, giving it to I'm not sure what it went to, but some good thing. And I think this is a good example of how you can turn bad publicity into more or less good publicity. All right, so chess is certainly not going away. I think we need to get in while we can, because I think it's crucial that that chess can be used as a tool everywhere, especially in schools where it has a large impact. We have seen that throughout these panels. So I think everybody should try and follow some of these examples, and that way we can be better together. All right, thank you.
Thank you, John. In light of connecting with these big companies for the betterment of chess, what kind of industries do you think should be approached?
Industries, yeah. So for in Norwegian, we have approached foundations mostly. So in the school chess project, we are writing applications, trying to show the value that we provide through schools, and they see that we are working for the common good, and therefore they are awarding us funds, and I think that's a good way to start. But certainly there should be other industries that you can try to approach as well if you want to go to the private sector. So you should try and focus on industries who really appreciate smartness, I would say. So some good examples for that would be financial services. I mean, we have the Freedom Holding Corporation as the main sponsor for this event, which are doing financial services, banking, tech. You can also try and approach legal and consulting. So I guess there are many more. Water has been a large, like bottled water has sponsored chess quite a bit. So many different industries, but try and think practically, add value, smartness. Yeah.
Thank you. One more time for John Christian, everybody. Okay, our next speaker is a creative entrepreneur and former musician turned tech leader. He scaled Chessable into the world's largest education platform, serving as its CEO for 3 years. Now the head of fundraising and partnerships for the Gift of Chess, Chess of Slums in Africa, he focuses on purpose-driven ventures that inspire opportunity and positive change for future generations. Everyone, this is Gert Vanderveld.
Hi, everybody. The title of this meeting is Strategic Partnerships, and specifically within the context of the future of chess education. And one topic that hasn't been covered a lot in chess education is how to turn young, aspiring chess players into chess professionals. In the past 6 years of work that I spent over at Chessable, we developed a platform that helped professionals, creators, but also amateurs develop, give them a tool to develop their careers as chess creators. So that's kind of the stage in the context of in which I want to explain what I'm going to talk about. Because one of the first questions that I would get from chess parents who would reach out to me with the question of Chessable, the company, trying to sponsor their young player was, how can I get sponsored? And my question back to them was, well, how do you think? And they would have no answer back. And it's because the question that they ask me is the wrong question. The question shouldn't be, how do I get a sponsor? The question they should ask themselves, the question that young aspiring chess professionals should ask themselves is, how do I become sponsorable? How do I become attractive so that a sponsor is interested in putting money down on the table and investing in a long-term relationship with me? Because sponsors aren't charities. Companies aren't charities. We're not in this to give you money so that you can go spend it on your chess career. As a company, and specifically as the CEO of a chess company, what I was interested in was looking and developing players who had an audience or who were developing an audience. And so what's super important for any company, if you step outside of the chess world, and especially if you're looking at other brands, is can a young chess professional reach a new audience for me to bring that thing that I want to align with this player to that audience? So when you are a business, when you are a potential sponsor for a player, there are three things that you want to look for in a player. You're looking for reach, you're looking for influence, and you're looking for brand alignment. And those three things are going to help you decide whether or not you're going to sponsor this player, yes or no. So when we think about developing an infrastructure for chess education, and when we think about developing new, young, aspiring chess professionals, we should also think about, well, what does it take for them to succeed in the future once they've had an education, once they've become good chess players, and once they enter the, let's say, the professional field. And in music, an area where I was previously active as a full-time musician, there is a real infrastructure for talent development that starts very early. There are, in many countries now, music academies that once you have finished your primary and secondary education, you can go and get a college-level education. And these schools teach you not just to become good musicians, they're not just pure music academies, they also teach you to become music professionals. So they teach you all the other additional skills that you need. And what we've seen in the past, let's say 5 years, is that the rise of chess creators in the industry shows that there's a demand and that there's an audience for chess, for casual players especially also, who are simply trying to showcase and relate to an audience, and that they can monetize that. And the skills that those chess creators display are very different from what chess players do. Chess players, and unfortunately, most of the chess parents are focused on the results. They're focused solely on the sport of chess. They're focusing solely on being the next world champion. And frankly, there's only going to be one, and the chance of you becoming the next world champion is next to zero. So since you're most likely not going to be the next chess world champion, the better bet to make is to think about becoming a player and a chess professional who can have a career. And the best way to do that, in my opinion, nowadays with all the online tools, nowadays with all the other available ways to build an audience, is by working on creating one, using the social media tools, using the various platforms that are around nowadays that help you monetize chess content. So I'm talking about YouTube, if you want to build an audience, where you can also then start to become sponsorable. But there's also a platform like Chessable, which allows you to monetize chess educational content. And there are other places to go nowadays where you can try to monetize your brand, if you will. So how do you do this? How do you build an online audience? One of the more important factors for this is that when you showcase yourself to the world, you want to do that in the most authentic way. And authenticity, it sounds like a wonderful word in practice, but what comes with authenticity? What does it mean to be a person rather than a player, right? If you look at some of the more well-known chess personalities in the world, and let's take Ding Liren, former world champion, as an example, one of the things and one of the storylines that chess media and other people in the chess world were sharing together was that Ding was very open and very vulnerable about his mental health problems and about the stress that he experienced as a player. And that made him likable, it made him relatable, it made him into the underdog. Even though he was defending world champion, people were rooting for Ding because he was struggling. And the power of overcoming is a really strong story mechanism that helps people attach themselves and help people become fans. About 10, 15 years ago, there was an article published on Wire magazine by a guy named Kevin Kelly. And he published an article about the development of what he called 1,000 true fans. So one of the differences between musicians and chess players is that musicians manage and start very early on in developing a fan base, as opposed to chess players who go to a tournament, they play, they perform, and they have some followers, and they have some spectators, and then those people leave. But you watch the game, you watch the player, maybe you're a fan of their style, but you're not necessarily invested in the personality, in the person. And so what the story of Ding Liren and his vulnerability and his mental health issues showcased was that actually when there is a story, people can attach to that, and then suddenly people can become fans. And people were a fan, like people were rooting for Ding Liren to win the world championship. And of course, when he did, we were then celebrating that. He actually managed to overcome the mental health problems to win the world championship title. And then, of course, when he lost it to Gukesh, the story was, too bad. Ding Liren lost because he couldn't keep his mental health issues and his stress issues under control. At the same time, we were celebrating another story, which is the up-and-coming story of a young man. All these stories are super important for the development of brand, for the development of attractiveness to sponsors. Because in the end, whether or not a player wins or loses or not, it doesn't really matter so much to the fans, because they're following a person because they feel a personal connection with that player. And so here on the slide it says, musicians build fan bases, players have this problem of just having followers. What I'd like to kind of argue for is that when we think about chess education, when we think about helping young players, you know, step into a career into the future, is that they think about their career as a place where they can build community, and that community is the thing that helps lift them up, so that we can stop being reliant on government subsidies or support, which are all also necessary factors, but what we're missing is the responsibility of the players themselves taking responsibility for their careers, for the next steps, and they can do that by building an audience that is attached to their brand. I don't really have much else to add. There's a bunch more slides here about storytelling, but I think we've had a pretty long run with long stretches, so I'm going to cut that part short. There are ingredients to storytelling that are super important for chess players to learn, and especially chess educators to learn. And so I want to align with Jon Christian here, who also said that the power of storytelling is becoming more and more important. And so the final conclusion, the final point that I wanted to make was, you know, we have a bunch of chess journalists here in the room who are extremely good storytellers. Mike Klein, you're always very fantastic with the things that you manage to find and the story angles that you manage to tell on chess.com. But what would be better, in my opinion, is if the players themselves, rather than the journalists, think of the storytelling angles that they want to share. So it's great that we have chess media. It's great that chess media is good at spinning stories. It's great that, you know, when Hans Niemann shows up and there's a villain arc to tell, that everybody can jump on that storyline. But it would be better if more and more chess players went out into the world and had a story to tell and thought about what the story is that they want to tell, so that they can start getting audiences and start becoming sponsorable. That's my story. Thank you.
Very, very, very interesting. Thank you. Our last speaker is a longtime tournament director, event organizer, leading Arizona State Scholastic Championship and supporting tournaments across the state and beyond. She now works at ChessKid as the Director of Enterprise Strategy, partnering with school districts and educators to grow the game globally. Everyone, this is Michelle Martinez.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Thank you. It's an honor to be up here with all of my esteemed colleagues. Thank you so much to the conference organizers for having us here today. I'm going to start I want to tell you just a little bit about my background. It's not a secret. Some of you might be surprised, or maybe you won't be so surprised, but I'm not a professional chess player. So don't be shocked. I am a chess mom. I'm a proud chess mom. And I taught my son Jonathan many years ago when he was in first grade how to play chess. And it did not take long before he was beating me. It was like embarrassingly quick. And I thought to myself, okay, I have to find like some other resource for him. I'm not it. And that is how we found Chess Kid. And, you know, all of a sudden he was on this platform. He was having so much fun playing online with other kids. And he came up to me one night and he was like, "Mom, can I stay up late tonight to play chess?" And I mean, I was kind of strict with bedtime, but I was like, wait a second, is this the approved screen time that experts are talking about? And I was like, yes, you can stay up late. And so there was so much joy that he found in playing chess online. And I felt like something just changed. There was like a switch that was flipped, right? It was like he was not only thinking, but emotionally he was changing as well. All of a sudden I saw that he was like more focused. He was able to concentrate, and he was really excited about learning. Like, this is amazing. This is what parents, like what we're all looking for. And so seeing this like in my own kid, that's what led me to want to be a part of Chess Kid, because I saw the difference that it can make in one child, which was my own child. And I wanted to help make that spark possible for as many kids as I could. And obviously at Chess Kid, yes, we want kids to learn how to play chess, you know, but we also, like I said, it's that love of learning. Like, that's what we want to create within kids. And of course, we have all the features, you know, they can do lessons, they can do puzzles, they can play online. But there's those strategic partnerships that are what we really need, because that's how you can scale access to help even more kids. And I think, you know, we're kind of seeing this shift in how people think about chess. And my colleague referred to it earlier. I was seeing people as nerdy who play chess, or maybe it's like just the gifted kids or just the smart kids. But it's not like that anymore. There's a shift that's happening. And I think we can kind of leverage that and scale chess so that we can make it accessible to all kids and give them, you know, the opportunity to develop all of these amazing life skills. And so I wanted to kind of give you some examples of strategic partnerships that I think are really cool that we've done at Chess Kid. I think they're a little bit different. I hope maybe they'll spark some interest or creativity or ideas in you to come up with your own strategic partnerships. One that we recently did was a national puzzle championship where we partnered with the U.S. Chess Federation. And so the pilot that we did happened in 2024 at K-12 Grade Nationals. So it was just a test to see how many kids would actually be interested in this. Is this something that can be national? And so the pilot went really well. We didn't, you know, publicize it a lot. It was just on the U.S. Chess Federation website. And I think we had an article on Chess Kid. And so we had about 30 participants. But kids were excited, like they liked this. And so that's how it came to be, where we kind of scaled this and had this puzzle championship sanctioned by U.S. Chess, you know, an actual national puzzle championship conferring a title to the winner. And that debuted at Super Nationals 8 just this past May. And in that championship, we had almost 300. I think it was like 275 kids. We had two different sections, so elementary school kids could play in their own section, and then we had middle and high school kids playing in another section. And it was like, okay, yes, you're playing at a tournament, there's competition there, but this is a different type of competition. You don't need a chess rating to play in a puzzle championship. You don't need to know chess notation to play in a puzzle championship. You just have to want to solve puzzles. And so it was a pretty amazing event. We had, of course, FM Fun Master Mike Klein being the MC of the event, which kids, of course, always love to be able to have the opportunity to see a celebrity in person, you know? And so one thing actually that really struck me yesterday, because I knew I was going to talk about this puzzle championship, was Jennifer Shahade when she said that when she was solving puzzles, when she had those puzzle books, like it wasn't the tournaments that sparked her interest in chess, it was the puzzles. And so that's why I think having kind of like this alternative kind of competition that kids can be a part of, maybe that's what's going to spark the creativity in kids. Maybe it's not so much the tournament experience, but it's coming in and doing like this really fun competition. And, you know, yes, it's a competition, but it wasn't the actual tournament. So it's a little bit of more low pressure. You know, it's not like competing with your team, it's an individual competition. But another thing that she actually mentioned yesterday, which I thought was really funny, is how her son likes the drama of chess, like when he goes to tournaments. There was a little bit of drama at the puzzle competition, not gonna lie, because it's different than nationals where parents can't go on the floor and watch their kids play. Parents can actually be in the room for the puzzle competition. So there's drama because they're watching their kids solve the puzzles, they're watching the kids next to them solve the puzzles, and we actually kind of add a little bit more drama to that because what we do is project the leaderboard up on the screen and then we refresh it every once in a while. And so guess what? Parents can watch, and they're watching the usernames of their kids, and they're watching them switch positions. And so the parents get to have a little bit of a different experience than they get on the tournament floor because they're not allowed there. So they actually get to like participate in the excitement of watching their kids compete. So I think that, you know, being able to introduce a different kind of reimagined chess event at a national level is like super important. Of course, traditional tournaments are important, but this is kind of just an alternative experience for kids to be able to have. And the next one that I'm going to talk about is our partnership with the Bolivian Ministry of Education. So with this partnership, we've actually brought Chess Kid to 110,000 kids and 17,000 teachers across Bolivia. So they have access to Chess Kid, and it's not just an extracurricular after school. This is something that is a fully supported classroom tool, so they're able to use it in their classroom. And I think, you know, being a part of one of the largest chess initiatives in any country, really. It's kind of what I talked about earlier when I saw, like, with Jonathan, my son, how he was like thinking more and focusing more. This type of partnership can position chess as a vehicle for that, for cognitive development, for tech fluency, and also for social connection. One thing that we did when it launched in May of 2023 is we actually had 300 teachers across Bolivia. They organized national online chess championships. So there were kids from big cities, of course, but there were also kids from rural villages who are participating. So suddenly now they're all connected. They're playing chess together online. And this is a new kind of chess community and culture that we were able to build within the country. And I think this one it's really important because it can serve as a model for education ministries and ed tech partners. It's a way for them to kind of come together. It's a way to scale chess. And when you do that, you can increase digital access and also educational equity. So it's kind of the thing we were talking about with the shift in how chess is being perceived. This is another way to kind of fuel that shift. And I think also too, just, you know, bringing ed tech and public policy together, that's like a national education strategy that we can have. And this is something that you can use in like rural and underserved areas as well. So kind of zooming back into the US, a partnership that I want to talk about is in Orange County, Florida. And so this Orange County Public Schools, they're the 9th largest district in the whole country. And so we partnered with them, and they actually give a gold membership to every single kid in their district. So they're giving access to every student. That's about 100,000 students in Orange County who are able to learn chess. And they're able to do it regardless of their socioeconomic status, regardless of their digital access, because the district actually gives them their own tablet. And, you know, they might not have a chess coach or a chess club at their school, but with this tool, they are able to learn chess. And I think, you know, it's been several years since it started, but there's something that's like pretty special happening in that district. There is a chess culture that's been growing. So we've seen teachers who are using ChessKit in the classroom, so they're like building in time for kids to actually use this tool and learn chess. Schools have taken this to the next level. They're forming teams and they're going to over-the-board tournaments. Some we've even seen at national tournaments. And we've seen younger students, little kindergartners, who are solving puzzles right alongside their older peers, you know, in 5th and 6th grade. So again, you know, this culture, it's a language that they're all speaking together. And also, which I think is really cool, is teachers are getting on board. I mean, one thing that we always say is, you don't have to be a chess professional to teach chess. That's why I told you at the beginning, I'm not a professional chess player. But we've seen teachers are getting into it. So they don't have to teach chess to their students because they can just use ChessKit, but they want to learn how to teach chess. So they're actually using our classroom tools, they're using the lessons for themselves, and they're learning right alongside their own students. And so one thing that we want to kind of do is take these partnerships to the next level. So of course it's important to, you know, get the tool to every student, get them using it, get the teachers on board and get all of that training done. But I think now we're kind of ready to like elevate this. And so what we're actually launching within the district is a district-wide chess challenge. So this is going to kind of play out over the next few months. This is our first time doing it, so we'll have to see, you know, what ends up happening. But I'm really excited about it. And so schools they're all going to compete against each other within the district, playing as many fast chess games as they can. And the winner is going to be crowned, you know, the ChessKid district-wide champion. And, you know, we're going to have awards. We're going to come to their school and have a huge in-person celebration and celebrate chess with them. And so I think, you know, it's a way to keep kids engaged. It's a way for them, they don't have to be the top-rated kid to help their school win this contest. They just have to play meaningful chess games, and they have to want to just keep playing. And it doesn't matter if they win or lose. They're still contributing to their school score. And I think actually what my colleague Lydia talked about earlier, I learned so much from her presentation. I was taking mental notes because I think a lot of like what she shared, we can also apply to our competition to kind of make it even more successful. So stay tuned because we'll be able, you know, we'll be reporting about that later on and how it goes. But I think one thing that I really love about this partnership is it's scalable. You know, we can take the format of their chess program and apply it to other districts. We can also take this competition and do more with it. So we can take it to other districts. Maybe we can take it to a statewide tournament. Maybe we can make it a national tournament someday. So, and one more partnership that I kind of want to talk about is just our partnerships that reflect our social mission. So one of them is Chess in Slums, which I look forward to working with my colleague on more in the future. Yeah, but Chess Kid was actually one of the first platforms to talk about their mission and promote it. The first. All right. And we also have at Chess Kid a grants program. So that's our way of helping schools with limited resources. So to date, we've given out like 100,000 memberships. So 100,000 kids are able to learn chess who didn't have the resources to do that. And a lot of times what schools or districts will use this for is actually a pilot, a trial, to see, what is, to kind of gauge the excitement. And they can actually take the numbers, the participation numbers from Chess Kid, and take it to their principal or their superintendent or their school board and use that pilot as a case to get chess within their classroom or their school district. And another partnership that I'm really proud of is also the launch of the Chess Kid Girls Club, which was just a few months ago, and we're already up to 5,000 members. And so every month we bring in special guests, and again, it's not the most famous chess players, it's not the most high-rated chess players. We've brought in like tournament directors or event organizers, coaches and educators. We even had a high school girl who grew up playing chess. She came in as a mentor. And what they do is they share advice to the girls. We have AMAs where, sometimes the question will be, what's your favorite opening? And the other will be, do you like pandas or bears? Which one do you like better as your favorite animal? So, and it's a way for girls to kind of see, what opportunities are there in chess and what opportunities are girls and women doing in chess. And so I think, these partnerships can show what kind of real world impact we can have. So we can see, who chess can reach, and we can also give kids a place where they know that they belong. So I'm going to close and just say it's important to remember, and I always think about this, is you don't have to be an expert to make chess work, because as you all heard, I'm certainly not one. You just need to have a goal, and you just need to find the right strategic partner. And so you might know somebody, and I'm going to give a call to action to chess moms and chess dads, because you should be included in this, because you might know somebody in a school, maybe the government, maybe a nonprofit. And those people might not realize that they're in a position where they can actually implement a chess program. But you might realize that they're the perfect person, that they're the decision maker. So I hope with this information and the different partnerships you heard about, maybe someday you can plant the seed and you'll be the spark that launches a meaningful chess partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. As a way to put a button on everything here, I'd like to ask you one last question. If you could change one thing about how the world views chess education, what would it be?
Oh man, you gave me a hard question. Okay, I actually have thought about this a lot. And I think it's something that a couple of us have kind of talked about today, is changing the perception of chess. Like who gets to play chess? It's not just the gifted and talented kids in a special class, or the nerdy kids at the lunch table, or the elite. It's everybody. Everybody should be able to have the chance to learn chess. I think chess is like one of the most democratic learning tools that we have. You don't need to have equipment. I looked in like our game closet to find a board and set when I wanted to teach my son. You don't have to have like prior knowledge. You don't have to have a particular learning style. Like anybody can learn. And I think chess, it'll meet you like exactly where you are. You might be excelling academically, but you might not. You might be struggling. And we see, schools are not necessarily using chess to create grandmasters. They're using it to like build connection, and they're using it to build culture. So yeah, I think that's what I would I wish that more people would understand, is chess isn't just an elite pursuit, it's a universal one.
Great, thank you, Michelle. I want to give one more shout out to all of the speakers. We have Lydia Poroskia. Everyone give her a round of applause. We have Victor Bologan. We have John Christian Haar, Gert Vandervelde, and finally Michelle Martinez. Everyone was very interesting. My name is Tyler Schwartz. Everyone was interesting, but hey, we also finished 5 minutes early. 5 minutes early, come on, round of applause for that. It's been 2 long days, hey. Okay, back to the host. That's all from us.
Yes, of all the victories these last couple days, finishing early has to be the most impressive. Congratulations on finishing early. Thank you, panelists. You're good to go. We need one picture, I think. Right, so come right up front. Please line up in order of chess skill. Best to worst. I'm on the end, for sure. Right up to the front, folks. All the way to the front of the stage, please. Cameraman in the white t-shirt out there. Amazing. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so that's for the first time we have like 5 minutes to set the stage for the next panel, right?
Chilling.
Yeah, I believe that's the time to remind people that there is a masterclass led by Professor Regan, right? Statistical spectroscope. Those are so clever scientific words that I have difficulties reading them.
Yeah, you know, we are meant to remind them that there's a master class. It's called Statistical Spectroscope, and I actually had enough time in the back to look up the word spectroscope because I've never seen it in my life. I also had the time to look up the fact that the usage of the word spectroscope peaked in 1875, and I think this is the first time since 1875 it has been used. So congratulations to Professor Kenneth Regan for bringing it back from the dead. Statistical Spectroscope for Fair Play and Growing Minds, led by Professor Kenneth Regan, is currently underway and will run until 2:15 or 14:15. The session explores how data-driven analysis can reveal hidden patterns in chess behavior, supporting both fair play and cognitive development. Yeah, cool. You ever heard that word, spectroscope? That's not like a chess thing. I've never.
Precisely what it is. Yeah, so we are setting up the stage for the next session, which will be our last session before the lunch, I believe.
Last session before lunch.
And meanwhile, let's pass the mic to Mr. Tamer Karatekin, pardon me, to share his brief reflection on his work at the intersection of chess, AI, and education. Tamer is a researcher and creator behind the European Union-funded Shatranj.ai project, exploring historical board games through the lens of artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much. It has been a great organization. I thank everybody who took part in it. I used to play as the first board player on MIT's chess team, and later became a chess coach for children. And slowly I grew into the role of grant writer, scholastic chess coordinator, and with many rejected projects, finally I got a project funded by the European Union to build an AI curriculum around chess and historic chess variants, historic board games. And it's ongoing. We have partners from various countries, and as part of these projects, we also designed and built a new chess set that's multicultural and spiritually inclusive. I hope organizers and teachers will enjoy teaching with it to students. And I've written a lot of grant proposals. I'm looking always for collaboration, and you can reach out to me on Instagram and LinkedIn, and let's make chess stronger in schools.
Where do we reach out on Instagram?
My name, Tamer.Karatekin. LinkedIn, Tamer.Karatekin. You know. All right, thank you.
All right, there we
Thank
go.
you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Looks like we are all set.
Yeah, let me spell that Instagram though, especially for those at home. The Instagram was Tamer, T-A-M-E-R. Karatekin is K-A-R-A-T-E-K-I-N on the gram. So look that up and give it a follow. Very good. So we're on to the third section of the day. This one is 3 keynote speakers. We've got, it's called From the Classroom to Cashflow, the Business of School Chess Programs.
Right. As chess continues to gain momentum in educational settings worldwide, a crucial question emerges. How can we build sustainable models that support its growth in schools while ensuring financial viability? That's the question which always, always there. This session explores the intersection of pedagogy, strategy, and entrepreneurship in the world of scholastic chess.
Please welcome to the stage your moderator for this session, CEO of Chess for Life, U.S. Chess National Master, Mr. Elliot Neff, everybody.
Yeah. And it's my pleasure to call on stage senior journalist at chess.com, director of content for chesskit.com, and from what I've heard, a very, very strong tennis player, Mike Klang.
So I'm going in order. So first guy is 53.
Joining next on stage, the founder of Chessgaja Private Limited and Grand Master from India, Mr. Priyadharshan Kanampan. I have no information on his tennis skills, however. Is he here? Priyadharshan on his way. Priyad on his way.
Right. I guess, yeah, we go on. So ahead of analysis at Danish Scholastic Chess Federation, Jakob Askum Christensen.
Next up, the Chief Learning Officer of the Danish Scholastic Chess Federation, Mr. Mikkel Norgård.
Creator of executive course Strategic Thinking Through Chess, Michal Kanarkiewicz.
Last up on stage for the panel, the co-owner of Silver Knights Chess Academy, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Daniel Weisbarth.
All right, and since we've gotten all the panelists on the stage, well, Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here with everyone. Elliot Neff, founder of Chess for Life, and we are on a mission to empower kids in order to enrich this world with a BHAG of 1 million kids per week learning life through the game. So excited to be here in this segment of the business of school programs, right? From classroom to cash flow in particular. So very excited to have our first panelist, Mike Klein, with your extensive experience here. I could go through a number of them, but I think most of us know Fun Master Mike to one degree or another. So Mike, can you jump right in?
Yeah, thanks, Elliot, for that. It's been great to be on this panel and see all the other speakers. I see a lot of familiar faces. Ron Bucock was my boss 23 years ago, fresh out of college in New York City. I'm dating him. That's when he's only 46 now. Yeah, also I worked with Quad, who spoke earlier this morning, just very briefly at CES 70. So that's been fantastic. And before I get going with my talk, I just want to give a real-world example. A lot of speakers are up here talking about how chess helps analytical thinking, cause and effect, risk analysis. And Quad and Rochelle Ballantyne talked about how it helps their careers in both law and in financial services. So I just want to give a real-world example, because I imagine most people here are not attorneys, and you're not day trading trillions of dollars like Quad. So this is an example of how I think chess helped me in everyday life, and I'm going to try to draw a through line. I've never told this story before, but many of you know that I like to travel. I just got back from Saudi Arabia, and that was my 101st country. Many years ago, I was in Malaysia as a backpacker, and I was trying to catch an early morning flight, and I took the train to the airport in Kuala Lumpur. And I didn't realize there are 2 airports in Kuala Lumpur, and AirAsia did not fly out of the one that I was at. I was stuck. I found a guy with a car, and I basically said, here's all of my ringgits, I'm leaving the country, will you take me to the correct airport? And he said yes. I got in the back seat, and right before we got going, some random guy jumped in the front seat with him, and I knew I was in trouble. This is not a good situation. So we're driving down the road, and sure enough, we're 1 kilometer down the road, and the passenger who just jumped in the car turns around and says to me something to the effect of, how much money do you have? So, as a chess player, you have to think on your feet. This is a real-world example. And I had, a couple seconds to consider what to do, and I thought, this guy that jumped in the car, he doesn't know I'm a native English speaker. So my answer, when he asked how much money I had, I said, Malaysia, good. And then, a few miles down the road, he's asking about my money again, and I would say, I like Petronas Towers. So because I was confident and confusing, which, by the way, is a great recipe to get through life, but I was just cheerful the whole time, even though I knew I was in trouble. I was thinking about grabbing my passport and doing a little Liam Neeson tuck and roll move. But before I knew it, they had driven me to the correct airport, and we had a pleasant goodbye. And that, I think, I can't exactly say that being a chess player helps you think that quickly, but I do like to think that there are situations like that that come up in everyday life. So totally a random story. Now, Elliot introduced me as Fun Master Mike. That came later in life. So what I want to talk to you about today really is entrepreneurship, because frankly, we need more chess teachers in the world. And one thing that we don't really talk about when we're selling the game of chess is that if you rise to the rating of 1,500 and you're good with kids, you will never starve in your entire life. Because if you have a skill that parents want, they will pay for it. Piano teacher, tennis teacher, whatever. In fact, chess teachers have an advantage because we can teach an entire room of kids. Probably Elliot, me, P. Diddy, can I go ahead and drop your nickname over there? Some other people that are on this stage. You can teach chess to 50 kids at a time, whereas a piano teacher cannot do that. So I'm going to talk to you guys about the entrepreneurs that are out there in the audience and the online audience about how you actually start a chess program. So in 2001, I was fresh out of college. I needed a job in New York City because I chased a girl. That was a bad idea, but my new career was not a bad idea. Ron in Chess in Schools taught me to become a chess teacher. And when I got tired of New York City, but not tired of chess teaching, I moved back to my hometown of Charlotte, North Carolina, and I had to figure out how to start a chess program. Now, I had some experience teaching in the schools. That was nice. But what I very quickly realized is that you need one school that's going to be your anchor school, because when you get one school that you invest so much in, that can be your case study for all of the other schools that you want to end up growing to. The very first principal I approached, I said, hey, I used to teach chess during the day in New York City. She said, absolutely no way, we can't do it. Second school, her first question when I approached her was, are we allowed to do this? And this is 2004. I said, well, you're the principal, you get to make the decisions. But I knew I had her right away. One interesting thing, and this is going to be a little bit of a hot take, I would always bring research study with me. No principal ever asked to look at them. They were either sold on chess before I came through the door or not. I'm not saying there's not a place for academia and research studies. It's just not what my experience showed me. What the principals wanted to see, is this person good with kids, and can this person control a classroom? So it might actually help for you, the rising entrepreneurs in the chess world, to either offer to teach a sample class or have some sort of video of yourself doing so. I think in the last 20 years, chess has become even more accepted as an educationally sound practice. And if you want to come in with research studies, great. It just wasn't my experience that was particularly useful. Now, I offered to teach second grade because, again, that's what we taught in New York City. She said to me, you know what? I have the most flexibility in kindergarten. Can you switch to kindergarten? wouldn't have been my first choice, but it ended up being what we did at her school. Once you get your first school, your anchor school, you want to invest a lot in making chess part of the culture of that particular school. So we had a dedicated bulletin board where we celebrated achievements. We had names announced on the intercom in the morning when kids did well at tournaments. We had a 5th grade graduation award. So when the kids graduated from 5th grade, whichever kid did the best throughout their time at the school, I'm mostly talking about elementary schools, they got an award, so I was always at graduation. Even though I was not technically on staff, I did almost everything I could to be able to be part of the fabric of the school. Also, one of the best ways for you to curry favor with your anchor school, if we can keep using that term, go to the prospective parent open houses, the ones where the children are 4 years old and the parents are trying to decide where to send their kid for kindergarten. The school will very happily use you to get up in front of these parents and say, your child is going to learn chess as part of the school day when they're a kindergartner. And parents love this message. They love the idea that their kids are going to learn something that they don't know or they don't know well. And they're, honestly, a kid is expected to beat their child after 1 year of chess education, if you ask me, or at least after 2 years. Eventually, the neighbors' schools, without you even having to market to them, will catch wind that chess is being taught at another school, and they will end up contacting you. It almost always happens where there's a little bit of jealousy that you can work to your advantage. And before I knew it, I had 2, 3, or 4 schools. And then before I knew it, I was hiring other instructors because, you can only do so many schools at a time. Also, I want to say we've been talking a lot about inclusion. When you teach chess during the day, you cease to make chess a self-selecting thing that only a certain population signs up for. So we actually had after-school clubs. When you teach chess during the day, you will make your after-school clubs a better mix of the overall population, and you'll get much, much bigger clubs. I'll also say that the in-school programs were funded by the Parent-Teacher Association. And it's really important that the Parent-Teacher Association sees what you're giving back to the school. Because when you're out of school for 5 or 10 years, the principal's going to change. And you need to make sure that your program is so bulletproof that when an administration changes, the new principal doesn't come in and say, chess, what's that? I don't want that. So at my anchor school, every time the principal changed and they were interviewing new principals, the PTA said to the principal, we have chess at this school, that's not negotiable. You need to know that in case you end up getting the position at this school. One other great thing that chess in schools taught me, when you are trying to hone your skills as a teacher, you need to go watch other teachers teach mainstream subjects. Go to the principal and say, who are your most effective teachers? And sit in on those teachers. You will end up learning way more. Like most chess educators, I'm not a trained educator. I had to figure it out on the fly. But it's a nice crash course in exactly what makes other teachers so effective and how you can use that to your advantage as well. Eventually, I did have a successful exit with my chess program. Some of you may have heard of the Charlotte Chess Center because they're now hosting international events. So I was able to merge with them, shall we say, when life got a little bit too busy at ChessKid and chess.com. But I basically want to send the message that you are not just selling the game, you are very much selling yourself when you go to start a program. The feedback loop will be that your in-school programs will feed your after-school clubs. Some of those kids will go on to play in tournaments, and the kids that play in tournaments will give notoriety to your schools, which will in turn have other schools want to contact you. So whether or not you're in an environment where chess is a part of the culture, or whether you live in, Wichita, I know I'm losing all kinds of fans in Malaysia and Wichita with my speech, but you will be able to start a local chess program by showing that you've got a passion for the game and that you're great in front of kids. And so hopefully for anybody out there wanting to start a local program, you'll get a little bit of inspiration in how I was able to do it.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate that explanation there. And something you said I wanted to bring back out, and that is thinking through the perspective of the school. You may come in, and we come from a culture of chess. Most of the schools in North America do not come from an established culture of chess, except in certain spots. So understanding their language, speaking to that, as you pointed out, they want to know that you're good with kids first and foremost, not good with chess. And as long as you're good with the kids, okay, now we can talk about the next step of how this is going to help. So I appreciate that. But a quick question for you before we move on, as you were talking to about others who might be wanting to start their chess programs. I'm going to jump to the question about, you ran these programs for a long time before you went to Chess Kid, And then, of course, you incorporated Chess Kit as well. But what is something that was not being done that you came up with, that you found was extremely effective in reaching the students in these schools? Would love to start with that.
That's a good question. Yeah, I was one of the first coaches to use Chess Kit. Danny Wrench actually sold me on Chess Kit before he got so big and, runs around the world meeting with everybody in the chess world. What I did was I went around to all the teachers in the school. I went to the art teacher and I said, can you make chess a part of your art? Can you have the kids design art? I went to the media specialist and I said, can I buy some books? So when kids check out books, there's a dedicated supply of chess books. By the way, your best friend is the librarian/media specialist. I used her room for everything. And one little nugget, because we're talking about entrepreneurship and business. Every chess teacher out there, every school has teacher work days. Pick teacher work days that are not federal holidays. Because what happens during these days? You've got a few kids. You need something for your kids to do. So I would have chess mini camps or tournaments at schools on non-federal holiday teacher workdays, and parents would just give me their credit card. Just take my, I would serve pizza and make it a whole event. It was a tournament, but not terribly serious. So that's one little itty bitty thing that I did that I don't know why all chess teachers aren't doing. I mean, I'd just say, hopefully nobody from this town is listening, but the IRS, I was printing money. Yeah, so everybody should be doing that.
That's awesome, and I really appreciate it because that even accentuates that point, which is you're understanding the need of who you're serving. And in this case, it was the teachers who have their own kids also, and that's awesome. Can we give another hand to Mike Klein, our first panelist? Too? Thank you, well done. So our next presenter today is Priyadarshan, I believe probably the highest rated on this row here today, Grandmaster in chess, has done so much over the years to impact thousands of students. And I won't go into all the background, maybe you can share a little bit that is relevant, but would like to introduce Priyadarshan. Let's give him a hand as he presents.
Hello everyone, so I'm Priyadarshan, Grandmaster from India, and I want to talk from two perspectives. That one is the school where I was an alumni, so I want to share because it's about the school business and how this, I don't know how many of you know, there is a school in India that has produced more than 15 Grandmasters that is alumni. So at least, close to 1/4 to 1/5 of Indian Grandmasters come from a single school. We all studied at the same school, and also the fact that now I run an online chess education business, so I want to draw my experiences from as an alumni as well as from my own business that now where we teach chess to kids across the world online. So one of the things is that to run a successful online coaching or be a school business, be it, you need to produce some star students, right? They go win some tournaments, that gives the name for the school or the academy, whichever you represent, and so and so. And that kind of creates a virtual loop. So if you create, let's say, one Grandmaster or one titled player or one, let's say, a 1500 player, whichever. So then, another student comes in, they become a 1600 and so on. So for example, now I run Chess Gaja. We've been 7 years in this business. So when first 2 to 3 years, maybe the highest rated player we might have produced is maybe 1800 or 1900. But now, at the 7th year of the business, now we are have students who are about 2300 USCF, so and so. So it takes a lot of time and effort to create star students, and that will also be the biggest differentiator. If you're patient and you build your academy, and then you can also say to schools, if you are patient enough to build a proper school program, you can also have strong results. And what this would lead is where I would connect it to the school where I'm alumni from. So they started a chess program 20 years ago, and the school name is Velammal. If any of the captains are here, you might have seen this name in the tournament hall, because that's the team that's representing India here. And they had this 20 years ago, they started supporting chess. And when they started, they basically said for all the strong players, we'll give you a lot of benefits, like being part of the school. Like, you can go play these international tournaments, we'll support you as much as possible. And what started 20 years ago, now, as I said, that school has produced 15 plus grandmasters and 100 plus FIDE rated players. But when they started, obviously it was an experiment for that school. Like they were, and from an Indian context, it's slightly different from, I would say, the US education system. So the Indian education system, like individual schools, obviously, if it's a private school, it's a private school, the one that I went for. And most of the schools in India are private schools, and so and so. So, they have their own budget and so on. But this school, the way they wanted to structure this program is, so we will give free tuition, everything to the student. But how are they going to recoup the cost? They are spending on the players. So one of the visions I think they had is that, every time, let's say, a player wins a tournament, right? So they're going to write, an alumni of the school won this tournament. That's how it's going to be published in news articles and print media, wherever it is. And so, if you want to go and get your school on an ad on any print media, you're going to be spending, I think in US should be at least $50,000 or a single ad, possibly. But so this school was getting all the free publicity because they were putting that money into investing on the chess players. And the most successful alumni of the school is someone I'm pretty sure everyone in this hall would know, is Grandmaster Gukesh, world champion Gukesh, right? So every time, they say, okay, Gukesh as one world champion, automatically the school's name is automatically associated with it. So print media-wise, so the cost that, let's say, the investment that a school makes into chess, so they fund, like I said, a cream of top players, and then whoever wants to aspire to be a top player also naturally comes and be parts of an ecosystem. So the school gets to add, that's why they managed to build 100 chess-rated players from the school in itself. And so the school looks at it from a perspective of, whatever the investment we make, we'll get it from a perspective of the publicity and branding that the school receives from multiple social media and the campaign and so and so. So this is where I would say that an effort they started 20 years ago, so they're managing to get all the benefits now. And from my academy perspective, the way I look at it is, so okay, we are 7 years into this, and when we talk to schools to integrate chess, so most schools, they have this fear, or they're like, okay, so if I invest X amount of money into this, in how many years will I get a return on my investment? Many schools, this is how they talk when I pitch to them in Indian schools and so on. So I tell them, don't look at it like you might break even if purely in terms of how much you're setting up the program. But the real value you would gain is in the publicity that you would get every time your student wins something. So where school leaders with a vision, they are willing to understand this concept and be like, okay, I can get what you're trying to say. Like if I wait for 3 to 5 years and if we build a strong grassroots program and that becomes moves on to where we have titled players, then yes, we'll have all this long term, we'll get the value that we're investing into this particular program right now. But certain school leaders or management, they look at it like, okay, if I do it today, will I be able to get it tomorrow? Whatever a certain amount of a return on investment, that's not going to happen, at least from an Indian perspective and certain other, I think, geographies as well here. Maybe, wherever there is a lot of private schools in other countries and so and so. I think they are not, it takes certain years, and if you have to convince the school management, this is how it's going to work out, and this is if they buy into your vision and they are ready for it, I think you can definitely have successful school programs. And because this point is missed a lot, because if we clearly say them, okay, it's the fact is, the publicity is so much. When Gukesh won in India, every single major news media had a mention of this school. And at least I would say 1,000+ mentions in different print media. And that's like what every school would dream, that They would want their name to be in, and so and so. So this is how I would look at it. And when I talk to schools, and also one thing I noticed, sometimes the school would bring a parent or two, and they would ask some questions like, okay, if you set it up, how does it work? And most parents have this question. So I have, let's say, a 6 or 7-year-old kid, and I would like to test for a year or two, if my kid has the potential, within the kid goes to the school, and at the same time, as part of extracurricular activity or something. And and as a parent, they're ambitious. They want to make their kid very good at chess. But the question they have is does my kid have enough talent, or do you think my kid is maybe better suited for other extracurricular activities? And this is one area where I would say that many chess coaches, or sometimes we slightly mislead. What they end up doing is they say that the kid is extremely talented just to retain the kid in their coaching program. And so that is because more the student numbers in a chess program, it is better for the coach, right? But, and many times this is the kind of the disappointment after a year or two, when the parent realizes maybe the kid is not improving much. The parent ends up asking if you had identified this much earlier, if you had told me, maybe I could have put my kid in a badminton class or some other extra music class or something. And this is where I think going forward, technology would help a lot, because we could easily identify with specific metrics, is this kid has the potential to get to let's say a titled player at one point in the future or not, and so and so. So this is kind of some of the points that when I go to schools in India and I talk, and the questions they ask quite often to me, and this is how I look at the chess and coaching school business primarily, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And before we go, though, I wanted to come back to, you started to touch on some of the technology, and you have a bit of background in the ed tech space also. As such, how do you see that data and technology can be used both for the student improvement, and also the business growth in chess education? Because on the one hand, you're talking about the importance of having success that creates free marketing, good PR, good such. But how would you use this now from the standpoint of just simply data and technology integrating?
So in my academy, what we do is, so we also work with US students as well. So many times what we do is we feed their USCF ID into, there are websites where you can track changes on the website and so and so. So what we do is we feed their URL, USCF URL into it, and every week we see, is there a change in their USCF rating? And so and so. So this way, every week, then my team takes a detailed report on, is there a change in the rating of the student and how it is. And then if we see some, a consistent pattern or a time that, okay, either it's going up or down, the pattern, when it emerges clear, we have a kind of an chat with the parent. Okay, so we see this maybe going positively or negatively. What could be an intervention could be done here from our end, or from the parent end, or from the student end, how it could be done, and how it could have a, if it's positive, how to further accelerate it. If the trend is slightly worse, how to fix it and move towards a positive trend over here. And I mean, most of this now, if we purely track from any online platform, we can see the trends. But if we are trying to track from like a USCF rating or an academy perspective, I think feeding the URL like a FIDE, let's say even a FIDE rating, we could try to track it on a monthly basis where you get automated reports. There are a lot of sites now to do that. So a lot of academies, I would say, should use more technology like when they are building these programs. Yet it does add some additional cost to whatever your budget is, but I think in the long term it will definitely, you'll get the return on your investment on these kind of things, I would say. And yeah, that's and I would also say there's still when I look at a lot of chess academies, there's a lot of scope for tools to be used. And I would say most academies, I would say they are using maybe 5-10% of tools that's available out there on the market. Most of it is still done very manually. But when they automate or also like use possibly these kind of, some of these tools, it would make their life easier and would get in long-term, return on the investment for whatever they're doing. And also it will help the student progress. Because when, let's say, you are able to track a student's consistent performance and tell the parent, they are most likely going to stick to your academy. They're not going to go to another academy or some other chess school and so on. So that's how it helps a lot with student retention, in my opinion, if you're an academy. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyad. Can we give a big hand for... Before we move to our next panelist, I want to add one more piece to this part of the question or the topic, because we're talking also on the business, right, of school, chess, and cash flowing business this way. So what you're talking about here with the data, the technology, the tracking of these, I take it back from the US context. I don't have much experience on global scale for business, even though we've supported projects internationally. But in the US side, I think about the customer. Who's the customer? So as a business owner and entrepreneur, you got to know who's paying the bill. You can have, of course, from a nonprofit, which I started also, and others, you can have grants, you can have school districts, you can all of these. But many chess businesses in North America, like how Mike started here and how I myself started, was an individual coaching basis and then growing and scaling that with after-school programs. Who's the customer? The parent, usually, right? And how much do the parents know about chess? Very little in most cases. So when you bring in the tools that you just talked about the tracking and the communication to the parent, you build LTV, the lifetime value of a customer, because the person paying the bill now sees the outcome of what they're paying for, right? And I just wanted to point that out because what you're talking about, I think, sustains it. And
when kids come home, the parent's not going to be like, do you really know what the night fork is? But if the kid tells some fancy story about being excited about coming home from chess, that's what the parent gravitates toward.
If they're excited about it, and if the parent can see data that tracks over time progress, like the rating graphs and so on.
I just want to add one point to that. Now, with if you're doing an online classes, there's obviously AI summary of it. And what I've noticed is most parents really like this feature because they are not going to be sitting in the class when the class is done. But when they come back home and they can have a chat with the kid, but most likely the kid might say, okay, I just learned tactics or something, but very generic, maybe they might say. But if the parents are able to go through the summary of it, like takes 2 minutes for them to read through, it gives a clear indication, okay, so my kid spent an hour or two productive this day or this week and so. So I would say, these kind of things, more integration. We've already doing it at my academy. We've integrated the AI summary feature. I think more academies should also do this because, as you said, when a parent sees the value, they're going to stay with you. If they don't see the value, or if your competitor is going to give you that value, they're going to switch there. Yeah.
Absolutely. So thank you for that follow-on too. And let's move to our next. Now we get a perspective from Denmark. We have a co-presenting here two gentlemen, Jakob Askam Christensen and Michael Norgard, and a lot of data. And we're excited to hear from you on this next presentation. So please take it away.
Thanks a lot.
Let's give a big hand too. Thank you.
I think we need a bit of help with the tech. Can you put on the slides, please? I guess you'll be there in a short while. Well, I'll start off or kick off this presentation with a brief interview to the Danish Scholastic Chess Organization, and then I'll give the word to my colleague Mikkel, who will give you a deeper insight in the Danish ecosystem and not least a look inside a Danish classroom. And I'll wrap up our presentation with insights of the key revenue figures in 2024. I have the slides on my phone, so at least I can see them here. Well, we are an old organization established in 1960 by math teachers and headmasters of Danish schools. By now we are 14 full-time employees, and to the surprise of some, only about 1/3 of our employees can play chess. We realized that if we want to build a robust and strong organizations, we need the best employees in all positions. And for instance, our fundraising team, none of them play chess, but luckily they are really, really good fundraisers, and I'll show you that in the figures, revenue figures later on. Okay, so here's the slides I can see. By now we have 550 member schools, that's around 1/3 of all Danish schools, and 2,000 Danish teachers teach chess to the kids in the Danish schools. Around 60,000 Danish children play chess every year. And our turnover in 2024 were $2.4 million. And I'll get back to that later on, but now I'll turn it over to my colleague Mikkel.
Yeah, could I have the next slide, please? Yes, thank you very much. This is a look inside a Danish classroom. Yeah, please stay with the picture. Yes, thank you. A Danish classroom, and at the board you see a teacher standing up. Inside her head is some knowledge of how to teach chess, and we sold that to the school. We also sold the platform she's using to teach kids in the classroom, and the boards they're playing at, well, we sold them to the school as well. It was all part of a full service type of package that we sell to Danish schools, and generally they pay us on average $4,000 to $5,000 to get started teaching educational chess. We have, as Jakob said, about 550 schools in Denmark. So how did we get there? How did we make the cash flow, so to speak? Well, first of all, we realized that chess doesn't speak for itself. At least educational chess doesn't speak for itself. A teacher who has a fleeting knowledge of chess is not necessarily interested in teaching chess as a starting point. But if you show her what chess can do in the classroom, what the game of chess can do for kids that have trouble listening, kids that struggle with math, kids that might be in special needs education, and she sees those kids thriving and sees those kids learning math in a more engaging way, she might start becoming interested. So what we did is we manned up. We have at the moment 7 learning consultants. Some are full-time, some are part-time. And what they do is they take their telephone and they call a headmaster and say, "Have you heard of scholastic chess? Do you know what it can do?" And sometimes the headmaster has heard of it, sometimes he hasn't. "You want to see what it can do in action, and we'll show you this for free." And well, okay, yes, the headmaster says. Well, then we say, but it comes at one condition. We need to have a meeting up front online with your teachers where we tell them about the effects of scholastic chess and where we plan the day. Then we'll come around, we'll teach like 4 or maybe 5 sessions of 45 minutes with different grades. And then at the end of the day, you will sit down with us, your teachers will sit down with us, and we'll talk about which problems, which obstacles, which challenges in your school can scholastic chess help alleviate? All right, says the headmaster, but I might not be able to make the meeting that day. Well, that's okay, we say. Well, if you're not able to make the meeting, then it will cost you $2,000. Otherwise, the visit is free. And up until this point, all headmasters have turned up for the meeting. And this has made the cash flow to some extent because they do buy our educational programs, they do buy our tech, they do buy our chessboards. But the greatest thing about this thing is that the salaries for the consultants doing the visits are all funded externally. They're funded by partnerships with small and medium-sized foundations. So actually what we're doing is also a sales meeting that we're being paid for. And this has made for a substantial amount of the business we're doing right now. Jakob will get back to some of our other sources of income in a little while, but if I could have the other slide, please, Jakob. The key takeaway from what I'm saying here is the fact that it's a full service type of thing we do. We provide the chessboards, we provide the tech, we provide the knowledge, and we sell it through a web shop and a website. And this has made for a real powerful way of promoting scholastic chess in Denmark.
Thank you. Can we give a hand to our two panelists here? Thank you. Before we move on, there's a question I would like to ask for both of you. Not sure who wants to take it. How can the chess organizations and schools create financially sustainable models for chess education that don't rely on the external funding or volunteer efforts?
Well, I might quote myself from yesterday, chess might be cheap, but it's valuable. And we need to convey the fact that chess is valuable and it's worth actually paying good money. So we need to create real products that schools want to pay for, and products that create real value out there. So we need to be able to build organizations and products that work on the terms of the market.
Yes, if you don't mind me expanding that just a little bit, one of the biggest challenges we face if you go to schools is their budgets, right? They must get approval on all these budgets and the expenditures of them. So of course you have to show the outcome to get the buy-in for it. So could you go maybe a little further on like what innovative revenue streams or partnerships you've proven to be most effective? Because you've obviously seen a large percentage of the schools already.
Yeah. Each time we identify a societal problem, obstacle, challenge, math difficulties, for instance, has been a thing in Denmark. 15% of Danish kids leave school without sufficient capabilities in math. There are always money in trying to help alleviate these problems. And large foundations, as well as the government and the schools, are willing to pay you if you can make the case for actually being able to alleviate these problems. So right at the moment, we're doing an intervention with some schools and a large foundation called Egmont Fonden, which try to develop new ways of teaching math. So we're looking at math from an entirely different perspective and asking teachers, what is math to you? What is math to your kids? Could you imagine a play-based way of teaching math? And this seems to resonate real well with foundations, decision makers, and with the kids as well.
Absolutely, and I love your, if you can't make the meeting, $2,000. It's a wonderful way to make sure the decision maker is there. Let's give one more hand to our Mikkel and Jacob. Thank you, thank you. So our next panelist is Michael Kanarkiewicz. And with his background as a TEDx speaker, chess player, author of 7 books, he teaches the secrets of business and life strategy using chess as a metaphor. He also has drawn with the 12th world chess champion, Anatoly Karpov, in a simo. Many other successes in his career with the big companies he's worked with. Please welcome Michael.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a second for a presentation. So, okay, I see a presentation here, but what about here? Okay, thank you. So, why is chess more than just a game? My name is Michal Kanarkiewicz, and I'm a chess player, 2100. Also, I served as the marketing manager for FIDE World Rapid and Beast Chess Championships in 2021 in Warsaw, Poland. Currently serving in European Chess Union at the Media and Communication Commission. And I run my own company, strategic consulting company for the biggest brands worldwide. Okay, thank you. Yeah, now it's better, thank you. So, as you can see here, there are some brands that I work with. These are my clients, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Dell Technologies, and many, many others. I'm deeply passionate about the connection between chess and business and life as well. So today, I'm going to tell you about the top 3 transferable skills from chess into business and life, because I think it's an important topic to tackle. Yesterday and today, many speakers talked about chess as a tool, and I think it's good to know what are the skills that kids right now teaching chess, they can somehow get in the future. So, the top 3 transferable skills, based on my research, I did it in the last couple of years, partly together with Koźmiński University in Warsaw, Poland. That's the best Central and Eastern Europe business school, according to the Financial Times. And there are top 3 transferable skills. The first one, which is kind of obvious for us chess players, is strategic thinking. Timur Turlov, yesterday, he talked a bit about strategic thinking. But what is strategic thinking? So for me, strategic thinking involves making investments now to gain an advantage tomorrow. That's strategic thinking all about. And let me give you a powerful example of using strategic thinking in business that is related to chess. So all of us know about the matches between Garry Kasparov and supercomputer Deep Blue from IBM. But I think there is even something more interesting behind the scenes than match itself. That's the business that IBM did around this match, because they were struggling back in the 90s. And the match was a game changer for them. Because, you know, there were 2 matches. Yeah, the first one, which Kasparov won in 96, and then rematch, which unfortunately he lost in 97. But the thing that is very important in business is that IBM's stock's value has a dramatic increase after these 2 matches. As you can see here, the first peak was right after the first match, and the second one was after the rematch. And total growth in those 2 years was approximately 130%. After these 2 matches. Of course, not only match has happened, there were also other factors, but based on that match, IBM's stock value has increased 130%. And using ROI, it stands for return on investment, a very important metric in business, we can see that, by the way, there's a great mini-series, it's called Rematch, that tells the story behind the match between Kasparov and Deep Blue. That we know IBM invested $10 to $20 million approximately, and in return, they've had $74 billion in market value, which means ROI was approximately 700,000%. That's called one of the biggest strategic ROIs in tech history. Because IBM was thinking strategically. They did it differently. Because you need to know that back in the 90s, there were a lot of tech companies, they were competing each other. For instance, Microsoft with Windows 95, they had a flop, a launch flop. There was even a long, 55 minutes long video with Jennifer Aniston and Matthew Perry, you know them from Friends series. It was a bit long and it was a flop. But on the other hand side, IBM created a powerful narrative, man versus machine. And it was thinking strategically. Because the lesson afterwards is that strategic thinking means to think different. The second one, skill that you can transfer from chess into business, is scenario analysis. Of course, during the game of chess, you have a lot of lines. You think like, I want to play this or that line, and so on. You know that from chess. But what it means in business and life? In each and every discipline, we have icons like Cristiano Ronaldo, Leo Messi, or Michael Jordan, LeBron James. For us, in chess, it was Kasparov and Karpov, back in 80s and 90s. I had the pleasure to play against Karpov in the chess simul in 2020. I was, of course, very excited, but at this time terrified because, Karpov was and is still a great legend. And in order to play the game, I've prepared 3 plans. I called them A, B, and C. So my plan A was to play an open position, to go for an open position, because Karpov prefers to play close ones. My plan B was not to exchange queens, because I wanted to keep attacking chances alive. And plan C was not to enter the endgame phase too early in the game, because, as you know, Karpov is one of the best players when it came to the endgame. But what happened? By move 8, Karpov decided to play a closed opening. So my plan A failed. By move 13, he exchanged queens. So my plan B also failed. And surprise, surprise, by move 18, he forced me to play an endgame. So my plan C also failed. I was stuck. My all plans, A, B, and C, failed. And then I thought, oh my God, it's gonna be difficult because, as I teach managers to think strategically, think several moves ahead, to have a lot of different scenarios and so on. But when it came to the moment of truth, I simply failed, unfortunately. But then I recalled a rule of thumb, which is, even when your plan A, B, and C fail, you can still create a plan D, which was, for me in this case, to play a gambit. I sacrificed the pawn to have more open position. I played a gambit in a way. And after close to 5 hours fight and 44 moves, I managed to draw in a chess simul exhibition. Here is the proof, photo and the chess score sheet from Ustroń in Poland, beautiful city. By the way, Łukasz is going to join us in Ustroń tomorrow, if I'm correct. Yes, Łukasz is with us here. So I'm not telling you this story to show off. Okay, maybe a bit. But joking aside, I'm telling you this story because I think scenario analysis is a very powerful tool that you can use on a daily basis. And let me give you an example. Let's imagine that it's your future. Like, candidate move is a potential move that seems worthy of further analysis. In chess, you have several moves. But what if we take this to life and business? So let's imagine that you have scenario optimistic, something great happens with a positive impact, like you've got a promotion, you've had a great client, and any kind of big opportunity that you didn't expect. Then you have scenario realistic, which is you continue on the same path as the last year. And the last but not least is scenario pessimistic, when something bad happens in your life with negative impact. It's called very often in management books, it's called black swan. Black swan is a major event that has a great impact, that is unexpected. Let me give you an example, like financial crisis in 2008 or COVID-19 in 2020 and many others. Black swan doesn't have to be negative, it can also be a positive one. But in this case, let's focus on the negative black swan. So this kind of scenario analysis I teach managers to use, and as you can see, it's kind of a map. And we do it as chess players. And you teach that to your kids, to have a map and to adapt based on opponents' moves. And recently, because I run my own podcast, it's called Strategic Move, Strategiczny Ruch in Polish, I interview a lot of CEOs. And one of my guests was recently Dariusz Petrowski. He is a CEO of Dell Technologies Poland. And he said that I have seen a lot of strategies made with heads in clouds. They looked wonderful on paper, but didn't succeed because they were disconnected from the reality. So I think that's a very good quote, because scenario analysis keeps you grounded. You can have a great strategy, tactics, and so on. And also Timur talked about this yesterday. But at the end of the day, you need to adapt. You need to be flexible. And in order to be flexible, I think scenario analysis is a great tool, a powerful tool that you can use, and your students also as well. And last but not least, skill that you can take from chess into business and life is decision making. You know, during the game, you make a lot of different decisions. And one of them, which I found very interesting, is playing gambits. Gambit, we know, like when you sacrifice something to get something even bigger in the future. Like when you sacrifice a pawn, the queen's gambit. You have to sacrifice a pawn to have more space in the center. So I think about gambits, we can look to the sponsorship. And there was a discussion about sponsorship today, earlier on. Because sponsorship might be kind of a gambit. There are a lot of companies who invest into soccer, I mean football, basketball, Formula One, tennis, golf, and many others. But at the same time, there are also companies who do it completely differently. And in this case, in my view, the Freedom's company, Corp, they play a kind of a gambit. Because as an input, they input money, and as an output, you see, because Timur also talked about it yesterday, implementation of the company's vision and mission and create synergies between finance and chess. There was this conference, Wall Street Gambit. There are a lot of several different also other activities. I call it the Freedom's Gambit, but as you can see, playing Gambit, it's like when you sacrifice something to get something bigger in the future. And when you know the rules of chess, you know that you can somehow make better decisions because, for instance, you can play the Freedom's Gambit or any other company that you want to engage with. I'm not telling today about the Freedom's Gambit because they are the sponsor of this conference. I'm telling you this because I think that's a powerful way of thinking, and that's something that we can teach kids through chess. And so to sum up my presentation, I would like you to remember that there are the top 3 transferable skills from chess into business and life based on my research together with Koźmiński University, the best Central and Eastern Europe business school. The first one is strategic thinking, scenario analysis, and the last but not least, decision making. And if there is only one thing that I want you to remember after this presentation, let it be this. Chess is more than just a game. Chess is a platform that helps you to think strategically, anticipate moves by doing scenario analysis, and make better decisions both in business and life. Checkmate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Wonderful. We will, for the sake of time, move on to our last panelist, and then if there's time at the end, we might have time for coming back around for a question or two. But our next presenter is Daniel Weisbarth, co-owner at Silver Knights Chess Academy. He has overseen the company's growth from 10 locations and a few hundred students in 2009 to more than 350 sites and 15,000 plus students each year in their various programs. So please welcome Daniel Weisbarth.
Thank you so much, Elliot, and thanks for having me here. I want to start with kind of a strange tangent, which is a few years ago when we were in the hospital after my oldest child was born, my wife and I were talking, and we just couldn't believe that they were just going to let us leave with the baby. Like, we didn't know what we were doing. It was unbelievable. It's like, we just take the baby and go home? That doesn't seem right. And a lot of running the business and growing it actually is kind of like that. You don't know what you're doing, you haven't done it before, and you just kind of have to figure it out as you go. And there were kind of 3 main roles in our growth that I went through, and I worked with my brother the whole time. He's my co-owner. But there were kind of 3 main roles that I went through. And the first thing I did was I started as a coach. And like Mike and some of the other people who've talked, I didn't have any formal teaching training. I was a pretty good chess player. But I just kind of showed up and started to figure it out. And I wasn't a natural teacher. My mom has a story she likes to tell of when I was 6 years old at our school chess club that she ran, where she left me to teach another 6-year-old how the rook moves. And she came back after like 40 seconds. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Why don't you get this? This is so easy. And that was where I was when I was 6. When I started in my early 20s, I was probably in a better place. but it wasn't something that came naturally to me. And I had to work really hard at it. And after each class, I would think really hard about what went well, what I could do better, how things had worked for the kids, think about the feedback the kids had given me along the way. One amazing thing about working with like 7-year-olds is that if you're doing something and it's boring, there's a good chance somebody will raise their hand and you'll call on them and they'll be like, this is boring. And then you'll be like, oh, okay, I have to figure out how to make this more exciting for the kids. And I did that for a while, and I got better, and I became a pretty good coach. And then the company grew a little bit. And then we grew a little bit more, and we started hiring coaches. And this was, again, something that I didn't really have any experience with, and I didn't really have any experience training people or helping them after they'd been hired, and just had to kind of figure things out as we went. And not everybody worked out right, and with each person we hired, if they didn't work out, or if they did, you kind of have to think through, like, okay, was this the right person to hire as the coach? Was the training they went through right? Was the curriculum we gave them right? Was the support they had after they started right? Because if you don't do any of those things correctly, like if any of those things is wrong, the coach isn't going to be successful, and ultimately that's your mistake. And so after lots and lots of trying and thinking and learning from mistakes, we got pretty good at that, and the company grew a little bit more. And we got to a point where we needed to hire people to help with hiring, like human resources people, and also people to help manage the coaches and after-school programs. And I think this is probably the hardest step, and it's the step where a lot of academies either can't make this leap, or they get here and it goes really wrong for them. And there's kind of two challenges, but one of them is, just like from a business perspective, the business is very simple when you're alone teaching at schools. Every time someone signs up, you get a few dollars. When more people sign up, you get more money. When you start hiring coaches, it stays pretty simple. You can kind of say like, okay, if I have 10 kids in the class and the coach gets paid this amount and the kids each pay that, I don't know, I'm keeping about half of what we bring in from each extra program. When you start adding admin staff, it gets a lot harder. And the first big problem is the salaries are pretty lumpy. It's not like you can just add, 5% of an admin person or 10% of an admin person. You have to hire that whole salary. And one thing that I think is really scary for a lot of academy programs is they get there, they're like, wow, my life is miserable, I'm working 60 hours a week, I really need to hire someone to help me. And then they think about it and they're like, oh, if I hire this person, I'm actually going to earn less money next year than I did last year. That doesn't seem great. And for us, we kind of got there, and we decided that it was worth it and that our ambitions for what came next were important enough that we wanted to do it. And we just kind of grew through that. And like hiring teachers and coaches, which I'll use those terms a little interchangeably, there were new challenges here, and one thing we did that was a little bit of a mistake that I think my friends in Denmark also encountered a little bit, is that if you just take your best chess coaches and then are like, okay, you're really good at this, we're going to promote you into this other role, they might just not be good at it. And it's a totally different skill set, like maybe 100% different or 85% different. And it wasn't that none of the coaches we promoted worked out, but it wasn't as many as you'd want. And so as we went through this, we had to, again, think through, like, okay, is this the right person? If it's a person who I think is really good and really aligned with us and what we do and thinks what teaching chess to kids is important, are they doing the right job here? Did we train them correctly? Did we give them the right support after they started? And if you get any of those things wrong, the person isn't going to succeed, and that's really on you. And so we did that, and after each mistake, we went and we thought through it, and we learned. And if you think about it, that process is actually very similar to what you do when you play a game of chess and you lose, and then you go back and you review it later. And that skill where you take something that goes wrong in your life, and then you break it down into what did I do wrong, what should I do the same next time, what do I need to do better and differently, is a really core life skill. And it helps with building a business. And it's also really the biggest thing that I want kids to take from our programs, I guess besides a love of chess, where that's something that works for you when you're in a math class and it doesn't go well, or You have something in your personal life that doesn't go well. And so basically by the time we got to 2020, we had a pretty stable program. I think we were maybe the biggest after-school chess company in the country. We also did camps and tournaments, and it was going pretty smoothly, and it was basically a well-oiled machine. And that's obviously an ominous place to stop this, because you guys all know what happens next, which is everything just completely shut down. And I think it was on March 13th, 2020, we essentially canceled every class we had for basically forever. Like, we didn't have any classes, we didn't have any camps scheduled. We kind of had to look at the bank account and be like, okay, when are we gonna run out of money? And the answer was really, really soon. And we had to pretty brutally just lay off 200 coaches and the 20 people who worked in our office, and maybe 150 chess coaches and about 20 people in our office. And if you'd asked me in February of 2020, like, what do you think about teaching online? I would have been like, it's a bad idea, we're the wrong people for it. Here's 15 reasons why. And they were like good, correct reasons. They weren't, like, I wasn't wrong about that in February. And then on like March 16th, I was like, okay, my new life is trying to figure out how to teach kids chess. And so my brother and I kind of divided responsibilities, and he was focused on like trying to get out of our lease on our office space and dealing with like all the paperwork he had to deal with layoffs. And mine was like, can we figure out how to teach chess online? And we kept 2 of our office staff, and we had to lay off all the coaches. And one of them, her job shifted from like managing school programs and coaches to just like, we had an office full of supplies and she just had to sell everything. And it was like trying to sell shelves and computers and whatever else we had in there. And so it was really hard. And basically we had to go through all those steps of learning to teach, learning to hire coaches, learning to hire admin staff again, but much more quickly. And so I started teaching online classes. And I went from being something where I was teaching like 1 hour a week of after school programs, and then we had, I don't know, 150 other chess coaches teaching the other 3,980 kids in our programs, to just like, I was teaching all the kids, and I was starting from scratch, and I didn't know what I was doing. And after each class, I would take notes on it. And I kind of have 2 big moments that stand out in my memory. The first was trying to teach a beginner class of like 5- and 6-year-olds who'd never played chess before. Like, this is how you play chess from the beginning. And at some point after like 3 weeks, it was just kind of working. And I felt good. And like, one of the kids was visibly excited over Zoom, and the other kids were all really engaged too, and things were clicking for them. And then the other milestone in there was we had our first new student sign up who didn't know us from in-person programs. And it was just a kid who found us from New Jersey, which is, I don't know, a couple 100 miles away. And I was like, wow, okay, if we have new people finding us, maybe there's something really here. And so that was going okay, and we brought back some coaches, and we had to figure out, okay, who do we hire for this? Which people will succeed? It's not exactly one-to-one with people who are good in-person coaches. And then that went on for a year, and we were kind of like chugging along, and we were basically after about 3 months or 4 months, we were self-sufficient with the online programs. And then in the spring of 2021, it was time to reopen for the in-person programs. And the first time we built the company, it was about 14 years. And the second time when we rebuilt it, essentially from the ground up, it was about 14 weeks. And it was very stressful, and it was a situation where like we were hiring managers who obviously hadn't managed classes, and they hadn't even seen our classes before because nobody had, and they were helping hire the coaches. And the whole thing was like, felt like it was held together with duct tape. And it felt a little bit like when my second child was born last month, where unlike with the first one, it wasn't like outrageous that they were sending us home with a baby. It made sense. Like, we knew what we were doing, but we were just so tired all the time, and there was so much to do. And so we kind of came out of the pandemic, and we came out much stronger, and we're teaching probably 50% more kids in person than we were before. And then our online programs have grown pretty substantially, and like July was our biggest ever month in terms of online students, even bigger than when nobody was going to school. And those programs have grown into something really cool as kind of a next step for kids who grow out of their after-school program especially, where we have kids from all 50 states now, we have kids from around the world, we had 11 kids win state championships in 2025. And so those programs are something that have kind of grown into like an incredible supplement to our in-person program. And one of the big things was just kind of taking that process of taking something that goes wrong, learning from it, iterating, and then coming up with the next step in that process. Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. So a couple of comments I wanted to make at the end here with both my experience at Chess for Life and what was said here. And I think what you may have heard was the chess skills in action in most of our stories. Right, talk about the problem solving, the unexpected comes up, and how do you evaluate, analyze, make a decision, and move forward. And as much as you can analyze, you never anticipate everything. So when surprises come, how do you handle them, right? And I would say hats off.
My microphone.
What's that?
That's a surprise, you stole my microphone.
Yeah, exactly, I had to, right? Because one of them died. So a comment I wanted to really wrap up here is, as we're talking about this business of classroom to cash flow, I think it's important, and I think we can recognize that in chess, there's not yet, as we saw even in an earlier presentation, the dollars to the same degree as many other industries. I've had many parents and students come to us and talk about, oh, how good's my kid? Could he be professional? And I'm like, well, if you learn chess right and you learn what we're teaching, which is life skills through chess, your kid will probably not pursue chess eventually, right? Not everyone's going to be Gukesh or some of the other top 10, not percent, but 10 players who make the amazing income. Now that has changed somewhat in the last 5 years, thanks to esports of chess now and how it's being marketed. I like to say just like golf and other activities, poker, it has become a spectator sport. You know, brands aligning, there is more dollars coming into it. But from the business of chess, if you don't have a heart for impact among youth, don't get into it. There's so much easier ways to make a living. And from my experience at Chess for Life, we grew in our first 10 years from just serving every kid. We did anything that was good for kids and then tried to make it work financially. So we had enrichment after school, we had 9 buses busing kids to us. We did math, we did tutoring, we did homeschool, we did everything, but everything included chess because that was the fundamental. Then the pivot point came just over 10 years ago where the vision was, what would it take now to impact 1 million youth? And since then, that was the journey, and of course, COVID impacts that too. But because of it, we started turning it into an actual business. So eliminating the complexities that don't scale well, figuring out what can we do, what can't we do, and asking ourselves the questions, what is the #1 choke point for achieving that vision? And the #1 one we came up with, which I didn't hear mentioned yet because of just the various aspects we were covering, I wanted to mention, which I think it was touched on briefly at one point, and that is chess players are not necessarily good teachers. So how do you find the educator to help the kids, right? And so in our plan of impacting youth, we set out, as I mentioned at the start, our vision is empowering kids to enrich the world. We had to expand that to empowering educators to enrich the world by empowering them with the tools. And what do most people who don't play chess think about chess?
It's hard.
Hard, complex, I'm not sure I can do it, right? So by developing tools that today I can say we can take 2 hours with any educator, any group of educators, and the largest group has been 300 so far. 2 hours, we give a pre-survey question, what's your confidence level using chess? And the common response is, can I use negative numbers? If they don't know chess. And the joke, of course. But, 1s and 2s. And after 2 hours, the average response works out to 9.2 out of 10 that they can use chess. So how you bring it to change the mindset of the educators is key, in my view, to solving the question of impacting the youth. And so that's what we do. You know, we have one district I'm flying to tonight, and there's 46% of the districts. It's another large Florida district. 84,000 kids used our tools this last year. And the 4 middle schools have chess as an elective course. But again, what is the ROI now to sell it to the schools in the district? In the middle schools, it's an elective course. And you know why they do it? Yes, there's good math and alignment and all of these pieces. But the number one response is parents are saying, my kid wants to go to school when there's chess. So attendance is actually the selling point for the principal and the teacher. You see, so understanding those pieces I think is very important. The ROI, the LTV, all these things we could dive deeper if we had more time, and I wish we did. But can we give our whole panel a big hand for their contribution today on the business of chess? Thank you. I think we are out of time, aren't we? 2:30 on the dot. Isn't that when we're supposed to end? I tried.
Round of applause for Elliot Neff getting us to lunchtime.
So thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, guys, for doing our job. Yeah, please stay for the picture of the panel, and yeah.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire. Unite, transform, join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together.
for me.
So, do we once again do a reminder?
Oh, yeah. I guess we could remind. Before we get started, welcome back from lunch. How was lunch? Everybody good, full, satisfied? Yeah? Feeling good, my man? What'd you have? Ooh, nice. Yeah, was that a salad? Nice, dude. You had chicken parm? Did I go to the wrong canteen? You ordered Uber Eats? Dang it. All right, well, next time I'm gonna have lunch with you. We'll do it. Welcome back, everybody. We just want to remind you at this time, in about 10 minutes, there is another class starting up. It's called How to Train the Trainer. It's in the designated workshop area that you've seen out front. That is facilitated by Jerry Nash, Jerry Inberg, and Ronald Babcock. It's an interactive session that takes place until about 5:10 or 17:10. We'll explore scalable frameworks for both pre-service, in-service teacher training, and chess education. Yevgeny, what are we doing next?
Yeah, we do next panel number 4, or rather round table. Going viral, how social media and creators are redefining chess promotion. Cybersport, Minecraft, Roblox. Those last 3 words my teenage son would be excited about.
This is going to be great. The face of chess is changing, and much of that is happening online. In a dynamic session, we explore how social media, streaming platforms, and digital influencers are revolutionizing the way chess is perceived, consumed, and celebrated around the world. From Twitch and TikTok and YouTube to Instagram, chess content is reaching millions, turning grandmasters into global personalities and meme makers into ambassadors of the game. But what makes chess content engaging? Here to discuss.
Right, and to moderate this roundtable, we invite chess content creator known as the Chess Nerd, Zachary Sain.
And Uber Eats aficionado, chicken parmesan lover. Where's our DJ? This man needs a beat. What's up, buddy?
Thanks for having me.
Joining on the panel, Women's International Master, Chess.com content creator, and tactical trainer, Svetlana Demchenko, everybody. Hello, Svetlana.
Another chess content creator on both Twitch and YouTube, professional chess player Anna Maya Kazaryan.
Next up, chess content creator known as Chess with Akeem, Jamaica's youngest national master at age 16. Ladies and gentlemen, the Akeem Brown.
Social media strategist, social media manager for Norway Chess, and, well, my colleague at many various chess events at the past, Nikki Regan.
Next up, the creative head at Chess Space India. Please welcome Abhyudaya Ram.
And last but not least, welcome back on stage ex-CEO of Chessable, entrepreneur and musician Geert van der Velde.
Please note the noticeably younger median age on stage. This is the online future of chess. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're in the mood for today's panel. We have some very talented people here with us today, starting with our corporate content creators all the way at the end of the panel and towards me, and from here on out with the 3 solo entrepreneurs, content creators who have very strong personal brands online. We're going to start with a little bit about me. I'm a chess content creator for now 7 years with over 200,000 subscribers on YouTube and nearing 200 million views on that same platform. So I know a little thing or two about social media content going viral, and so do our guests here. Very talented people as well. I'm going to start it off. Everyone, thanks for joining me today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. When it comes to chess content, what do you guys prefer? For going viral, for growing the game, chess education, or simply chess entertainment?
Both. Ideally, a mix of both.
Well, personally, I'm a chess coach as well, so I started off posting online with the main intention of attracting more students. So I'm more geared towards chess education, but then I ensure that I make it entertaining as well. So the spot that you want to be in is you want to ensure that you make entertaining educational content.
I would like to chip in on that because over a year ago, I started my journey road to WGM, Women Grandmaster. So I'm trying to achieve my title by going to tournaments and play the best chess I can. And I have catered a community that is focused on improving in chess, and they want to know how it's like in my journey. They want to know the behind the scenes, but also the thought process I have in my games. They love hearing the recaps I do about my games. So I also find it very important to focus on educational content, but I do see the value of entertaining content, because that is what everyone loves to see. Even if you don't play chess, you can understand the sort of entertainment behind the content.
Yeah, like many people here, I like to do a mix of both. So on YouTube, I've been working with ChessBase for a few years now, where it is educational weekly YouTube videos. And actually, they named the show Svetlana's Smart Moves. And I wish I could say the summit was inspired by this, but it's just a really interesting coincidence. And that is mainly educational, and then I transitioned more into some more entertaining content on Twitch with a live audience. And I think the interesting thing about our online world is that you can do anything you would like, and people like to connect to chess in different ways. Some want to learn, others want to laugh, and sometimes they want a mix of both. And I think that is what makes our game and our community online so lively.
So I think it's easier to go viral with an entertaining moment, but it's also very important to capitalize on that. You have a great moment, you go viral, use it to make something better, to expand the community, and use this moment to attract more people, and then, you know, sorry, I'm very stressed people. I don't do public talk. This is very hard for me. I'm sorry, I'm gonna restart. So after we go viral, it's the best moment to start to use educational content. That is my point. We use entertainment to go viral, and then we use this moment, the momentum, to create an educational content.
So you leverage the entertainment.
Yeah, exactly.
And then once you got it, then the education can come in.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I agree with all of them, but the only thing which is different from me and others are others at some point have played chess in their life. So when I got introduced to the chess world, I was pursuing my engineering, so which is nowhere related to chess. So when the pandemic started, everything was like a lot of live streams, and everything around chess was online because there couldn't be tournaments offline. So that's when like people started to come online and see chess. This was a different thing. So that I was one of the viewers. So those who don't know, I work with ChessBase India. That's when I started in like 2020 initially. And the first tournament I attended was the Chess Olympiad. So I was there to create content. The one thing which was common between me and the new users was we both didn't know how to play chess. We know the rules, but we didn't know the technical or what are the educational things. Like the moves, why they're playing that. That was very complicated for someone to understand. So what my perspective was to just bridge that. Like people who really don't know anything about chess and people like with the players. If someone's watching like a Magnus versus Gukesh thing, it cannot be dumbed down. You can't just say it was a great move or something. So yeah, just to make someone like me understand, that was the main objective, like showing other aspects of chess, like what do they do, like what are the preparations they do, like showing the family members. Because most of the times when you see chess players, you don't see like the other ones, they just see the game and go. But there are a lot of things which happen behind the scenes. Like I've seen so many emotions, like when they blunder, there's so many emotions on the board. So I think that is what I connected with, and I think a lot of people connect, because that is something which is universal. It need not be very much related to chess. If you're like having a bad day and just see, like you can relate, oh, he had worked so hard in it, he didn't do that. So I think that's something which people connect, like love, like sadness. I think which it is, it's layered in every sport. Like for example, football, you have seen so many like sad moments. So I think that is something which I wanted to bring out, like which is relatable to the normal audience. So I think both education is important, but most likely what people would connect is something which is non-chess related, and maybe then they can go to, I think eventually once they come into the ecosystem and they understand and feel for the player, they'll try to understand chess as well. But I think balancing both is very important, so it's what I think.
So entertainment to start off and get those new fans, and then education to make those fans into chess players and into ambitious and serious chess players. That's what would work most.
Absolutely.
Geert, I want to bring over the conversation to you because you were VP of Marketing and Chief Content Officer at Chessable for so long. So you oversaw all the content and you also planned it for Chessable. How did you see viral moments during your time at Chessable? How did you spot key analytics to really make the platform go better, you know, exposure and whatnot, and as well other key aspects that you would like to share with us?
I'm not sure that we did enough analysis of viral moments to be able to fabricate them. And in fact, I think it's practically impossible to design a viral moment. I don't think that's how it works. I think the way it works is you capture a moment that is the right emotion at the right time, shared at the right moment. So one particular event stands out for me. We were at the Candidates in Madrid a few years ago, and we had Judith Polgar as a special guest, and then Magnus was also in Madrid just hanging out and watching some games and doing some press stuff. And there was a moment where we were going to film some content with Judith in the park, the Retiro Park, and we got a phone call. And the phone call was, hey, Magnus is just around the corner. Do you want to see if Magnus and Judith want to play a game together? And we said, yeah, of course. That would be amazing content. Let's have them play. And we weren't thinking about the outcome. We were just thinking, well, we have the #1 female player of all time and the #1 male player of all time, and they happen to be at the same place, at the same space. So we set them up. They played a game of Blitz, and Magnus blundered, and Judith crushed him in the first Blitz game. And within a couple of hours, of course, there were various sources that happened to have been present at that time that also was not planned. So it just shows that, these things can kind of happen. We were there to film something with Judith. Magnus happened to be in the area. The two happened to meet. Okay, there was some work of ours to put the two together and have them play, but nobody could, possibly think that Judith would find this awesome sacrifice and that Magnus would go down. But it happened, and that video went absolutely viral. In multiple versions of it went absolutely viral, and that was a big news story, right? And it was a great story because it was, the #1 female retired player of all time beating the #1 player in the world, and it was just this thing that can happen when you are at the right place at the right time and the right story comes out. As far as analysis goes, what we would do is not necessarily look at this particular player or this particular person currently is doing these kinds of numbers. We tended to look more for trends and kind of seeing and analyzing, okay, what kind of content is currently being leveraged by creators because it resonates with an audience, right? And there were various things. So like there was a trend for a while on YouTube by creators to go around and play street chess, and that was like a big thing. And then when creators started publishing those types of videos, then those videos went viral, and because you had these unscripted moments. And I think that's kind of a part of like an essential thing about virality is that it's unscripted. And then so we looked for trends of what type of content do people attach to, what type of content do people want to see, and then we would create content within that type, but like never scripted to the point of like, oh, this is going to go viral. More like, oh, okay, this is currently happening. People enjoy this. Let's create more of this type of content for people to be able to engage with, because it's about engagement in the end.
Yeah, I remember that game in the park in Madrid. I remember the sacrifice also, Bishop E6. That was quite incredible. And to what you said, you know, content, viral content is sometimes sporadic, spontaneous. And sometimes, though, it can be planned. Akeem, you have a very strong personal brand online. You publish videos almost every day, and multiple of them. And a lot of them go viral on a frequent basis. Talk to how you plan those pieces of content and how you can make sure that with the planning, they can do well without it being spontaneous.
Well, so I put a lot of work in my videos. I used to stream. I don't live stream a lot anymore. So I just press record. I was talking to Zach yesterday, and he was like, so you just press record? That's not how it works. But how I do it is, I always ensure that I'm in a good mood before I play. You know, sometimes it's not always possible, but before I work out, those videos usually do good. So before I start recording, I tend to do a lot of push-ups or, you know, a lot of jumping jacks, just anything to get my heart rate pumping. So that way, when I'm playing the games, I'm smiling, and then I try to do good tactic. I mean, being good at chess is also helpful, but then I also try to ensure that I post all the moments. So what I've noticed is I have gotten comments where persons are saying, you don't only post your wins, you also post your losses. And then the wins do well, the losses do well. So what I do, I just play the game, and then I just post the game. Now, as to do with planned virality, because I have good numbers online, what I do in order to get planned virality is I would collaborate with persons who also has good numbers online. For example, Sadistic Tushi, I'm sure everyone know who he is. He's like hopping the pony, you know, that guy. So we do videos together, and whenever we do a video together, it usually goes well. So, yeah.
Yeah, leveraging kind of your friends for key collaborations, that can be a great way to grow your personal social media. But I want to touch on what you said earlier. Being in a good mood, something so simple, yet something so important. I want to bring the conversation over to the streamers. How important is it to be in a good mood, before you start your piece of content you're streaming for a 2, 3, 4 hour period of time?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, and it is very good to sort of transmit positive energy whenever you're live or whenever you're recording any content. But I think what is behind that is more authenticity, because like you said, win doesn't matter. It's more people like seeing authenticity, and when it's a good mood, people like connecting to that. So I think it's more about being genuine, and that shows in the viewer engagement and in just you enjoying exactly what you're doing.
Anna Maya?
I fully agree with Svetlana. It is important to be yourself. From the very beginning that I started streaming, I thought I just want to play chess and interact with whoever is in chat. And I noticed that as I have this social interaction, which we don't really have usually when we compete in over-the-board chess tournaments, I really loved having this social interaction with the chat, and it automatically will cheer me up, make me so happy and excited whether I would be playing, whether I'd be losing or winning my games online. And people also notice that as I am just myself, They really appreciate the authenticity, as you mentioned, and they really appreciate having this positive energy, the positive mood. It is kind of reflecting on the audience as well. They also they join your streams to have a good time. So if you are not in such a good mood, it may not be reflecting so good on the audience. So having a positive mood is very important.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on what you said, Svetlana, about genuinity, being genuine, just being yourself. We have, amongst our very talented panelists, 2 people who not only witnessed but also recorded the most viral chess moment probably of history, in which Magnus banged on a chessboard and then exited the room. Anybody in the audience have seen that clip? Show of hands? Okay. The clip got over probably 500 million impressions online, grew chess a good amount, I'm sure. And I want to bring over the conversation to Nikki, who is the social media manager of Norway Chess at the time of that clip, and also to Abidiao, who literally recorded the clip that made so many impressions and changed the way people perceive chess and also the way people laughed at Magnus.
Yeah, I can start. So, yeah, the start of the tournament was, of course, very exciting, but I felt there was already tension, like, I don't know, I won't say it's like a rivalry, but there was a tension building up between Magnus and Gukesh, because Gukesh was the youngest world champion, like, in December, and Magnus had a few thoughts about that, and also Gukesh had some thoughts as well. So everyone were kind of exciting, because I think this was the first classical game they played after he became the world champion. So it was already very exciting. Also, Magnus was winning. So, and he just blundered the knight f2, I guess. Is that? Yeah.
He was winning the whole time, like 40 moves.
Exactly. I was just following the game, and we thought, of course, Magnus is going to win. Like, I don't think anyone's better at endgame than Magnus. So, but suddenly there was a blunder. So we just ran inside. We didn't know what was going to happen, but we could see, like, Magnus was almost like, he was not very happy. But then, yeah, it was suddenly banged, and of course, we knew it would go viral because it had Magnus and Gukesh, who are like one of the best. Like, whatever you put about them is going to go viral. But I think this became a part of the pop culture. After we, it was like 30, 40 million in the first day? Yeah, it was insane. Like, those numbers we didn't expect. We had one viral video last year, like, of Pragnananda. But this was something very different. Like, literally everyone, like, we started coming on our WhatsApp groups and everything, which people who didn't even know about chess, they started to talk about this. Then later, I think that there are a lot of, like, trends which started on Instagram. Like, people started making parodies of it, and which I also did one, which, like, yeah. But it was, that was something new to see, like, chess being mainstream and also people considering it as like a thing, That was very interesting for us to see, and yeah, I think that was one of the most viral things I have seen, at least.
And Nikki, what was that like, just being the social media manager and just, I have this piece of gold, of digital gold to post?
Yeah, the tension was very high, as Abhirava mentioned. Yeah. They had already played a game, the first round. Magnus had won. And he had already posted something on Twitter.
When you commit the king, better you don't miss it, basically.
So for sure he wanted to win, and he was winning. But I guess he was super nervous, maybe more than me now, I'm not sure. He first blundered, and it was a draw. And we were 3 people creating this content. Maria Fragaglia was inside filming in general. I was in charge of checking all the games and giving them feedback to understand who they should film and what to do, and I was tweeting very quickly what was going on. So first, he blunders, it's a draw. We discussed it immediately. I tell him, go in now, because it's very, very intense during these times. So he goes in, I'm following the game, and then there is another blunder. And people, you can hear, because we had 3 different broadcasts, and I can hear all the broadcasts like screaming. The tension was amazing. And then this happens, and we knew immediately that it's going to explode. It was, we didn't know how much, like this, we woke up, I think the next morning was like 40 million. We didn't expect that, but we knew it's going to be huge. And then we started having all these stars and some people from Bollywood were recreating this moment. It was, yeah, I've never experienced anything like that. And after that, I think we did a very good job of using this moment and other moments to promote chess more. Because you have, as I said, you have this momentum and you want to do the best for the brand and for chess. So it was a good moment to publish a bit more some puzzles or promote more our women's event that we also have. So yeah, I think we did I think I can say quite a good job to use this moment for the good of the brand and to promote chess as well as we could.
Yeah, so a few key factors really determined the virality of that clip. First of all, it's the narrative. Gukesh, new world champion, playing the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Second, also mentioned, is the high emotion that was displayed. One was relieved and the other one was extremely angry. And finally, the third is for non-chess players, I think, and what made it interesting for them is to see the competitive nature and the emotions that can be driven up to the top after such a moment of realization happens in which, you know, a game gets swindled. I want to talk about that competitive nature. A lot of chess players on this panel are actual competitive chess players. So I'll bring it back to you guys. What is that like, you know, playing a tournament and then thinking to yourself, am I gonna make a piece of content from this? Is this a game that people want to see and want to comment about online, or is this a loss that I want to hide? Anamaya?
Yeah, so as a competitive player, I generally have a really good poker face. I don't let anyone know that I made a mistake that I'm aware of or that something is going on. I know that my mother does have some tells of me. She has been with me throughout my entire childhood. She would attend me with the tournaments, and she would know that as soon as I make a certain gesture, she knows, okay, she's winning. I don't have to stress anymore. But generally speaking, I have a really good poker face. I don't want my opponent to know what is going on in the game, and yeah, that's why I guess it's not something I think about a lot to make content as I am playing. But in recent years, we have seen that. So in 2020, we started, the online chess boom started. People started playing chess because of the pandemic. And then we noticed that as a lot of streamers were playing online, then suddenly a few years later, around in 2022, a lot of those streamers started competing in open world chess tournaments. And a lot of these streamers were already competing, but now we were actually able to live stream our games, which was quite unique. Previously, it was only live commentary of the top boards, but now the streamers could take their audience with them and broadcast their games online. And that was really a special opportunity because now, instead of just playing some online games, now there's actually some things on the line because we really value the FIDE rating system. We really give importance to our rating, and being able to have achievements and win games over the board in a classical tournament means so much more. And I actually have a really fun experience as I have been streaming my games from time to time. It was in Reykjavik a couple years ago where I was streaming, and I was playing this kid from India. He was really strong, but yeah, he was lower rated than me, and he was playing really well, but I did not manage to win. We drew. After the game, obviously, I was not very happy, but he reached out to me afterwards, and he told me that he was very grateful that I broadcasted this game because his family all the way in India could follow this game for the first time. They could follow their child playing chess over the board. So that really made me feel so happy, the fact that I could contribute to something like this, and their family could spectate the game live online. And yeah, that feels really special to be able to do that.
And there's more than one way to have like chess promotion. Another way is like through chess coaching. And we have 3 people on this panel who have much experience with this. I would say actually, Svetlana, you make a lot of digital chess products in which you coach for openings and for intuition purposes. Akeem, a lot of your content is very educational, and you also have a very successful coaching business. And as well, Geert, you were the CEO, VP of Marketing, and Chief Officer of Content of Chessable for 6 years, and you have made Chessable into the biggest platform in the world for educational chess and for coaching via the internet, via the promotion of online. So I'm going to bring it back to all 3 of you. You guys can have a little conversation between yourselves, but how do you guys think you've impacted other people from your educational online coaching products?
Well, I've coached many students. I've been coaching the moment I left high school. So I left high school when I was 18 years old, and I started coaching. So in the same chess boom, I was doing a lot of coaching, and what I enjoy mostly is whenever I'm getting those messages from the students, and they're like, well, let me back up a bit. So first we have like a consultation call, and then they're like, hey man, I'm stuck at, let's say 700 or 600, and it doesn't matter what I do, I'm not gonna hit 1,000 rating points, and I've tried everything. And my rating's like 2,500. So to get like a 700 to 1,000, it's like very easy. So once they're saying that to me, I'm like, okay, I can definitely help this guy. And then once we started doing some one-on-one, one-hour lessons, then their ratings start going up on chess.com. They start winning more games, and then they start sending me screenshots or links to the game, and they're like, hey coach, check out this game I've won, or I finally hit 800, then 900, and then they finally hit 1,000, so those moments, I feel very proud of those moments, basically.
Yeah, I started more with individual coaching, but lately it has been more on YouTube and for that type of audience, which is still instructional content. But I think that for anything online related, for coaching and making instructional content that way, it's because it's not one-on-one, it's important to have that element of inclusivity so that the person who's watching can relate or can feel like they can also get something from the lesson, or that they feel more or less included in it. So in my chess-based videos, I try to make it interactive as well, but I really do think that making them feel like part of the lesson and sort of connecting with the audience that way is something that is important to not only help individual people, but also grow the game online.
I'm not sure how to answer your question. I think both Akeem and Svetlana have talked about their personal experiences, especially teaching, and that can be through YouTube and with your own audience and the engagement that you have, or actually in like actual direct personal type of interaction. So maybe it's interesting to think about it that way, is that Akeem's done it on a very personal level, Svetlana's done it both on a personal and kind of slightly indirect way, right? YouTube is more indirect, although there's engagement via the comments section, for example, and you do get feedback. With Chessable, we actually tried to combine all of those things into a technological solution. So we designed and created a software solution that helped people study and improve their chess by leveraging the power of spaced repetition, which is a key concept from psychology, and we embedded that in the software, and it helps people train. And then a bit later, a few years into the platform developing, we started adding video content and video instruction. And there's also a key component of people being able to ask the creators of the content questions. So when you buy a course on Chessable, you can leave a comment and the author gets a notification in their email box with the question, so they can actually directly reply to the comment, which is kind of a new, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get a reply, right? Maybe they don't have the time, or maybe they don't have or maybe they don't find your question interesting enough to answer. But it does two things. It opens up your question, makes it visible to the rest of the community that's also on that course, and it does allow for creators to directly answer your question related to a specific piece of content. And so the top creators on Chessable, and I think it's the same also on YouTube, is they spend a lot of time engaging with those comments. They directly reply, they do service, if you will. So I'm not sure where I was going with my answer, but I do know that there are different levels of kind of service that you can supply within the coaching business. One other thing that Chessable built, which is a little less known, but we have a thing called Chessable Classroom. It's free. If you have a Chessable account, you can activate your classroom on your account, and it's literally a video learning experience with an interactive chessboard. So if for comparison, it's Google Meet with an interactive chessboard. There's even an active play zone in there. So if you have like multiple students, you can host 40 kids in a classroom with video, and you can quiz them, and you can have them play tournament games and do all these things. So in various different settings, we thought about, okay, how do we get people in a digital space together, and how can we get them to interact in a way that feels natural? And I think that's like a key component for online coaching and for working with people, is that you make it frictionless, or at least you try to solve as many problems for them as possible.
Absolutely. I would also say Chessable is gifted with the accomplishment of breeding the brightest young talents to the next generation. We can see this in many young prodigies. You've spoken to me about the youngest grandmaster in history of the US, who was a big user of Chessable, and I'm sure you can see the impact of a lot other prodigies.
Yeah, we've had a lot of the younger generation. I don't think it goes for all the prodigies or anything, but because Chessable's market share, especially in the English countries, is much bigger than, let's say, in some other parts of the world. There's still plenty of room there for growth, let's say. But we've had a lot of these young talents on the platform very young. Christopher Yu was a very early adopter of Chessable. Abhimanyu Mishra came to Chessable as an international master, and then we basically made a deal with him and said, okay, you can have unlimited access to any course that you want, and he leveraged that to become the youngest grandmaster in the world at the time. By using all the opening repertoires, because he had limited access to openings, and because we had top-notch opening repertoires by absolute top creators, like top players in the world, he used that to his advantage. So, and nowadays there are a lot of young kids on Chessable, and if you do a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at the amount of time spent by certain users on the platform, you can usually identify one or two prodigies who are just spending a ton of time just engaging with learning on the platform.
And this impact is felt all around the world, but especially, I would say, in creating the brightest talents in the country of India. Abhyudaya, what can you say on how these prodigies are affecting and growing and inspiring Indian chess, and how they are also creating viral moments and being the face of this new chess that we're seeing, with now, I believe, 4 Indians in the top 10 in 2025, which was a record. First time any country has had 4 players from one nationality in the top 10.
Yeah, definitely. I think the last 2 years has been the golden era, what you can call, for the Indian chess. It started with Parag he played Magnus in the World Cup. Then I think Gukesh won the candidates. Then they won the Olympiad, both gold medals. Then Gukesh the World Championship, Pragnanda winning the Tata Steel. The Norway Chess, and also recently Divya Deshmukh became the 44th woman and also 80th Grandmaster of India. So in terms of content, I think both content creators and the chess prodigies are like dependent. I won't say dependent, but like help each other. Like if the chess prodigies perform really well, we'll be able to promote them that way, and people are going to see that. Then maybe someone like chess and contributes to the chess. And yeah, I think both are interlinked. They perform better, we perform better, and in turn, more prodigies get inspired and start to play chess. Maybe, for example, there's a youngest FIDE-rated player, Anish Sarkar. He's just 3 years old, if I'm not wrong. So he's like 1800. But that's very surprising. Like, I think everyone young is starting the chess. I think once, I was just adding to that point, I think people who watch chess can be like categorized into like 3 funnels. People who just want to be updated, I think they just come and watch and just be in that particular area where they just want to be updated what's happening in the chess world. And the second funnel, you could say, is people who get inspired, watch these prodigies, like what their sacrifices are, know their whole story. That's what our responsibility is, like showing the whole picture, like where he, like for example, Kukesh, he didn't go to school. He just sacrificed his whole career. I wouldn't say sacrifice, but his father did, of course, so that he became the youngest world champion. So when these prodigies who are such an engaged start to perform so well for the country, I think everyone in general get inspired. And for example, fans, there's so many people who watch chess for the first time and then started playing chess. For also the parents who watch chess for the first time, they were like, I can teach my son or daughter who's very engaged. We can see them coming to the tournaments, talking to the chess players. So I think when the players, prodigies start performing very well, I think the younger generation start to get inspired. And yeah, I think that's really good.
I would love to move the conversation on to the real value, why some of us are here. Would any one of the panel members like to start off with a go-ahead of any tips and tricks that you have for maybe some aspiring content creators in the room, or some things that have worked in your own clips and content that you have helped produce or produced yourself or posted yourself that would just serve as a pillar? Just a cornerstone for some people to start?
Well, consistency is super important. I have seen persons who they make extremely good content. You know, they have good personalities, but they post every day for a week, and then they skip 2 weeks, and then they come back, and then they stop again. So you definitely want to be consistent. Like I try to be super consistent. To me, it's not work though, because how I started was I'm playing too much chess, you know? Because I'm like, why am I playing so much chess? I play hours of chess. So I was like, let me just record myself while I'm playing. So I just record myself while I'm playing, and then I just post it online. So if persons could just, while they're playing, like just to start, you don't necessarily have to talk about the game because that's a bit hard, but eventually you should be able to explain your moves while you're playing. But just to start, just record yourself while you're playing and try to post more consistently, and you'll gain a lot of traction from that, because that's basically how I got here.
May I? So when I was working for FIDE, we started, I think we were the first, but okay, if somebody else started it before, I didn't see it. We introduced the more raw moments of chess. Before, the content we had online was heavily edited. Of course, there is space for that, we need that as well, but we missed there is some, all of us probably, I think, we have been in a playing hall. We have experienced the silence, and there is energy there. So we use that a lot. I remember during the candidates in Toronto, at the beginning of the round where we had access to being our phones in and everything, I was picking the game that I would think it would be interesting. I'm very lucky with that, usually. I have a good instinct. And I would film that. I could maybe stay in a game for 1 or 2 minutes. And these moments, these events have cameras everywhere. But everybody can see online. But it's different. When I film it from my phone, it makes I believe, everybody else feel like they're there. You have this feeling that, okay, I could have filmed that. It's not this camera content, the very professional. We are on social media all the time, and we see ads a lot. We see this high quality, again, advertised style content. And I think this is what we introduced more, and it performed quite well. So what this, I think, brought to the audience is looking at these players very closely, because I prefer to do this ×3 on my camera and my phone, very, very closely, like looking at the board, looking up, checking the clock, you know, sometimes making some noises. I mean, like, you know, this frustration they have even at the beginning. And I see it more now, and I'm very happy for that. And yeah, I think it's quite interesting for somebody to experience that. It creates this, not exactly backstage, but this feeling that raw feeling that you're there.
Yeah, you've all brought up really different perspectives. I'll maybe add also a slightly different one, is that I would say your question was more tailored towards like chess promotion, right? And I think that is kind of our common goal here, especially here at the summit. We would all like to promote chess and the community behind the game. And I would say that not everybody has to be a full-time content creator for this to happen and to achieve this common goal. For example, I'm pursuing a completely different career at the moment and kind of doing this as well. And I think that is something that many people can do if your goal is to promote chess. It doesn't have to be you being on camera. It doesn't have to be posting clips every day. But I think everybody can have their own impact, their own positive contribution, and that will sort of help achieve our common goal, whether it's clips, whether it's videos, whether it's helping promote in-person events through online means. But there's just so many ways. The online community is so vast that I think everybody can have some impact, and it's not just promotion is not just limited to being a full-time content creator as well.
Another thing I could add to this is that it is important to capture exciting moments. Now, you cannot, of course, expect excitement to happen beforehand, but for example, I just played a brilliant queen sacrifice that yeah, everyone would love to see. We see that a lot in puzzles, but seeing that in actual games is what people love to see, and people like engaging with this type of content. You kind of have to try to put yourself in the audience's shoes. What do people want to see? Catching up on trends. And it's really difficult to do that. It's important to ask feedback from your audience. What do you like to see? But as we already discussed, it is important to catch up on trends. There's all sorts of trends that we see and that we can use into chess as well. So yeah, there's many different ways you can make use of content, and I think it is important to see what does the audience actually like.
Just would like to add something. I agree with Nikki actually, using the raw moments, because that is something which people usually don't see. Just it feels like you're there, but you can also do a lot of things with storytelling, because as much as the raw gives you the feeling that you're there, but also the editing and the storytelling, what you can portray under a minute, because we're talking about shorts, that I think elevates the moment. Because I can give an example. I started to use Bollywood musics in chess because that's what something I've been seeing from a long time. So that's something which people would not expect in a chess content. So I think we have to cater to all different kinds of content buckets. Maybe it's emotional. If someone's sad, of course, but you can elevate that with showing why that is a sad moment. He might have, can show, if someone wins, for example, if Gukesh won, we can also add something background like him playing in 2000, when was that? When he was 13 years old, he told he wanted to become the world's youngest world champion. We can add that and, get all his struggles first, show and build it up so that when he wins the world championship, the audience would, have some sort of emotion invoked. I think that's kind of, I don't know, there's a recipe for virality, but I think if any sort of emotion is invoked, it may be nostalgic, sad, happy, proud, whatever that may be, people would be connected more. So yeah, I think there's a lot of kind of content we can do, like trends and everything, but in general content, telling content with a storyline is very important.
Yeah, I'd like to attach to that. Two things. One, consistency was mentioned right at the start. I think that's the #1 rule for anybody who starts with the intent of potentially doing content creation more full-time. Consistency is 100% the #1 rule, but that applies in many things. It applies in sports and training and et cetera. Like, consistency doesn't look like you publish something every single day perfectly. It consists of you doing something for a very long time, and you do it, like maybe one day you publish a kind of okay video, 3 days later you publish something, but at least you're publishing on a consistent basis. Then there's something called cadence, which is kind of underestimated, but it's super important. So I'll give you an example. At Chessable, when we were starting to ramp up the content creation and we started to regularly publish courses, we consciously made the decision to publish on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And that was for a particular reason. It was because people start their work week on a Monday, so they check in, right? People generally not so interested in checking in on weekends. So when you publish something on weekends, you have to have something that fits with their life schedule. But if you publish something on a Monday, somebody checks in, etc. Then we would do Wednesday, we would do Friday. And it was never like some rule that if you went to Chessable, you were going to see that, but we built an expectation into our audience to come back on that day and there will be something there waiting for you, which attaches to your point, which is that if you tell a story, people nowadays in social media, etc., they have very short attention spans, but they have very good memories. So they will remember that funny video that they saw a couple weeks ago, and now if you can attach something else to that, what you're doing essentially is long form by telling it through lots of short form pieces of content. And this is now like let's say the cutting edge of social media, which is doing long form, short form. So you publish a series of short form pieces of content and they are all connected like a long story, and now you are able to tell a long form story in short form format, which works really well because again, it attaches to cadence, right? If you have a long form story you want to tell and you add cadence to consistency, then you have two ingredients which helps, which is one, you've now told a part of a story, people want to hear the rest of how's the story going to develop, and you've attached cadence to it, which is they know when to go look at your channel because they expect you to publish something, and then if you do, you are building trust and you are building this kind of like reciprocal relationship with your audience, which is super important. And then another great example of that is, and then I'll shut up, but another great example is that Twitter is considered to be the short form platform. But actually what you see is that the most successful Twitter authors leverage the power of threads, which is they post a really big piece of long form content in lots of little short threads, and they post it all at once. And now what happens is people see the first tweet, and they see a short little piece of content, and it says thread, read more. And so now you're reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Some of these threads go 40 pieces long. You've just spent 5 minutes reading a long form piece of content because you can't stop in the middle, right? There's this thing pulling you through. So we've leveraged that, like on chess.com, one of the biggest pieces of viral content that was done earlier was when we published a long form thread on Kasparov, which was essentially just like his life story told in a whole bunch of tweets. And so long form can still be done. You just have to think about like people's attention spans and the fact that their phones are constantly in their hands and drawing them away. So you can do storytelling. It's still there, it's still super important, but you have to think about the speed of the storytelling and the way that you divide it up.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Yeah, a big thing that I've seen for content creators versus, let's say, 2018, where photos were the norm, is this emergence of video content. Now, you're singing my song, Geert, because I just published a YouTube video where I interviewed 8 chess grandmasters completely separate with the same question, and I got 8 completely diverse answers, and then I did exactly as you said. I posted a short video about the 8 individual answers, and I had that long form video with the whole thing. But I want to touch on this short attention span because it seems like that's the way you need to cater to these new audiences due to these platforms like Instagram Reels and TikTok and YouTube Shorts. People only give you 2 or 3 seconds until they swipe away or they get out of the app. How are you guys nurturing that hook that keeps the viewer in for more than that 2 allotted seconds and even gets them for that full minute of your clip?
Well, the hook is super important. What I've noticed is whenever I play someone way stronger than me, well, statistically, let's say like a grandmaster, and I would start the reel and then I'm like, yo, I'm playing a grandmaster. You know? Then that would do well in opposed to be like, I'm like, okay, let's play a chess game, you know? Or if I'm trying to explain a trap where you're gonna win the game in 8 moves, you don't just be like, good evening, guys. I'm gonna be showing you a very nice chess trap. You know, you wanna be like, win in 8 moves. And then after that, they're not gonna wanna swipe away because, you know, everybody wants to win. So they're gonna wanna see exactly how you win in 8 moves. Another thing that you can do is you could show them the ending position. And once you show them the ending position, then you start the video and then they will watch to the end, because that's usually what you want. You want them to watch the entire video to the end. They will watch to the end so that way they're able to see the ending position. So the hook is crucial, but then again, if you have a hook and you didn't deliver on the hook, then it's not gonna do well. So it's like, you know, it's like clickbait. So if you're like, this is gonna be the best thing that you've ever seen, but you know, it was boring, you know, they're just gonna swipe away. So you have to ensure that it has to be like you have to bring them through it. So there's the hook, you grab them, and then after that, maybe you could even give another hook, because that's something that I learned about. You have to give hooks at different points in the video. So, like, let's say it's a 5-minute video, 1 minute pass, and then you have to be like, okay, I'm gonna hit him with something crazy now, you know? And then they'll keep on watching, and then you keep on doing that until they watch to the end, basically.
I have a little bit of a, I'm not countering what you're saying, because the hook is super important. And I was a professional musician for 15 years, still am touring musician, so I know about the hook, which is a term that we take from music, right? A good hook like pulls you in, and then you want to, if you listen to modern day pop music, they don't just have one hook, they have 2 or 3 hooks in a song, and they use this to carry you throughout the song to get to the end of the song so that you listen all the way through. But one thing that we haven't talked about is that actually Akeem is a very different type of creator, and with a very different type of chess audience, probably than Svetlana or Anamaya, or you, Zach. So we've been talking about the chess audience as if it's some homogenous group, but it is not. The type of content that works for Akeem works, and when he gives you a tip about a hook, it works because he's built up an audience and he knows what his audience wants, right? And that can be completely different from the type of audience that watches Anamaya. And I bet you if we dove into the analytics of this, we could see that the way that people interact and engage with the piece of content is also very different. You have, let's say, a bag of tricks, right? You have your favorite go-to tricks that you go to, and that works for the people who follow you precisely because that is what they look at your videos for. But it's the same for Anamaya and you and everybody else. It's like you have your favorite bag of tricks, you have the things that you want to showcase that are authentic to you. And this is like an interesting thing to keep in mind, is that if you want to go into content creation, not only do you have to think about the audience that you want to reach, but also how do I reach them? What are the hooks that work for this particular type of audience? So I just wanted to point that out, is that when you guys speak from personal experience, my job has been for the past 6 years is to always constantly zoom out on what people do So you are in your process, and my work has been to zoom out on what everybody does and think about, well, what works for this individual, and why does it not work for that individual? Because I bet you that if Zach suddenly started doing Akeem-type videos, people would be like, why is he doing this? This is not him. You know what I mean? So yeah, that point.
But you offer like the corporate perspective, right? So were there any instructions or things you learned throughout the way where you used hooks for your course providers? I mean, like some grandmasters don't have the best like communication skills, and you have to start off with this or something along those lines.
Well, yes, for sure. One thing that I learned over time, which again attaches to what Akeem was saying, was the example he was giving of labeling a video and starting off a video with a hook, right? You could say it one way or another. I beat a grandmaster, or you know, like the trap example where you say, I can beat you in 8 moves. The point there is that in both of those examples, what you are doing is you are leading with the value proposition. So you are leading with, this is what you're going to get if you watch. And then you have to deliver on that, which is also super important. But leading with the value proposition nowadays is kind of key. So when we, for example, started thinking of titles for chess courses, you know, there's like, on Chessflow, there's like over 1,500 video courses. At some point, you're gonna almost run out of ideas. And we were trying to get all creative with all sorts of clever naming and adding adjectives like, you know, like the fiery Indian defense or whatever. We're always adding some fancy adjective just to make it slightly different. But the main thing that worked the best was when grandmasters would come with an idea like this, 30-day tactics challenge. That's it. And what happens is people are like, I can commit to this. This is 30 days. I can do a 30 days tactics challenge. And so a relatively unknown grandmaster like Veskolov could create this piece of content, and because he led with the value proposition of you are going to commit to this thing, which takes you down the path of 30 days of practicing every single day, you're going to get results. And that works in all of these videos super well. So leading with the value proposition is, I would say, like kind of like the general, the corporate trick, if you will.
Anything else for hooks? Or I totally agree. You had something?
I think they completely covered it. I just want to say, I know we said it before, no intros to videos ever. We're just going to go immediately to the point, because especially when you work for brands, you have to get some deliverables from video editors, so it's very important. So everybody who creates content for social media, they have to understand we have to deliver immediately what's important. So for a brand's perspective and a more corporate way of doing content, it's very important to understand that this should not be there and it will not perform. Even if you have the best video in the world, almost nobody will watch it because we scroll too fast. People want to immediately get interested in something. So yeah, I know it's at hooks, but let's remember for brands that they also have to be very careful about that.
Yeah, I would love to move on from this into something that's right alongside what you were talking about, Geert, is that value proposition or promise of a payoff, as we say in content creation. How do you guys start a piece of content or advertise a piece of content? Svetlana, you have to come up with a new title before every stream. So do you, Anna-Maya, and YouTube titles can be demanding, but you have to have that promise of a payoff sometimes in the title, sometimes in the thumbnail. And Akeem, you do it all. How do you guys navigate, okay, what does my audience want? And what is going to be the value proposition / the promise of the payoff that I'm going to display? What's going to be the point of interest for the piece of content that's going to make them flock to my video or stream?
I like balancing clickbait and completely not clickbait. I like to find a balance there because at the end of the day, if you put a simple sentence as a title, people will not be interested and don't want to engage to the content most likely. But you do want to attract people, so you try to go towards the clickbait a little bit, but you try to stay in reality that, okay, let's say I had a game where I had a brilliant queen, so sacrifice. So you want to highlight that in the title to attract people to watch the content, because that is what draws people to watch it. But you're not going to exaggerate too much, but you try to stay within the boundaries. And I value that a lot because I do see that a lot of creators love putting clickbait titles, and then in the comments you see that, oh, the creator did not actually deliver on the title that they clicked on, and you get complaints there. So you want to stay as truthful as possible, but also add a tiny bit of exaggeration so that people actually do click on the video, and then they get to see you presenting the content.
Yeah, that's true. This is something that I'm still working on. I think I still need some help on this, because I think I make good content, but I'm just good at chess, you know? So there's the YouTube side of things, there's the editing side of things, there's the analysis and looking on the chart side of things that I'm not really good at. So, and what I've noticed is sometimes I try to be less emotionally attached to my videos, because whenever I think I'm gonna post a good viral video, I'm so fired up. I'm like, okay, boom, I wake up early and then I'm gonna post it, and then I'm refreshing my YouTube studio, and then it's like a 10 out of 10, you know, which means it's one of your worst videos. But then the videos where you just like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna make a good chess video, you know, you don't really have a lot of attachment to it, but then, you know, you don't necessarily want to put exactly what's gonna happen in the video. That's something that I look on. So if you're gonna be like, let's say I beat a grandmaster, you know, and then I'm like, I just beat Hikaru. Yeah, maybe that would get views, you know, because it's Hikaru. But if you just beat a regular grandmaster, they're not necessarily gonna watch it, because they already know that you beat the grandmaster. But if you're like, shocking game versus this gym, and then the title, you're like, something like that, then it works. But as I said, it's still something that I'm working on, because I'm not really good on the title side of things and the thumbnails and the analytics. But once I get good on that, then you know we'll see some good things happening.
Yeah, I think you've both brought up really good points, and one thing we've talked about is that yes, the titles are important, but then it's ultimately the content itself that's going to keep people there, and that's going to keep people interested in chess or in your content specifically. So even though that hook should be there, it's more the personality and the rest of the content that's going to make them stay, and that's going to, let's say, make them a loyal chess fan. And we've seen a lot with like COVID and the Queen's Gambit chess boom, that even though that you cater differently to the already existing chess audience as well as the non-chess audience, the people who have just discovered chess and that are only getting into it. So I think this like hooks and the attractive titles are very good at bringing in new audiences, the ones that are untapped, that maybe don't know much about chess, and that's sort of what brings them into our world. And the more maybe educational or specific value, like title that brings value, is more important to the already existing chess audience that kind of understands what the content is going to be about. But I think it's nice to find the balance between both building an already existing chess audience as well as also attracting a new people into the game to ultimately promote what we're all passionate about and share our common interests.
What you're sharing is very true, which is that quality matters in the end. But also speed matters. And sometimes speed trumps quality. So the example I gave previously, where we were talking about Judith Polgar versus Magnus Carlsen, I bet you most of you have seen the Anna Kramling video of that. But actually, we produced a really high quality version of that interaction between Judith Polgar and Magnus, which was not Anna Kramling showed the video, it was actually the Chessable team filming that as well. So we have two competing video teams filming something. And that video has continued to garner a lot of views because in our video, we actually have Judith Polgar post-game doing a voiceover of the game, and we animated it and we added a whole bunch of stuff to it. And so what I think you'll notice is if you analyze both videos, you can see that Anna's video went viral because the moment was viral and it was the right story and etc. And so that video initially, probably the first year, got way more views than
6 million.
Yeah, way more views than the other video that we created. And we're never going to beat the virality and the speed of that video. That was the first mover advantage, so it matters. You don't always have to produce really high video. But the high quality video that we produced with the voiceover and etc. still gets really good views. And in fact, what's funny is a lot of people, I've seen comments, like a lot of people that see the high produced video with Judith's voiceover, like, oh, I never saw this version. This is so good. And so you can see that like long term, there's a real advantage as a defensive mechanism, if you will, for keeping your content engaging if you produce something that's of high quality. But it depends on the moment, right? If you're filming Gukesh beating Magnus and Magnus is banging on the table, that moment needs to go online immediately. It doesn't matter what the quality is, which is to Nikki's point, right? It can be, it just needs to be raw. You want the moment, and that's all that matters. And then if you have another piece of, let's say, educational content, probably it's worth spending a lot of time on the quality of that, because the return that people want from that and the expectation that people have from educational content is very different. And so it all depends on the type of content, the timing, and then the quality of it. So for Svetlana's point, like, quality matters a lot.
Yeah, that speaks on to edutainment, which we're going to talk about next, but I really like that format. Actually, I saw a similar video in which it was Anish Giri playing against Judith Polgar, and they were both, so not one, as you said, that's speed when it's one of them, but they were both commentating on their feelings and their thoughts during the game.
Yeah, that was the next day. So we did the Magnus versus Judith one, and then the next day we filmed. That was actually what we had planned. Originally, we knew that both Anish and Judith were in town, and that's the moment that we had planned. And then because Judith was in town the day before, we're like, well, let's just walk around and do some more. And then that Magnus moment just happened. But yeah, so that was fun to produce. Very painstakingly put together. It took a lot of time.
Editing nightmare.
To produce that video, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like when you get that instructional kind of aspect, you provide value for the serious players, and it adds on top of the entertainment part of it. Let's open the conversation to everyone here. How have you been able to mix an educational part of your content with an entertaining part of your content to get both types of audiences? The casual fans that don't know much about the game, and the serious players like 1700 FIDE who will crush 98% of the world population.
Well, what I've done is, so, you know, I like fitness as well, you know, I like fitness. And what I've done is I've like, okay, if I lose this game, or if I lose any game I lose in this stream, I'll do X amount of push-up. So that's how I'll do it. So then I'll tell the viewers to, hey, send me your challenges. And then, you know, I know that I'm stronger than the viewers, so I'm like, okay, none of you guys are going to be beating me, so I'm trash talking them as well. So a lot of them is sending me challenges. And then if I lose, you know, sometimes like the strong person would send me a challenge and I lose, and I'll do the push-ups, and usually the viewers at that time when I'm trash talking them and I'm like, no one is going to beat me, come on, this is too easy, send me the challenges. Then they want to see me lose, and then when I do lose, you know, it's like a nice payoff, and then, you know, they're also trash talking me back in the comments. Another thing that had happened, and this was a viral moment for me as well. What's his name? Abhi Mishra? Correct?
Abhimanyu Mishra?
Yeah. So I was playing a bullet game against him in Bullet Brawl. Guy blundered his queen. I don't know if he blundered his queen or he thought I was too easy, so he wanted to give me the queen. But he blundered the queen, and then while I'm playing, I was like, yo, he blundered the queen. And then I'm like, yo, I'm not gonna lose this game. So I'm playing. But then towards the end of the game, it starts getting weird. And then I eventually lost the game. So like everyone was like, they were laughing and so on. And then how I made it entertaining, I'm like, okay, you know what? Since I lost the game. No. He blundered the queen, and then I was like, if I lose this game, I'm gonna be doing 200 push-ups. So then everybody was watching, and then I lost the game, so I had to do the push-ups. I couldn't do 200 push-ups in one go, so I did like 70, you know? So those are the little things that I do to make it entertaining. It's like anything where the audience is involved, it's gonna be entertaining.
Yeah, I agree. When I would stream, I would have a goal until a certain hour. Let's say I am 24/70 and I need to reach 2500 by the top of the hour in Blitz. So what I would do is I would try to play my best chess, but I'd also, obviously, I focus on the educational part, so I try to explain my moves as much as I can. But as the time gets closer, it gets very tense, and I do try to play as fast as possible. And generally speaking, in online chess, you get to do so many things. Like, you get to try crazy things. As in classical chess, you don't want to get into too crazy positions, but in online chess, you can try anything. So blunders come up left and right. Sometimes some of the craziest things happen. I think that's the beauty of online chess, especially in Blitz or Bullet, that blunders do happen, and you don't expect them, but they do happen, and people love watching, seeing high-rated players simply blunder on the spot. A rook is hanging, checkmate in one was missed, and that's why showing this to our audience, it shows them, oh, look, these type of players can also blunder, and it makes them feel better about themselves as well, because we all blunder in miraculous ways. So yeah, I have tried to combine education with entertainment this way, that I do explain my moves here and there. I show what the openings are that I like playing and what the ideas are in the openings, but I also try to set goals throughout the stream, or I showcase that anything can happen in the game, and that's why people like watching this.
Can I?
Yeah, just going to add, sorry. Yeah, I was going to add, like, to make it more relatable to the audience, what we try to do is also involve the players in the videos. Like before game, if you know Anish Giri, Vidit Gujarati, they are content creators themselves. So they know like what people would like to watch or something. So I think having players also involved in the content will make the audience feel that they're accessible. That's what the live streaming did. If Magnus starts to live stream tomorrow and people can just send a super chat or chat and he replies, I think the connection will become more strong, because earlier you could not like talk to the player, or you could not access the player. But now I think with creating content and everything, both audience and the creator, like the top players, can also be, you know, like connected to the fans. So I think this is something which, yeah, we should explore.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Actually, it was a great introduction of what I wanted to say. Because when you're a streamer, you have control of what is going out. You want to say this, you want to explain something specific, I don't know, castling or an endgame, you can do it. But when you are creating content for a brand, if you want to make it more interesting, you have to use the personalities you have behind. So it's, you have to pay attention of what's going on, and let's say use them first. Because if it's just a tactic that I played, nobody cares to think how I think. But if you find a brilliant move from a player, and you can, what I really like is play like Magnus, play like the world champion, play like Judith Polgar. So this makes you feel relatable, you relate to them. And it's also very important to understand that, at least for the brands that I've worked with, it's how you use these people behind, because it's all about them. And Magnus said something very funny during the press conference of Norway Chess this year. He said, maybe some of you have seen the video, that Formula One is very boring. And there's just cars going around, and he did something like that. And he's kind of right. The reason why we follow some specific, not sports or entertainment, is the people. So we have to use the people to create and make this interesting. So I have a nice game that now, for example, Divya had an amazing performance in the World Cup, and she played some brilliant moves. So what I can do is publish a very nice photo of her and then show the game, and in the caption just explain in this move and this happened, and like small information about the game, so it's not too much for somebody that is a beginner in the game, but also to have some parts of the game, not just photos, not just slamming the tables and drama. So I think this is a nice combination to do it. And again, we have to remember that it's very important that at least for me, that I'm working with kind of brands, that these stars are the main thing, and how you can make the community bigger.
So right before we end, I just want to wrap up. We're going to open up the stage to questions in a small while, but before we do that, I want to end with a very fun activity for all our panelists. I have a quick fire little session bracket of questions for you guys, and just one answer, just give it, and we'll just move. I have like 4 or 5 different quick fire questions for each of you, okay? Which social media?
YouTube.
Instagram.
Twitch.
Instagram.
Instagram.
OTB, so over the board, or online chess?
Over the board.
OTB.
Definitely over the board.
Over the board, you can see the back.
OTB.
I like both.
Short form content or long form content, and please say why.
Short form content, sorry, just scary everyone. Yeah, short form content, because something you can tell a whole story in just 1 minute, and also it is more like an entry ticket to watch the longer format video, so I think it's a great tool to use it. So I think, yeah, you can make a lot of different contents in just 30 seconds. It'll be easy.
They both have their pluses. So, because I started doing the whole short form thing. So I think I like short form because short form content brings in views and subscribers, but then the long form content is where you can monetize properly. So, you know, I'd say I like them both, to be honest.
I also like both. I think the focus of my content is mostly long form, as my focus is on creating recaps of my games, but I do appreciate short form content. It creates more fun content, shorter videos, and it's usually more exciting.
I would say short form for new audiences and long form for an already existing audience.
Yeah, that's the answer. That's the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, that was going to be my point.
Yeah, I think Svetlana said it in 3 words, so I completely agree.
And finally, you have to choose one for the rest of your life, hook or payoff?
Hook.
That's a trick question. I'd choose payoff, because everybody clickbaits nowadays. But I'll choose payoff.
Same, payoff. I think it's, when the dopamine hits, I think everyone likes that. So I think payoff is something which will
I mean, hooks
last
forever, not just one.
Yeah, payoff trumps hook any day.
Anna-Maria?
Payoff.
Payoff.
Wow, I'm more of a hook guy myself. Anyways. Okay, we're ready to open up the floor to some questions. If you have a question for anyone on the panel, including me, strategic or personal, feel free to go ahead. We have someone with a microphone. Just raise your hand and the person will come towards you. Don't be shy. We only have limited.
Thank you. Hey, guys. I guess my question is, you all selected which social media platform you prefer, but do you still post all of your content to all of them, or do you find that you get better results by sticking to one platform for your following?
I can answer from a Meta perspective as a corporate. I think what most creators do is they will focus on one or two. And so, for example, for many, the combination TikTok to YouTube is a really good one, or Instagram and YouTube is a really good combination, or those three. And that's because you can do like super short form on TikTok, you can do kind of medium on Instagram, although both have kind of the same length. There's a little bit more, I feel like Instagram tends to have slightly more higher value quality, and then YouTube can be slightly longer form to that. But basically what a lot of creators do is they will publish the same piece of content on all three and just slightly tweak the format of it. And so, for example, earlier they spoke about raw, and for example, anything that is raw works really well on Instagram and works really well on TikTok. But you don't tend to do that so much on YouTube. YouTube is a little bit more produced and has a little bit higher production value. So they kind of lead. You leave a trail of crumbs on the internet, and what you're doing is what creators and marketeers call building a funnel. And so what we do is we build a funnel, and we think about the largest possible, widest audience at the top, and that's TikTok and Instagram, for example, because short form is an easier way to get people in. And then you try to get them into your YouTube channel, and then possibly, you know, at the end of that funnel all the way down could be a Chessable course, which is extremely long form content. We have courses published on Chessable that are 100 hours of video, and people will pay money for that. So that's kind of like the way that it looks. You just have to think of it as a funnel, and that's how the strategy goes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was planning on saying. It's more like a funnel, because the preferred, or the word is either preferred or profitable. But you know, you could have a lot of views and followers on TikTok and Instagram, but it's harder to monetize if your goal is to not just spread awareness, but you know, you're also trying to eat. So what you do is you'd use the short form content to get the eyes, you know, as you said, and then you start posting long form content, so that way, you know, you nurture them more. And then after the long form content, you could say, hey, I'm a chess coach. If you want some one-on-one lessons, hit the link and let's talk, you know?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think another strategy can be tailoring content for different social media platforms, because I mean, of course, it's a little bit more effort, but user behaviors change across the platforms. Like Instagram, I think, has a comparatively younger audience. People love to see some trending music or some trends which is going on, which is also Instagram is easier to share videos because they have an inbuilt feature where you can just share the video. But whereas in YouTube, you have to copy the link and go to WhatsApp or anywhere to share that. So in YouTube, I think, works mainly for educational or like story-based. Also, YouTube has Shorts is very big, and also I think what do you call that? Even a video I published is like 6 months ago, even is getting views like 300, like 1 million a day. So I think that is something YouTube works on a recommendation basis, where it can recommend like after even like 5 years, it can recommend anything. And Twitter, what I've witnessed is a lot of raw moments, like horizontal videos, like just directing straight to the point. Like Magnus banged the table, just post that. They had a lot of retweets or shares compared to an edited version. So I think, and on Facebook, I think a lot of older audience prefer Facebook, because I've seen that, like so many people who I know are older prefer to watch Facebook because.
Forget about Facebook because it's
not our. Also, I think the monetization is better on Facebook. I think it was better, but yeah.
Facebook monetizes the best.
Yeah. So I think. Sorry.
I didn't know that.
I mean, I didn't know, but yeah, I think that is what I saw. At least was kind
Facebook monetizes the best, but it has, and that is precisely because it has an older audience.
Yeah, I just started posting on Facebook actually.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, like, so I post on 6 now social media platforms, and sometimes it'll be algorithm based depending on my preference. Like that will dictate my preference of each. So sometimes like the Instagram algorithm, I remember in 2018, like shut down for like video content. So it wasn't my favorite platform, and if it's not your favorite platform, you're gonna post less on it. But then TikTok came along, and then that went crazy. And now TikTok is slowing down because it's so saturated with so many uploads a day. And now Instagram is back to being my favorite because they relatively newly released Reels like 1 or 2 years ago, and Reels can pop off like crazy. So I would say like my favorite kind of switches, and yes, I'll have like a strategy, but really in the grand scheme of things, one of the best payouts, as you said, Facebook, but also YouTube. YouTube is by far one of the best, and then it kind of like never lets you down. It's always like consistent. So I would say that's like the most concrete with the most solid base.
If you're curious, I would recommend reading the book Traction, which is about, yeah, you know it? Yeah, that's a good book for anybody interested in content creation and in channel saturation and all these things, and leveraging the power of like finding traction is a key concept in this whole journey for creators, and it's a book for anybody interested in building a business, but especially online. It's a very good one to read, and it's super simple. You read 50 pages of it, and then you can apply it. So.
Okay, we have time for one last question. We have like 1 minute left. Agapi, what you got?
Hello, one more time, guys. I have a question. In your opinion, how do you think, what kind of content is now missing in the chess world? Maybe there is some idea that you would like to make, but right now there is like no opportunity to do it.
Oh, yeah, I had some
Yeah.
ideas.
Oh, you go.
Don't give away your secrets.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell them.
That's true, that's
Don't
true.
do it.
But I had some ideas.
A lot of creators
I had
in the room.
some, because there's a lot of things, there's a lot of 2D chess happening, so more OTB stuff would make sense. But, you know, a lot of person does OTB stuff. But if you could do like crazy OTB chess stuff, then, you know, that would be really nice. Like jumping out of a plane playing chess or something like that. That would be cool.
I'll throw one idea out there, which I've had for a long time, and since I left corporate, I can throw this idea out there for anybody to pick up. But I pitched this a long time ago, which is that I think top players should just play secret matches against each other. And they should do this with a high quality video team. And so if two top players play a secret match against each other, you film that with awesome camera angles. It should be an officially FIDE rated.
That just happened, actually.
Yeah.
Svidler against Erdogmus, like 2 days ago, just finished.
Right.
Nobody knows about it, and it was...
Yeah.
But they didn't broadcast it.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, there's a certain window of time before you have to deliver the result of an officially FIDE-rated game to the arbiters. So that gives you enough of a time window to do a high-quality production of these games. And I think that if top players start doing these secret matches against each other, you produce it in a very high way so that you can add a lot of drama, you can add a lot of angles, right? We're very used to watching live streams, but we're not used to watching these highly produced, kind of dramatized versions of chess games. If we could get that, that's the piece of content that I haven't seen yet that I would love to see. Because I would love to watch a long match between two players. I just don't want to sit through a 6 or 7 hour live stream. If they can condense that into a 20-minute, 30-minute video with all of the essential moments and et cetera, and there were actual stakes, and it actually led to a result that we can see reflected in the FIDE ratings, that would be a piece of content that I would sit down and watch.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that will be great, and also just making it like a reality show or like a... Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, making it to a reality show is something which is missing.
And we need Samay Reina being the main host for this. And
and showing
everybody,
everything, basically.
Right? This is what we all want.
Yeah.
So Samay Reina, if you're out there watching this live stream, we need you to do a chess reality show, ideally with Gukesh involved.
we saw a glimpse of what goes on behind the scenes during the, I believe, the World Rapid Team Championship in London. And we saw a lot of content from Chess Base India where Sagar Shah is just going around with his camera, and while the players are waiting for the games to start, he's just filming their reactions, what they're talking about, just very casual conversations that have nothing to do with chess, but we finally get to see the personalities of those top chess players, which is very unique. We don't get to see much from the top chess players. So having these kind of opportunities, we would love to see that more of those possibilities in tournaments.
You know which type of content actually did quite well, I remember? We produced a short series of Valentine's videos once, and that actually did really well. So we interviewed chess couples about how they discovered each other and what their relationships were and etc. There's not enough of that. There's just generally not enough that kind of wholesome chess stuff. And I know that and to take it one level up, in general, and I asked this to ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT, does chess have a seriousness problem? And it was brutal. It said absolutely 100% the chess world has a seriousness problem. So maybe as a my closing suggestion would be a lot less serious content. Just make it accessible and fun.
We need that chess love. And I think that's what we're going to end on today. Thank you so much for being here, everyone, and have an amazing day. Our 6 panelists, Svetlana Demchenko, Anna-Maya Kazarian, Akeem Brown, Nikki Riga, Abidayu, and Gjort van der Verde. Thank you so much for being here with me today, and have an amazing day.
Thank you, guys. If you could please come to the front of the stage for the photo op. The photographer's right there in the center, white t-shirt. Just come forward in order of most followers to least. Let's just, I'm kidding. Don't do that. There we go. Impressive work, everybody. Great job. Of course. It's good to see you, brother. Yes, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Great work, dude.
Thank you.
All right, baby. How about a chess Squid Games mashup? You know what I mean? Well, it's a Squid Games obsessed society, so we'll set it up like Squid Games, and if you're killed, you have to be executed. How about that? No?
Yeah.
It's popular on Netflix. All right, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, as we settle at the end of day 2, that's the end of all the panels. Please, a round of applause for all the amazing panelists and hosts, moderators, organizers that we've seen. Moving to the final session of the Smart Moves Summit 2025, we invite you to take a moment to pause, reflect, and look ahead. Over the past 2 days, we've explored vast potential of chess and education, from early numeracy to lifelong learning, from inclusive classrooms to cutting-edge technologies, from grassroots engagement to global strategies. And today, we've seen that chess is not only a game, it's a language, a mirror, a bridge, and increasingly a tool for cultivating a resilient, future-ready generation.
Well, and this movement is not ending today. In fact, it's just the beginning. We are honored to begin this closing session with announcement of a significant milestone. A memorandum of cooperation was signed this morning between Minister of Sports of Costa Rica, the International Chess Federation FIDE, and International School Chess Federation ISCF, marking a shared commitment to advance chess in education. This is just one example of how the spirit of this summit is already translating into action. To say a few words and to reflect on this important milestone, we now welcome on stage leading voice in global efforts to integrate chess into education system, Deputy Chair of FIDE Management Board, former Minister of Finance and Education of Republic of Latvia, Ms. Dana Reznica.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling as of, the day after the birthday. Birthday is something that you're looking forward so much, and then it passes so quickly, isn't it so, with this summit? The very first educational summit brought a lot of expectations, and it was indeed satisfying all those expectations. At least that's my impression. It was thought-provoking, it was inspirational, it was also entertaining. Thanks for the last panel. It was indeed. Thank you very much. But I also think that I can reiterate the things that you said, that it's just the beginning, and it's important that there are already some action taken during this summit that will take us forward. And this memorandum of understanding that was signed at the very first day, yesterday, in the beginning of the summit, probably people didn't understand what's going on here. After the first panel, the tables are put on, the signatures signed. It was an important moment for us, for the International Chess Federation, and also for the International School Chess Federation, because we already onboarded one important Ministry of Sports, of Costa Rica in this case, in carrying forward this great idea of introducing chess in education, chess as an unconventional tool, chess as a very practical and very efficient tool, as we've learned here from the case studies, and as many of those countries that will introduce it will experience further. Because it is indeed important that we have partners to complete our mission. Is that there's so many ideas, there are plenty of ideas flying in the universe, but most of them, they remain in the heads of those daydreaming, because there has to be someone who carries on the idea as well. And this memorandum of understanding is exactly about us joining the forces and carrying forward the ideas, and the parties intend to promote chess as an educational cultural tool in schools and communities, encourage inclusion of chess in extracurricular activities and educational programs. Costa Rica has already done it. Exchange of information and best practices in the field of chess education, and exploring opportunities for joint events and outreach campaigns. So we will be reaching out to other ministries, especially next year, as that will still come officially later, but our Educational Commission has suggested the next year also to be announced as the year of educational chess. So many other activities to come, this one being one important step in the way to the goals that we share.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, pardon for the confusion. Apparently I cannot read. It meant yesterday morning, not today's morning.
I'm back. Give it up for Dana one more time, you guys. Here we are. We now turn to another powerful instrument in global progress, data. To support evidence-based policy and shared learning, FIDE has launched a global survey in chess education, a project that will gather insights from ministries, schools, educators, federations around the world. Here to share more is our colleague and long-standing champion of chess and education, the chair of the FIDE Chess and Education Commission, Mr. Jerry Nash.
Thank you. About 4 years ago, we did a survey, a global survey. At that time, we were trying to find out what's the state of play for chess in schools on a broad, with a broad definition. If chess was taking place at schools, we were trying to find out where is that, where is it happening. That survey was a bit difficult because we were begging people to respond to the survey. And FIDE leadership, began to put a little bit of pressure on folks. Please respond to the survey. The interesting thing happened that after that survey, more and more countries became interested in chess as an educational tool, because they began to realize that the foundation for growth of chess in general in their country was best served by beginning with chess as an educational tool so that every child was exposed to it, and then out of that would come many players who wanted to compete, and so the Federation would benefit. We are now about 4 years later, and we're about to do another global survey. So we're in the early stages, well, middle stages of the development of the survey. The survey will actually begin in September and go through December, and then we have 3 different university researchers who will then analyze the data and will present the results in April. And so we'll have several things as part of this survey. One will be we'll have data on what's the state of play. Where are we now as opposed to 4 years ago? Second, that will also give us insights because of the nature of the survey. We'll have insights. Where do we need to go forward from there? And that has important implications on our plans going forward. But there's another aspect of this in that this data will then be useful in terms of marketing, because in many cases, people, I want them to sponsor my tournament. Yes, it has 100 people. No, no one cares because it's 100 people. Nobody cares about that. But when you start thinking of, well, maybe it's 1,000, but it's not just 1,000 students, it's 1,000 families, or maybe it's 1,000,000 families, and that's a marketable commodity. It also then helps us to make aware those communities who are not familiar with chess, and that includes the education community, because by and large, we're still outside the door knocking, saying, we can help. And so this survey has multiple ways of helping us to move forward. So I hope that you, when you see that announcement on the FIDE website, on the International School Chess Federation website, when you see those links, please help us to reach those people who need to fill out that survey, because it will help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jerry. And now, the moment that brings together all of our voices. Over the course of this summit, you've heard from ministers, teachers, technologists, researchers, and youth leaders. Each session has offered valuable perspective, but behind every presentation, there is a shared belief. Belief that chess, when guided by values and vision, can help reimagine what education can be. It is now a pleasure to introduce the Smart Moves Summit 2025 Declaration, a collaborative document that reflects our shared principles, commitment, and aspiration. And it won't be a big surprise that to do so, we invite to present the declaration officially, we invite the key contributor to this declaration, the moderator of our very first panel yesterday, and I don't think we ever said this, chess grandmaster Dana Resnic.
Thank you so much. A seemingly boring, but very important duty to do. But let me get back a little bit to the survey that Jerry just presented. I will reveal you a secret. One of the goals, side goals of this survey is actually to check if we have managed to succeed in our policies, because our goal was to double the number of the kids engaged in educational chess and to double the number of the teachers engaged in educational chess. So we have to check on that. So what has happened over these 4 years? Every chess player knows that quantity is not the quality, but quantity is also important to create the critical mass. So let's see what it reveals. Yeah, but coming back to the Smart Moves Summit 2025 declaration, there's this saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I would add another element to that. If you want to go far, actually you need to have a map. So it's better to get oriented and get an idea of where and how you are going to get to the goal. And I think this declaration can serve as a map to our participants, to our partners, NGOs, public institutions, federations, individuals who want to promote educational chess, and who can show to important stakeholders that they are not alone, carrying this crazy idea around of getting chess into schools, but there are many of like-minded people around the world, many among the participants of this summit. So the document will be published on the FIDE Educational Commission's site and the International School Chess Federation's site. You will be able to read it in detail, print it out and use it where you need it. So I will not read it, all of it, but just to give an idea. So it is guided by the leadership of FIDE and also the International School Chess Federation, and those global efforts to advance chess as an educational tool and drawing upon the foundational principles set forth in the United Nations Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the OECD Learning Compass 2030, and the UNESCO International Charter of Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sport. We affirm that education is a fundamental human right and a cornerstone of inclusive, sustainable development. And we do recognize the growing role of chess in advancing social cohesion, cognitive and emotional development, gender equity, intercultural understanding, and digital inclusion. And we acknowledge the importance of long-term partnerships. So there are several principles and commitments included. First, a call to action for educational systems to recognize chess as a proven educational tool, to integrate chess into formal and informal learning environments, supporting it with teacher training, curriculum frameworks, and other useful tools. So we also emphasize the importance of equity and inclusion, embracing innovation, recognizing that the future of chess in education will be shaped really also by technology. So it's not some old school game. The forms can be and will be very innovative as well. So it emphasizes also the strengthening of global collaboration and highlights the need of advanced research and evidence. And as for the governance part, a global exchange platform for chess in education is also presented in this document that's convened by the International School Chess Federation with FIDE's support. That will be a platform, an open platform that will serve for sharing experiences, publishing case studies, encouraging informal coordination among the main stakeholders and other things. And we call for joint action. As I already mentioned, we invite all institutions, governments, educators, and partners to endorse this declaration and to use it for their causes. So I believe that this is a very formal act, but a very useful act, and it will allow us to reach the goals in educational chess others are only thinking of. So thank you very much for your support, for your attention, for your presence here during the summit. And we count on each and every of you, be it an official, be it an opinion leader, because we need many diverse agents to reach each and every heart with this idea of educational chess, that you will remain our partners and main cornerstones in the future. And at the end, you'll not tell that to yourself. I would also like to use this opportunity and thank our great moderators. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
And thank all the organizing team from the FIDE, from the International Chess, the School Chess Federation, and Evades Agency. You've done a great job putting this conference together, and I believe you'll be tired, but I hope that also very satisfied and happy for the result. Thank you very much.
One more time for Dana, everyone. I believe she said it all. Just in closing, let's stay connected, keep learning from one another, and let's continue to make smart moves together. Thank you all for being part of the journey. We'll be here tomorrow, but that's the end of the panels. Thanks to everybody. Good night.
Thanks very much.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together.